incredibly funny and borderline TOS unacceptable due to the racism.
Mm-hmm.
You realize, that wasn't live. Oh,
Oh
so we're gonna have
man.
to remember
Well,
those. Remember those.
sorry you
bands for
missed it,
later.
everyone.
Luckily, Dev's here, so he can give us the seat pass.
Rags, before the show started, you were praising Nazis. Tell me about it. What was going on?
Well, ever since I learned about Hitler's city beautification projects and his mandatory scoliosis testing and the Autobahn and Volkswagen, I was like, you know what? I can see the good side and the bad side. History always, they always leave out all the good stuff.
I'm setting up a video, and in the bottom right, it's got this pop-up I've never seen in my life on YouTube saying, "Do you see that your video has fully processed?" It's like, I've set up a... What are you talking about? What? It's just like, press yes, no, or I'm not sure.
They're going to find out this is all pre-recorded.
Oh my god.
Oh, no.
Speaking of things in the bottom right, I still hate those little emoji icon thingies that pop. Oh, it's not on the stream. You made it go away.
Wait, I did?
How did you do that? It's not on the stream. But
I didn't do anything to get rid of them, but I guess they're gone now.
Oh, yeah.
I wonder if it's just one of Google's like testing things, so they just got rid of it silently. Yeah, I don't see the button anymore.
Yeah, the live stream, he's right. It's not there anymore. I don't know.
No, it's on mine.
Yeah, on the EFAP stream, it's not there. But I don't know. Like I said, I didn't do nothing.
Good.
I didn't do nothing.
I hate it. I don't need more emojis in my life. I need other things.
Yeah.
Like friends while gaming. But I don't need more emojis in my life.
Rags, do you happen to need more dev in your life?
Is that
the fact that he hesitated?
Well, I wanna.
You answered the question already.
Dev can, of all people, he would appreciate me actually thinking about an answer before blurting something out. And
oh my god, you want to get into the crazy conversations we've had over the past 3 months, Rags?
We haven't gotten into any. Have we? Have you and I?
No. You've been watching them, and you always post surprise Pikachu faces.
I poke my head in there, and I'm going like, why the fuck does Dev even? Dev has got to have more productive things to do.
To be honest, it actually helps me kind of hone my eventual video on those topics a lot. We're talking about a secret Discord, by the way, chat.
Yeah, but, this is a secret Discord. Yeah.
The reason I ask is because I'm looking at the thumbnail of the stream, Mauler, and there's 2 devs.
Are there 2 devs?
You put me in there twice.
Arguably too many.
Mauler.
Well, isn't that just evidence that I love you?
Yeah, excellent.
Besides, they're different eras of dev. You know that.
If you love Dev, you post his Facebook.
Also, neither of them are the current era.
I prefer classic and
you're
orange.
Dead naming Dev.
I think it's a reference to Devs, your favorite show.
All right, who did I miss
Dev,
out? Who did I not care about?
You don't actually like Devs, do you, Dev?
I don't even know what it is.
Oh, good. Thank God.
I actually just like anything called Dev specifically.
Oh, okay.
Oh man, okay. You know what's great? So Dev is actually a short form for my full name, right? But I go by Dev in pretty much everything I do.
Is your full name Devastator?
Devonclature? Ooh, Devolisher.
Listen, here.
The Devastator.
So
you
know how digital.
Devberg.
Oh God. Okay, listen. You know how whenever you like have to call someone and it's annoying because calling someone sucks now because you call up a company
on the phone
and on the phone you call up a company on the phone and it's like, okay, I gotta actually talk to a real person to resolve this issue, and then it always sends you to sometimes. But here's the thing though, the downside is it always sends you to some foreign call center in India where you can barely understand them, and so you're talking to them, right? And I say, my name's Dev. And they're like, oh, are you Indian? Because Dev's actually an Indian name. And I have to be like, oh, no, I can't actually understand your native language. Please don't.
They can probably tell by your accent. You have a very, very thick Indian accent.
I've always known that about him, yeah.
The North New Delhi accent.
You've now reminded me of something really fucking annoying that happened to me. So wait, go ahead and finish whatever you were saying, because now I want to complain about something.
Nope, I'm good. Go ahead.
All right,
that was it? Oh, okay.
I was.
Wait, Mahler. Wait, sorry. Dev never told us what Dev is short for.
Oh, right. Go ahead.
I'm not gonna do that.
Oh, like, is that?
Why would you set up the mystery just not to say anything? What are you, J.J. Abrams? What is this?
Super secret.
That's how it is.
It's in the vault.
You know what? Maybe in the next stream we'll unwrap that mystery box.
I'm gonna tell
everybody.
Of
you guys. If there are crazies in the chat who actually care, I have a Kiwi Farms thread, so go, knock yourself out. But Yeah.
All right.
I do keep
oh, what's your name, friend? And he's like, if you want to know all my information, I guess you could go find
my information is actually leaked.
Here's the thing, like,
if you really
I keep as much as I can private because there are some weirdos out there. I have had like a few threats and like some stuff be sent to my house, but like it's still all out there if you really want to know.
What do they send to your house?
Cheese?
Pizzas?
Cheese pizza?
Anthrax.
Which I guess would have cheese.
Yeah.
Really?
Cheese pizzas?
Somebody in the chat said David. I think that's canon. David.
Oh, Devin.
Devon Sawa?
Devin.
I did get a box of poop once.
Hmm.
From the dollar
What
poop
did you do?
store.
What did you do
From the
with
dollar
it?
poop store. No. No, just someone who doesn't like my takes, I guess, mailed me a box of poop, and it's like, thanks, guys, I appreciate it.
Damn.
Fuck.
Well, have you considered
buy one,
changing
get one
your
free
mind on
deal.
everything now? Consider that
That's right.
Do it.
All of my political persuasions have completely flipped 180.
That would be funny though if
Because
it
of the
worked
box
that
of
way.
poop.
Thanks, poop box. Communists have sent me a receptacle
Of
of feces.
poop.
Anyway, you're gonna say Mahler? Like what did
Right.
you?
So I was just doing a browse on my phone, and I got a message from my own company, the phone company I'm with, saying, in like a week from now, your account will no longer be able to browse anything adult, including like violence, drugs, or explicit content. And I was like, what the fuck? And bear in mind, I've been with the people I'm with fucking ages. So I was like, why is that happening? And I kind of ignored it. So I was like, that can't be real. Like, I'm sure it's probably like a restriction that doesn't actually do anything. But, you know, lo and behold, a week later, loads of sites were just blocked off because it was like, this is too adult for you. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? So I ring them up.
You can go to like E621 or...
I couldn't go to all of my
Yeah.
favorites. It was horrifying. It was no point in living. So I had to make sure, you know, that there was a
E-Hentai
mistake.
Galleries, U18chan.
So I contact the, you know how it works these days, everything is fucking automated. It's like, please press 1 if you want blah blah blah. And I followed the exact one to what I needed solved. And so it was like, you need to go to the website. And I was like, okay. I went to the website to start up an account that apparently I didn't have yet, just to sign in and confirm that I'm old enough to be able to see fucking someone punching someone, I guess. I don't know. And they were like, no, you gotta do it through the app. I was like, the app, okay, where's that? And they were like, that you have to do that on your phone. I was like, all right, fine, on the app. Then the app was like, you can't create the account on the app. You have to create the account on the website. And then the website was like, you have to start with the app though. You have to make sure you have an account first with the app. Then you can come to the website in order to sign in to then unlock the app usage. So then you can change the settings on your
Jeez, they really don't want you beaten off.
that was just like, this is this is excessive. Like, what the fuck is going on? And so I ended up trying to get through to a human. You know how it works on those fucking press 1, press 2, press 3 things. I was just like, which one of these gets me to a person? And I checked a couple of them, but they were all dead ends. The one that I needed help on, it was like press 1 for, you know, this answer, press 2 for this answer, press 3 for this answer, press 4 if, and I was like, is this the one where it says I can talk to a person or hang on to talk to a person? And it was like, please go to the website. And I was just like,
press 5 for blue balls.
it's just absolute pain. So I was gonna go to the company for it in my town. I was like, I'll just talk to someone in person. And then I thought, well, wait, I'll just ring that building so that then whoever's in there can tell me what I'm supposed to do. And this fucking guy, he answers, and you might be expecting a bad result. No, this is like the best result ever. He was just like, hi. And I was like, so I got this restriction on my account. How do I get rid of it? And he was like, oh yeah, we've had a few people. So just press 1, 2, 4, 4, and then say you want to cancel your contract. And I was like, but I don't. And he was like, no, you won't. They'll get scared and they'll send a human to you straight away, and then you can just talk to them about it. And I was like, really? And he was like, yeah. And I was like, thanks. And I did. And it's so funny. The robot was like, do you want to cancel your contract? I'm not using that voice for any particular reason. And yeah, I was like, yes, I'd like to. Be like, are you sure? And it's like, yes. It's like, it's just started ringing immediately. And so I was like, hello, what's happening? What are you doing? And I was like, yeah, I just need you to unrestrict my account. They were like, oh, yeah, we can do that easily. And I was like, thank you. This is a great service suddenly.
Are they having to do that because of a government thing?
Probably something like that, yeah.
And then once they do it, they can say, "Yep, we've done it, government. Don't worry about us." And they just revert everything if people ask.
And then they get
whatever.
shit tons of calls of people trying to game this stupid robot so they can get back to having a regular phone.
I mean, they probably
what I've heard actually.
Stupid.
Yeah, well, I think Sargon did a video on it like last year or something. Is the Conservatives in the UK passed a bill or something that made it that you had to opt into pornography in the UK. That's probably coming into effect. So if you have like internet or you have a phone that has to access certain things, you have to like call your private provider and say, "Hey, can I have my porn, please?" It's probably that.
Imagine to talk to like a representative personally, like a little Zoom call. Like, may I have my porn? He's like, what are you using it for,
What kind
sir?
of porn, sir?
I wonder if it's just I wonder if it's just a domain name service block where if you put the IP address into the address bar, it'll actually go through.
It's probably something shitty, but
I'm not sure
like crappy. But I was just like, what the fuck? And it was so easy to undo, but you couldn't do it through the automated shit because I guess they haven't updated that to just have an easy option. You know what it needs? It's like if you want to browse porn, just press 6 and we'll unblock it. Like, thank you, bye.
Yeah, it's like the websites that say click here if you're over 18, and then they're like, well, they said they're over 18, so
I believe them.
There we go.
I guess the issue with that is you'll have like a 13-year-old who's like, 4, please, and he just presses it.
Well,
you know what? It's a big, scary world out there.
They'll have to figure it out, I guess.
Everything's fixed now, I think. The thumbnail. Yeah, I even had the number of the episode wrong. It's just carnage here today. But what is it? We're half an hour over the supposed to start time for me.
Carnage over here.
We're nearly just good to go. Because everyone's really excited to talk about extra credits.
I'm excited to talk about extra credits.
One of the greatest.
It's been quite
YouTube
some
channels.
time.
Well, it feels weird to talk about them now because I don't even know how much of the history I'm trying to like share about them is within no knowledge, or if this is just like ancient lost knowledge. Because first thing I noticed about them, they've deleted everything. You notice this?
What? Really?
They've got their history only goes up to a year now.
Oh shit! That's a
What
lot of stuff that's gone.
They killed it all.
That is an insane amount of stuff that's gone. What about extra? Is it the same on like extra history?
I'll have to check, but the earliest video they've got now is from 1 year ago, and it's watch extra credits because gaming matters, and it's with the new dude, the everything is racist dude.
So they got rid of the pitch up dude?
Yeah, pitch up dude's gone. He's been gone for a while.
I wonder if they had like a breakup, and so they wanted all the old content deleted or something.
Yeah.
Your voice is too annoying. You gotta go.
But his voice was too annoying, but the new guy, you know, it's gonna be great.
Like the extra still keeps going back.
We need a more annoying voice.
That's wild. That's so much content that just got yeeted.
Yeah, it's got to be some kind of.
That's years and years.
Thing,
we're talking. They must be going back a decade of stuff.
Well, and of
course, didn't you think it had something to do with the Escapists? Were they on the Escapists before?
I don't know. I feel like this is something that somebody's gonna.
I think that's right.
Because like,
you know what I think what happened?
What?
Extra History has all the old videos.
So
I just noticed that too. Yeah.
Yes, they've got videos going back 12 years. So I think they renamed extra.
They've also got all the
extra.
They've got all the subs as well, haven't they?
Yeah, they do like 3.5 mil. Because I was like, extra credits, it's got to have more than 100K.
That's what I was thinking too.
Yeah,
like,
you're right.
So does that mean all
Maybe they're just rebranding? Yeah.
Does that mean Cringe Voice Man is still findable on Extra History? What's their most popular video? Oh, it is all history stuff. Where's the first extra credits video that makes it to the top?
Making your first game basics. Stuff, yeah, so probably the first extra credits video on Extra History. That the top one is 4.4 mil. Making your first game basics. I think at least that's coming up.
Oh, why the Vita failed? No.
I
liked the Vita. It was alright, you know. It was a cool.
It was good hardware.
Yeah. So here, the one that went viral a few years back was the evil races or bad game design. This is the orcs are black people.
Those are the orcs are black people.
That's on Extra
on the internet during 2019 and 2020.
Oh, this fucking classic.
Nazi one.
You didn't ask for it. You didn't choose it. Yet there it is. Or God,
you're a Nazi.
This is the thing. Extra credits to us has just been it just comes up once per. I think it's like 1.5, 2 years. That's usually about the amount of time they say you'll do something cringe.
some video that's like, oh, were you paid by like a massive corporation to sling
Are
their
you real? Are you
propaganda?
human? Be honest.
Because they did, I think it was about 6 years ago, they released that first video on how games should cost more. It was, I think it was 6 years ago. They said, yeah, it's crazy that games are $60. They should actually be more. And then everyone was like, shut the fuck up. Who are you working for? Whose side are you on here? And so I guess they didn't get the picture because 2 weeks ago, or was it 2 weeks? Yeah, about 2 weeks ago. Oh, they haven't done anything since. Interesting.
Well, from the sound of things, they're going to get their wish because apparently Rockstar is planning to release GTA 6 for more than 60, probably like 100 or something. I don't know where I heard that, but
damn,
it seems like something they would do. And then I think the video game industry would be all like, "There, the glass ceiling's been broken. Let's all do it now."
Mm-hmm.
Is it that impressive if it was glass? It's not hard to break. You throw like a stone real hard.
Like here's the thing. I kind of get their point about. Sorry, I have to disagree a little bit. Right? Can I at least give you my reasoning though before you lynch me?
No.
I'm not an orc. You can't lynch me, okay?
Here. You're Canadian.
Dev didn't ask for it. You didn't choose
I'm the protagonist. I'm the protagonist from Fallout 4.
Yeah,
so I'll post this.
What's your argument?
If you don't mind looking at this, I'm just gonna post this image. So this is like a flyer from back in the day, right?
I don't know why you don't do this already, but
I know. Anyway, I've already got so many things to comment on, but let's let him say his thing.
Yeah. Listen. I'm not married to this position, so if you stomp me into the ground on it, it's okay.
You're gonna get a divorce today.
I just want to hear what you guys have to say about this. So, like, I see.
This was back in the '90s when you could say colored Game Boy.
Oh yeah.
Instead of Game Boys of color.
No, but
Game Boys of color these days, yeah.
Yeah.
Games are like back. You can see the prices on these games, right? They're around the cost that they are now, but we have inflation now, and also games are more complicated now. So, I mean, should game prices actually change based on this data?
Is your argument that they should be higher because in the past they were higher?
Well, the counter argument to that I already know is that the games suck now, and these are actually good games on this page.
That wasn't going to be my argument. My argument.
That's mine though. That's mine.
There's a lot. Let's be fair.
Maybe
okay, go ahead.
Arguments are brought up by extra credits.
Well, here's the thing, because I don't know the. Okay, yeah, because I don't know what arguments you guys are gonna present, and I want to know. So fill me in.
Yeah, you keep those in your pocket for when we progress through the video.
We gonna fill you up.
As somebody who bought games in that era, I do not remember most games being above 40. I do remember some of the first party games on the N64 being 60, though. I believe Zelda 64 or Zelda whatever Ocarina was 60. And a lot of first party games. There was more of a variance than there is now. Like there were some games that released at a slightly lower price. I believe the standard price of PlayStation 1 games was 40 as well. So I don't know where they're getting 80 bucks. Like I can understand it for Mario Paint, for example, being a bit more because that actually came with I believe that came with the mouse peripheral.
Didn't it also? If you come with like a Super NES or whatever the hell that was, attachment.
Yeah, there was actually a mouse. You had to use the mouse with Mario Paint, or at least you would be almost impossible to use it without a mouse.
You can't use it with a controller, Mario Paint. Yeah, you need the mouse.
Yeah, so that's like that's a bit more than just a game. So things like that were a bit more like their bundles with like games that came with like a light gun or whatever. But I would say
this is back in the day when they put John Madden on the Madden video game.
But I don't think pricing was quite as locked down as it is now. Like there were some companies that would just charge extra. Like $80 for Killer Instinct is insane. I don't know whoever charged that, but personally, I don't know how valid these prices are.
So I grew up with like an N64, right? I grew up in the 90s, and I do recall even as a kid like looking at these prices and being like, oh man, that's half a year's of allowance to get this game. I think a $2 allowance for the week, So I was like saving up for like a game. But I recall these prices being mostly accurate. Some cheaper games are like 30 or 40 or 50. Some more expensive games like 60 or 70. That seems about right to me from what I remember.
Are these in Canadian dollars?
These are American dollars. I was thinking.
Yeah, I was about to say actually, Canadian would be different.
Why do they fleece you guys on books?
Hold on though. Back in the 90s, the Canadian and American dollar were on par, so there was no difference.
So the argument is that they cost more in the past, so they should necessarily cost more now.
If we're taking inflation into account, because the money's worth less now.
why wouldn't we
like
take into account
advancement of
people-
technology usually makes things cheaper, doesn't it?
But
True. The games
feel
are also
why
more
wouldn't-
complicated
Why
now,
wouldn't
too.
it just be a matter of like, yeah, but people don't want to pay that much? Like, why isn't that just a factor?
Well,
I agree
also
with that,
considering
too.
the
This
hard
is
ubiquity
supply
of
and
games,
demand,
it's like
yeah.
exactly. supply and
And of
demand.
course, this is not even talking about digital and how digital completely changes the profit margins that are being made on games.
Oh my god! No, wait,
that's the biggest horse shit of all.
Well, he's going to give us a brief history of some of that as well.
No middleman.
Fringy, you just like jogged a memory in my brain. Do you remember in like 2010 to 2012 that brief window where digital games actually cost a little bit less because there was no price to like print a disc? It was there just for a bit, and then it like went away.
Yeah, that was probably
the temporary.
I was going to say we're all of that generation. We all would have lived through that, I think, judging by everyone's assumed age.
You know, if you're buying like a PS3 game in the late PS3 era, they were like, hey, listen, you can get your Last of Us for $5 off if you buy it digital because there's no, we'll pass the savings on to you, the consumer, because there's no cost to print a disc. And then like 2 years later, that was just gone, and they were the same price. It's like, oh, thanks.
Yeah. I would also say that a good argument against that, I mean, $40 in 1995, for example, would be about $80 today. So regardless, the prices have gone down overall, but you also got to look at how much of the game is being chopped up and DLC'd and how many subscriptions you have to subscribe to play it. I mean, their games have a lot more complicated now, but
I would
that
say
will likely
the
be
deal
better placed against extra credits, making arguments in the opposite. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Sure. Oh, segue.
Wait, are we watching the him being a lonely loser?
I figure at this
first,
point we'll probably do that one later.
All right.
Also, I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people in Watch Together. Who's not there?
I am not there.
Chio is not there.
God.
Oh, there it is.
Well, I guess before we start, is there any like introduction to extra credits you want to, or any like deep lore about these guys? Like,
I feel like there's going to be several people in chat who know so much more about it, but between us, I'm sure we'll be able to construct something of a history. They made videos that were about gaming and the industry and design and everything, and I think they made videos that some people thought were good, right? Right?
I think that back in the day, they did mostly good content. It was mostly like video game nerd culture-y kind of stuff.
Yeah, back in the pitch-up guy era.
Yeah, kind of in a broad sense. And there were some videos that even I remember really enjoying that they made back in the day, but that's going way back at this point.
Yeah,
well, I think they outsource their writing, and that tends to lead to them having a lot of cringe. So, for example, the orcs are black people thing actually came from an outside guy, just some weirdo who had a blog that pushed that stuff, and they let him
it was
write
like
that
Mendez Hodes or something like that. It was in the video that I did as a response to it, and I was like, "Oh shit, who is this guy?" And then I looked him up, and he had a channel.
Oh, I remember that.
Crazy shit on his. Yeah, he said like crazy shit on his channel, and he's like this weird.
So that was probably part of the reason why some of their episodes were very well received and others were cringe.
Okay, just real quick. I pulled out my extra credits file because I autistically keep everything, right? And I found
out my extra credits.
Oh my god!
I have a file on everything I do ever. Period.
Do you have an EFAP file?
Yes.
Oh my god!
It's all good stuff.
It's all good stuff. Oh, okay, yeah. Of course.
But no, I found the Stop Normalizing Nazis video, and it's been unlisted. They're like, we're embarrassed of this one now. It's got to go.
Classic.
But is that because they moved all their stuff over, or?
Yeah.
Extra is described as intellectual discourse on important issues. Of course.
Can you find it on their new channel that they've like uploaded all their stuff to?
I don't think so. I think that's just when they're trying to desperately bury.
Oh yeah. We'll give it 5 years and they'll try again, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. So these guys kind of they occupy the same headspace for me as people like Actual Jake or The Amazing Atheist, right? Where they had their peak like 10 years ago or more, and they were doing a different type of content, but then they moved into more explicitly progressive content.
Yeah, it used to be Hugo and Jake were a atheist channel.
Yeah,
back in the day.
Back in the day.
Everyone's so.
And I guess if you want an extra drop of lore about these guys, that I might be the only one here who knows this because this is some stuff I dug up recently. Do you guys happen to know of the old, like 2010s era edgy webcomic called Fanboys Online?
No.
I have heard that name, but I don't recall it.
Yeah, they were really good actually back in the day. Really, really good. Probably the best webcomic I've ever read, frankly. And their stuff is still on. Their stuff is still on like Internet Archive or whatever. But the guy who made it, despite blowing up in 2012 or whatever it was, and everything going really well for him, he vanished out of nowhere. He disappeared.
Just when the world needed him.
Yep. But it turns out he actually works behind the scenes at Extra Credits now. And he left to take that job. And he purged his online presence because he had an edgy old webcomic, and this is a more progressive leaning channel, so you know how it goes, right?
Yeah.
That's just an extra drop of lore, basically.
Huh. Well,
interesting.
It should probably be mentioned, because a lot of people in chat have said it, that the value they found in the channel was definitely the history stuff, not the gaming stuff. So, worth mentioning. I never really watched any of their history videos, so I wouldn't know. But
they started with gaming, didn't they?
Oh yeah, but like the history
really don't know much
stuff
about it.
took off. Like
and they did, yeah, Fringy.
They absolutely did start with gaming, yeah.
Right.
Like
Can I ask, was there ever actually an official connection between them and Spirit Science? If anybody knows what that channel is.
Oh, I know why you're asking, because the art is kind of like, it's got the
the
same
art
sort
and
of
the voice,
style.
yeah.
What is Spirit Science?
Oh boy, we can't be going down these rabbit holes, man.
Dude, there's so many
Spirit
holes
Science
everywhere.
is one of those weird,
If you know, you
wacko
know.
astrology, Earth energy, ley line,
That Mr.
woo
Incredible
channels. Oh.
Oh wait, there's like video. Reality is not what you think. Everything explained. Oh wow, you have
Hell
the
yes.
power.
Except
I did not know that.
we've just got so much to check out today that's not that, it's unfortunate. But I was gonna say, for anybody who doesn't remember, the voice used to be not only high pitched, was it sped up as well to make it even higher pitched?
Yeah.
It was grating, to say the fucking least. I did not like that voice at all. But I'm not gonna say that I prefer the new one, because the new one is a very different kind of absolute cringe. Like they went from the to the like the fucking Mario characters or something.
Anything but a normal voice. It has to be annoying, guys.
Yeah, it can't just
But
be a
it's the
guy.
place in the middle where it's sort of human. Like, no, extremes only here. We'll annoy them in different ways now.
And so, yeah, the EFAP has covered them several times. I can't remember if we ever covered high pitch voice. I know we've covered low pitch man, or different pitched man, lame man, man.
Low pitch man.
You've never done the Spectrum Crunch episode?
Spectrum Crunch?
That was an old school cringe episode of theirs.
It might have been before the time of EFAP, but that doesn't mean we can't jump to it someday.
Yeah, it would definitely be a revisiting of history.
Well, they've released a video semi-recently that got the attention of several people, and I was like, it's about time to check out old Extra Credits again. So we got the gang together to have a little chit-chat about the state of gaming, or whatever the hell this is about. It's called Games Are Cheaper Than They've Ever Been. Dun, dun, dun.
With an asterisk in it. Ooh.
Yeah, it's got a little star on it, so that could mean anything.
So, the asterisk just points to something in the fine print that just says "not."
We don't want to clickbait.
Does it actually have? Does it link to something on the actual page for the channel?
I don't think so.
I think he's doing a meme.
Let me. Well, I'm actually curious if they did that. So if I go to the page, I'm looking for the asterisk here.
No. The asterisk is in the
title.
title.
It's in the title. Yeah.
Oh, it actually is. There are asterisks in the description where it leads to, but they're not. They're irrelevant.
They're not helpful. They're just.
They just have
watch us on Nebula.
You searched for the context,
probably right.
and you didn't find it. Like, all right, then.
Watch us and all the other people who hate you on Nebula.
Oh
my god.
He should be on Nebula.
Is there anyone decent on Nebula?
Extra credits.
There are definitely decent creators on Nebula.
He's too lonely to be on Nebula.
I think so.
Definitely.
I mean, like Legal Eagle's not bad, eh? He's on there.
You sure?
I think Tizu
was silence in the room for just.
You guys hate Legal Eagle? Okay, fair enough.
No.
I haven't watched him, so
fine gentleman.
He's like a law YouTuber, yeah. Obviously.
If he's a lawyer, then he's scum. So it's
okay, fair enough.
I need say no more. All right.
We
Speaking
loved
of
his
scum,
Captain Marvel video. Yes, we did.
his
It was
Captain
good.
Marvel video
It
was-
is okay to break someone's hand if they touch your newspaper.
Good fucking
babe.
God! Don't
And steal
remind
their
me.
No,
I mean, did
he said that? Really? Or
I mean,
he
that's
okayed it?
if you
He
touch your
had him.
newspaper sexually, that is, if you
There was
sexually
a-
touch the
Mhm.
newspaper.
There was a deleted scene in the movie Captain Marvel where a gentleman is very mildly coming on to Carol Danvers, Captain Marvel, the god.
I can see why they had to cut it for realism purposes.
and and he sort of, she was reading like a newspaper, and he put his hand on the newspaper and kind of lowered it because he was like, "Hey, what's that? Hey, yeah."
He called it
And
darling.
so she grabbed his hand and like crushed his hand, and then stole his motorcycle from him. And
She,
said
it
that
looked
if
like
he
she
doesn't
electrocuted his hand
incorporate-
too.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
didn't
she
she
like
zap him? Yeah.
she like grabbed his hand and crushed it, and then she was giving it the old flume power that she has, and he
Mhm.
was in pain. And she's like a god. She's insanely powerful. She can travel at the speed of light, and she's pretty much indestructible. And this guy is just a guy, and she assaulted him. She stole his property. This
And
did not
the
make
film
it into
was
the
like,
final
"This is
cut of the
good,
movie.
actually."
Was that really not in the theatrical? Because I remember her getting
was
on a
that
bike
insane.
to go from A to B. Like,
She
She
just
got
stole the
it
bike.
was.
She
Yeah.
didn't break the
And-
hand.
Yeah, in the
Okay.
theatrical release, she stole the bicycle from him, but they didn't have an actual confrontation. She just like stole the keys and took his bike and stole it.
oh, gotcha.
To be
Yeah.
fair, I think he
Really?
did say, "Give me a smile, darling," or something like that. So obviously she should have killed him.
Yeah.
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 I think
so
Legal
hold on,
Eagle's
hold on.
point was like touching, like the moving of the newspaper was considered battery, and now it was okay or some shit.
What?
Well,
I think
he
it's
Well,
was-
sexual
that's
harassment
fucking
thing.
retarded. Oh my god.
He was
What's
insane.
really interesting is
He didn't take into account whatsoever the nature that would come up in court, that she couldn't possibly be harmed by him, and she knew that because she's a fucking god person. Like the idea that she would fear for her life in any way, shape, or form because he's crimpling her fucking map. Like, no.
he didn't even crimple it. He just slightly moved it down.
What a piece of shit.
Well, to be fair to Captain Marvel, like she had amnesia at the time, so she didn't know that newspapers were like not a weakness of hers. I don't know.
She'd have to. His lawyer
Ouch.
says that. The
Oh.
judge is like, "What?"
So
Knowing
you know
that-
what? I gotta admit, I haven't seen that Legal Eagle video. I've seen only a couple, and they seemed okay. I guess
What was his
maybe
his
he's-
stance on Rittenhouse? Was because if he's anti Rittenhouse, but he was okay with Captain Marvel assaulting that guy, that would be.
I don't know. I don't
that
know.
would
I
be
didn't see that one
interesting,
either.
Actually, but
Okay.
Legal Eagle.
that's the only video we saw from him. I'm sure he makes wonderful videos, Dev, that you love and enjoy and feel is informative and
insulting.
charismatic.
Oh my god, I am getting
Question.
lynched today. 8 different
No.
times.
You fell into our trap, Mr. Dev.
All right, I'm gonna hit
doesn't
play
look
so we can
happy
make
in
fun
his
of the
Don't
Let's
say,
fucking
go!
don't stay into Dev's trap.
Did you know that right this very moment
God
we are
damn.
I hate this already.
You're ramping it
Fucking
up.
hell, man.
Did you know?
He doesn't speak like it the whole video.
Yeah,
Surely.
oh, he will.
sure?
He speaks like
He'd
that for
get
the whole
tired.
fucking
He would
channel.
get exhausted. He would become exhausted from this acting.
You know what? It's just gotta suck for him is that he gets into the booth. And he's like, "Man, I love putting on that voice, and everyone loves it so much. It's hard work, but by gum, it makes for entertainment." And everyone's just like, "No, like, you don't need to do that at
God.
all."
Wait,
What are
wait,
you
wait,
doing?
Wait, wait. This guy, I knew something was coming to mind. This guy looks like Steve Shives.
Oh my god! That's a deep cut.
That is a deep cut. Wow.
What happened to Steve Shives, by the way?
Every time Steve Shives comes up,
Feminism.
either myself or Fringy needs to remind everybody that he had a video where he admitted to his either wife or girlfriend at the time, whatever, that after watching Buffy and Angel, he preferred Angel, and they theorized together that that's probably because he's sexist.
Mm-hmm.
Simple as
What?
that.
Oh.
It's,
Okay.
Wow.
what a relationship! What fun! Like if you just that's you get to break down media all the time just like that.
Uh-huh.
Not that this is him.
No, this isn't him. It just looks like a cartoon depiction of Steve Shives.
It does actually, yeah.
All right, let's watch this video. See what this gentleman has to say. All right,
Did you know that right this very moment, we are paying less than anybody has ever paid for video games? That they are currently cheaper than they have ever been. Now, I can...
No.
I'm going to go ahead and disagree.
The only way...
Not by dollar value, just strictly, but...
If I was to come up with a reason why, I might pull out the idea that today we have way more access to far more indie games and super cheap games than ever, and that's what I would run with. But
maybe less AAA games are being made.
Yeah, how much is
Big
Mario
Steam
Odyssey
sales.
again these days?
Oh my
$2.
God. It's worth $2. I fucking hate that game.
How many
Oh man, Jesus!
Get him,
Are
free.
you sure you're trying to avoid being lynched today, Dad?
Listen. Of all the various 3D Marios, I think I hate Odyssey the most.
I didn't hate it. It just wasn't for me.
He didn't
Once
even
we got to like
he
the
didn't
next
even phrase
world,
it.
I
He
was
didn't
kinda
even
like,
phrase it as
"Ah,
I
okay."
liked it the least. He said
Yeah, you
I hate it.
Yeah, man, it didn't click with me. I like Galaxy, I like
favorite 3D
64, I
Mario
like
game?
Sunshine.
Yeah, but if something
man.
doesn't click with me, that doesn't equal hate. That equals like
Yes,
apathy
it
or
does.
disinterest.
I hate.
No, it
No,
doesn't.
Okay,
Don't bring up.
so I think just my favorite 3D Mario is probably 3D World, just in terms of the tightness of the gameplay.
That's really interesting.
But I have a very soft spot in my heart for the weirdness of Sunshine.
I adore Sunshine.
I think a lot of people
Sunshine's
here.
good.
So it's like
do.
those two. Those two are like
Sunshine is,
tied for me.
Yeah.
I suppose it's interesting that you picked. I don't know if anybody is picks 3D World. I think it's a fair choice, but that's surprising because 3D World is like very straightforward. But it's like that's kind of where its charm comes from. It knows exactly what it is and what it wants to offer as an experience, and it does it really well.
Yeah, 3D World kind of reminded me of like an evolution of Mario 64, in that it's not trying to reinvent anything; it's just trying to bring the classic Mario experience into 3D. Which I like that.
Yeah, that's basically what that game is. Why do you hate Odyssey though?
The moons.
I would have to go back and think about it. I just have this I played it when it came out, and I enjoyed it for a bit. And then by the end of it, I was like, I just don't like this, and I don't know why. And then I just put it down and go back and think about it.
It's just interesting that you hate.
I gotta go back and think about it.
Arguably has the best downright platforming mechanics of any 3D Mario game, but. All right.
Does it have anything to do with a mix of aesthetics? Like you have a hyper realistic T-Rex, or relative to Mario cartoony graphics, and then you have the city, New Bonk City or whatever the fuck it is. I don't know.
I loved all that.
There's a video
that I watched.
New Donk City, get it right.
New Donk City. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sort of in the same camp. It was just for collectathons. I'm just kind of out of it now. I don't really care for collectathons anymore, so that's why I didn't really stick with it. But hate, that's a pretty strong word.
Yeah, hate, I just find that fascinating.
It's a strong word.
So here's the thing. I still like collectathons. I can go back and play Banjo-Kazooie or something just fine.
Yeah.
There was a video that I watched. Maybe
when you were playing
the
incredibly robust mechanics of Odyssey, and all of these move sets that you had in that game, and just the sheer versatility of those moves, you thought, man, this is lame.
I have to go back and rethink of it. It's been 5 years since I played it, man.
Dev's not the one on trial here, everybody.
I don't remember. Okay. I would have to go back and think about it, to be honest.
Well, you guys should have a.
I didn't think I needed to brush up on this of all things.
He's running credits.
You brought it up.
Yeah, no, fair enough. No, so here. There was a video that came out. I can't tell you the name of the video. I can't tell you who made it, but I remember watching it and thinking this actually makes a lot of sense. And it was a video about Odyssey, and it said, here's the intro level of Odyssey, and then it laid out all of the quests from the Mushroom Kingdom level, which is the final level of Odyssey. And then it said, do you see the problem? Because everything in the final level of Odyssey is fit for an intro level of a game, and the game just feels way too hand-holdy. I'm like, yeah, actually that is part of it. There's something here that just it holds your hand too much, I think. But that's part of why I don't like it, but it's not the whole story.
Was this a Joseph Anderson video?
I don't recall who made it. I don't recall who made it.
2 hours long.
Hey, Patricia, what do you think of Joseph Anderson?
I don't know.
He has his moments of brilliance.
You know what? I'm inclined to agree. He also has his moments of insanity. So anyway, you guys want to...
Oh, that's what I'm saying is brilliant.
Oh, also, I didn't like hat. I didn't like hat bouncing, where you like throw the hat and then roll onto it and bounce and throw it again, then roll onto it and bounce. I just hated that shit.
Oh, okay.
Like, that infinite hat bounce. I was like, ah.
I can hear Fringy's arms folding right now in pure disgust.
I'm sorry, Fringy. I'm sorry.
Look, we got an extra credits video to watch.
Oh my god.
Friendship ended with Dev. Extra credits is my new friend. For about 5 minutes.
Don't worry, Dev. I won't tell them about that.
Like,
if it's any consolation, I believe Moriarty didn't like Odyssey that much either. So
yeah, some people don't like
Odyssey
for some reason,
Ultra mid. Is Ultra mid mean it's better than mid or worse than mid?
I will say, I won't say I hate it. I'll say it's mid.
Okay.
I'll say it's mid. I'll say it is the lowest of the 3Ds. I'll say.
Well, I mean, one of them's got to be the lowest in 3D, and I don't necessarily fault anybody for picking any given one. Wow, except for Galaxy. If someone picked Galaxy as the worst one, that would be.
Oh, I love Galaxy.
Okay.
I love Galaxy.
Before we get back to it, brief redemption arc. Do you like Mario 64?
Yes, but I haven't played it in many years, so that might be nostalgia. Like,
oh my god,
it holds up pretty well that game, even if you play it today.
Yeah, 10 years, but I want to play it again.
Oh my god.
Yeah, quickly, gain back the respect of the audience. Say that you think the OT is great. Indiana Jones trilogy is great. What else have we got here? We're just gonna spam them, get them out there. Lord of the Rings. Say Lord of the Rings is really good.
Say Lord of the Rings is really good?
Yeah.
Do you mean Lord of the Rings: Rings of Power?
Of course.
We don't boo people usually. But...
Dev, you just say what you believe. Be true to yourself.
He's a free thinker.
Yeah.
Speaking of free thinker,
Steve
Moriarty here with his he thinks what his wife tells him to think. But so Moriarty here says, has it been long enough where I can say this game is what?
I thought you meant Steve. I was getting confused with the joke. I'm sorry. Steve Shive's the one that
somebody just fired that into the
observation. I'm just saying that Moriarty here says, has it been long enough where I can say this game is ultra mid? I'm going to assume it's a question. He didn't put a question mark at the end. So what I'll do, I'll send him some links on Discord to some cheap keyboards because his is clearly broken and his question mark key isn't working.
We love Moriarty, but he can't spell either. He can't spell his own name. So.
Damn.
I understand now. I understand now, Mahler. You meant Lord of the Rings Gollum. Okay, I get it.
Lord of the Rings Gollum?
Yeah. Excellent.
Yeah.
Game.
Well,
it brought me incredible joy.
That game
brought
was pretty
me joy to the point of pain.
It's getting a movie adaptation. I doubt it was that bad. Like everyone's
is it
so bad? Yeah, of course. Peter Jackson's at the helm.
Oh, okay.
He loved Lord of the Rings Gollum.
Yeah, he played it like on Twitch, I think.
Somebody died.
Someone just walked out of the mention of Gollum. Sorry.
Well, anyway, I keep getting distracted, but my question is, if you say that something is ultra mid, is that better than mid or worse than mid?
It might be worse than mid.
Okay. That doesn't get us any closer to what you're...
Maybe it's the most mid.
Most mid?
I would...
I think it's just
word in relation,
I think you're right, Fringy. So like here. So mid means middle, right? So middle of the road. So like let's say that mid is a span of like, let's say 45 to 55 on the scale, and ultra mid just hones right into the center. So it's like just a straight 50.
It's like locked on the 50. Yeah,
I would agree that it's the.
But it's worth remembering the world treats mid as bad, and with a lot of how ratings are skewed, you rarely ever see anything. But if mid is like 5, people rarely rate fucking movies or games that are new below 5 anyway. Like it's so it is like calling it ultra mid. I assume is indicative that it's bad.
Yeah, 5 out of 10's been like terrible for a long time for games. It's kind of stupid.
That's what I hate about it.
Shouldn't be that way.
That fucking word, by the way, it's made everything confusing because I think a lot of people would be like, "No, I didn't say it was bad. I said it was mid." And it's like, well, but like you, but.
When you say mid, you mean bad. Let's be real.
It always sounds like you're saying it's bad.
Theo, what do you think about Super Mario Odyssey?
I've never played a Mario game before in my life.
Wow.
Really?
Oh my god.
Not one.
Call
not
yourself
a single one.
Gamer.
Yeah. I've somehow managed to accomplish never playing a Mario game, never playing a Zelda game, never playing a Pokemon game.
Whoa.
Why not? Why not?
You're missing out, man.
The past was good. Four Swords was fun.
I don't know. When I was a kid, I was just always on my PC. I didn't have consoles, so.
Oh damn!
I don't know.
You were there before it was cool.
Yeah, well, I was there playing Quake 3. You know.
Yeah.
I was.
There was
all right. Well,
there was a very brief time where a couple Mario games came out on PC, and but yeah, then they stopped.
You never played Mario Teaches Typing.
Yeah, right.
Mario is missing.
I played
Mario's missing.
It's somewhere on the bucket list to go and explore like that huge untapped well of like really good games, like assuredly really good games that I've missed out on from Nintendo and whatnot.
Definitely.
But just need to get around to that at some point.
That's actually a thing. I know that Nintendo wasn't quite as big in the UK, so I have a few UK friends who had actually had to go back and play like Super Metroid and stuff. I'm like, oh man, all the great games you missed.
Oh god, it's such a good fucking game, Super Metroid. That's one that like.
Okay, I'm gonna also torch myself yet again. I don't like Super Metroid that much.
Oh, Dev, you're testing me. I see.
I'm sorry.
Come on, man.
Listen. Hold on. I love Metroid Prime. That's why my favorite Metroid game is Prime.
Okay.
Prime 1. Oh my god, it's a masterpiece. Super Metroid, it just didn't do it for me.
Super Metroid is one of the greatest games of all time. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah,
the design in it is fucking incredible.
So, I love Metroid games, and Super Metroid's pretty good. It's like
Metroid?
Okay, but like I love Prime. I loved Prime 2, not as much. Prime 3 was meh, but like man, Metroid Prime I think is probably one of my top 10 games of all time. Such a good game, Prime.
You can't recover from saying Super Metroid is mid.
Sorry. Hey, you know what?
Ultra mid.
Ultra mid.
Keep in mind, I'm not using mid as bad. I'm using mid to mean, mid, right? So
I'd
say that. I would say like Super Metroid's good. Video game. Super Metroid is like a 6.5 or maybe a 7.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Okay.
I told you we can't trust him. He does politics. He doesn't understand media.
Oh my god, I'm sorry. Listen. I think like Prime is like a 9 out of 10. Prime's a wait. Hold on. Does no one here like Metroid Prime?
Why would you assume that?
I like Metroid.
I don't know.
Metroid Prime. When you said the Super Metroid is mid. I like Metroid Prime.
Oh, so I like Lord of the Rings, but
okay, fair enough.
Godfather is cringe. Hey, I like Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, if you step one fucking toe out of line, I'll tell them your dirty secret. I swear to God, I will.
Oh, which one? I have so many.
The one about the one about the game that you're wrong about.
Oh, that's like all of them. It sounds like.
Well, we can carry on. Anyway,
we sure do, Fringy. Thanks.
That they've ever been.
All right.
Why don't we get
I'd like to see where he's coming from here.
Well, now that Theo is here, we best go back to the beginning, all the way back.
Seconds.
Yep, all the way back.
All 5 seconds back.
A lot of ground to retread.
Oh yeah,
man. We're doing this for you.
Did you know that?
Did you know? Good fucking God.
That's just to get your attention at the beginning. He doesn't do that the whole video.
Of course, he wouldn't keep this
right.
for the whole
not
video.
humanly possible.
Okay. I need to know who is the little fella on that calendar there.
Oh,
that's the extra credits guy.
I think
well,
so. Yeah.
That's John extra credits.
It's
I think it is anthropomorphized video game with a face on it.
That's Aunt May.
Yeah.
Video game.
That's Aunt May.
That's Aunt May. There she is.
He's a happy lad, isn't he? He's happy.
He's very square jaw. Very stout.
Yes.
Green,
I could see
like
what
an
Uncle
orc.
Ben saw in her.
Or is it a smile that's hiding true pain?
Did you know that
Yes.
Aunt May and Uncle Ben, that's their first names, Aunt and Uncle. That's not actually their roles in
right.
Peter's life. That's just
They
their
were
names.
meant for each other.
Wow. I didn't know that.
Is this like a Mario situation?
On
Yeah.
the gravestone it says Uncle Ben.
Speaking of New York,
Aunt and Uncle. Yeah.
Well,
Aunt May
I'm pretty
and
sure we
Uncle
had
Ben, they were like, man, I hope our siblings have kids.
I'm sure we had a whole episode going over how like the Spider-Man fandom do treat Uncle Ben as though he exists solely to motivate Spider-Man. He's not a person.
Pretty much.
He's
Abridged.
That's only
Purpose.
that's only slightly dumber than or less dumb than the Mario and Luigi Mario. That's canonical.
that was
by
a
the way.
genius idea. Hello, Mario. Genius. That's what that was.
Very moment, we are paying less than anybody has ever paid for video games. That they are currently cheaper than they have ever been.
Whoa.
Now, I can hear you all being like, that absolutely cannot be right.
What's with
that looks
hand?
like a real gamer on the left there. That's a real gamer there.
Well, you know she plays fucking Candy Crush constantly. She's a proper gamer.
That's Ethel. Ethel plays. Ethel plays Yu-Gi-Oh!
And Ethel
on her phone.
Is that her right arm that's like backwards? I'm trying to figure out.
You can tell by the thumbs.
Yeah,
but like, but isn't.
I'm kind of.
Oh my god!
Right.
Yeah,
I guess is it bad? No. It looks backwards, but I think it's right actually.
Yeah,
well, she's missing a finger clearly. But
I was gonna say, why did they draw it so that it looks like the fourth finger was taken out when they're all three-fingered? It's like
because you have to crank out 700 of these per shitty video.
Oh, they're Yakuza.
Games were so expensive. She had to sever a finger. Exactly.
She's got quite the backstory.
She made a deal.
She's like an ex. She's like an ex Yakuza. She got lost.
Right. You wouldn't use a finger to pay for a video game. That would be incredibly foolish.
Yeah.
That's like paying a leg for a soccer ball.
And yet, there it goes.
There goes your finger.
Anyway.
Because I had the exact same reaction. Whoa. Honestly, when James brought this up, I couldn't believe it. And
who's James?
Yeah.
This is his like long-term writer.
He's somebody been on staff for a while, I guess.
I think so. I remember seeing James before because he wears like a Walmart greeter outfit.
He helped write the Spectrum Crunch episode. He like contracted for somebody and learned about it. So this is like a recurring character.
Yeah, he just keeps on referring to James, but I never know who he's talking about. All I know is he's got a soul patch.
He does have a soul patch. He needs to shave it, and he also needs to get rid of that ridiculous cowlick.
Yeah, that soul hair, it's just sorry, man, it's not working. I don't think. I get it. Even as a cartoon, I get that you're trying to make it work, but it's just not working.
Also, his laptop is an Xbox OG.
I grabbed the staff list. It looks like James is the head writer of the channel, and Daniel's the host. So
there's 17 seasons. Why are they counted in seasons?
Is that years? Wait,
makes it more official, I guess. I don't know.
Well, seasons aren't necessarily years, right? Because
their oldest video is like 12 years ago, I think.
Oh, so is Daniel Floyd the OG high pitch
guy,
and he's
you're telling me there's been 17 years of extra credits?
Their videos go back 12, so I don't think it's been 17.
You probably bring up a good point. Daniel Floyd is probably Pitch Up Man, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Right. Yeah. So Matt Kroll is you didn't ask for it, man.
Yeah, there he is. Okay, that makes sense. So Matt. So we have Low Pitch Man is Matt. Got it.
Wait, Matt came out of nowhere to become the host.
Mm-hmm.
Why not?
He's just the face of extra credits.
Oh, when they had the interview,
you didn't ask
for
this.
You didn't ask for me. You didn't choose me, but here I am.
And now you're the host of extra credits.
Yeah.
He's like Zack Snyder. He has dirt on all the executives who make decisions and keep the lights on. So he's like, I'm going to be the host now. You will draw me.
No wonder it's gone to shit. They lost their media director.
My white circle head and my fucking hat with my dots on it.
It's actually some chives.
They asked him like, where do you see yourself in 5 years? And he's like, good question. And then they're like, you're hired.
Yeah, that's all he needed.
5 years is a long time.
So Mahler, regarding losing the media director, there was actually a bit of drama about that because there was some sort of quasi-sexual harassment claim that came out like in 2018. And that like ended up going nowhere. But you know how it is. Yeah, you know how it is. Some of the stuff.
Did somebody touch somebody else's newspaper?
Possibly.
Could have been.
Either. But then he told me how he found this great Ars Technica article on the subject from a few years back, and that he reacted so violently to it that he spent all night digging up historical game prices and inflation data, ran those numbers, and yeah.
I like to spend all night as if that wouldn't take like 5 minutes to get both of those pieces of information. No offense.
Why the fuck are you not holding your cup by the handle? It's weird when the handle's sticking towards you and you're holding it from the like
hard,
you're like fucking defiance of that.
I don't know.
Ergonomic design.
The cup seems to enjoy it.
Yeah.
Exactly. Oh wait, his goatee's colored now. Oh, sorry, goatee of color. See?
I know that this video is like more than 10 minutes, so I imagine that it's not just going to be this argument. But I sure hope that they've got more of an argument than just, hey, did you know that inflation is a thing?
Okay, so real quick, Rags, regarding the mug, surely you've seen this before, right? The mug alignment chart.
What am I? What kind of? I don't really do much, but chaotic evil. What the fuck?
Stick your hand right in the mug. That's how you hold it. You're chaotic evil.
I found mine. I'm chaotic good.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, I'm chaotic good.
I'm chaotic good or chaotic neutral. Sometimes neutral, true neutral, I guess.
Yeah, I'd say.
How do you finger your mug?
So the first time I found this, I tried all 9 of them. Obviously,
even
chaotic
evil.
Stupid. Yes, it's really stupid. But I mean, I kind of gravitate towards like chaotic good, true neutral, sometimes lawful neutral, sometimes lawful evil. I tried them all pretty much. Like most of them are comfortable, you know.
All right, it's not a contest. All right, calm down. All right.
I don't know. I don't know if I'd say that lawful good is comfortable. Like honestly, I don't.
No, it's not.
Hold it like that. Yeah.
No, but it's
very British.
It feels like it takes a lot of conscious effort to do that. Honestly.
Pink is hot. Ooh, the tea is hot.
That's what it does to your voice when you do it that way. It just
Lift
fucks your
up
voice up.
So which one is the way that you gotta hold it? Okay, so you gotta hold it. What? You gotta hold it chaotic neutral to sound like this guy then.
Yeah,
so like as soon as you hold it like that, your voice starts to go. Did you know?
Oh my
this
God,
guy seems like a neutral where he's almost like hesitant to even.
Well, look at his face when he found out about inflation.
Yeah, he was stunned. He's like, "Wait a minute,
my savings account did what?
What is this arcane magic? What is this madness?"
And yeah, Fringy, you mentioned I think earlier before you got off on mugs. You said something like it wouldn't take you all night to figure this out. We did half of that conversation in 5 minutes on this stream. I pulled out those flyers.
But he's getting paid for it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, he had to print it out on Manila folders and everything.
He typed it out for like 5 minutes, and then he went, "Man, I've worked on this all night for the channel."
Funny, like I had to check the inflation numbers. Like, what are you talking about? It went up. Like that's it. Like,
it went up.
Inflation normally goes up. That's just kind of normal at this point.
Maybe he's just finding the specific numbers and comparing them to other specific numbers.
I still don't see how that would take him all
being reasonable.
night.
Well, maybe he was busy making coffee.
Trying out all 9 of the poses, how to hold his mug.
Maybe
gotta find the one he likes most.
Well, as he does things, he has to draw it. So most of his time was spent
maybe
him drawing what he was doing.
This could be a snapshot in motion, and that's not steam coming out of the mug. That's like a slime monster, like trying to escape and grab him.
Man,
we found our secrets.
I'm starting to get annoyed by this whole like, man, I was up all night like figuring out the inflation numbers and checking all the data to figure out like that games cost more because it almost implies that like there's a real argument here. Like,
well, it's literally like 4
to make it sound heavier when you know for a fact you would have researched probably for a half hour to an hour while having YouTube videos play in the background.
It's exactly what we did. It's like, oh, here's like a pamphlet from, like 1995, and this is how much the games cost, and inflation happened. There you go. Yeah. We solved it. We figured it out.
Well, I mean, they got to fill.
Take care of yourself. Don't
8 more minutes, right? With something. So
yeah, so there's got to be argument.
Yeah.
Well, wait a second.
Also,
Why does
I have noticed that there's definitely a type of YouTuber out there that likes to just, in general, inflate how much research they've done. It's like, oh man, I've been working on this for months, dude. It's like, so you mean you worked on it like a couple hours a day, maybe at the most? Like you weren't just sitting there hammering it for 18 hours.
No, I did some Google searches today, and then 4 months ago, I did some Google searches. That's months of research.
I typed the first
and I had like the idea bouncing around in my head a bit, like in the shower.
Yeah.
Every once in a while.
Yeah, that counts.
Sometimes. Yeah,
it's probably one of those like all-encompassing things where it's all like, oh, look at all the research that I did. It's irrefutable because it took me all night. I covered all the bases.
No, that's how shocking it was that he.
Yeah, he was so shocked.
He looked shocked.
Couldn't sleep.
He reads very slowly. He's like, what?
It scared color into his goatee.
What do you guys think about like the mug is happy about this information? It's looking at the sheet too, and it's like, yes.
He likes inflation.
The mug loves inflation.
Maybe it's one of those mugs that changes when it gets warm. You know what I'm talking about? Like the mugs, like the coffee mugs, when they get hot.
He frowns when he's cold and empty.
Unused. Yeah.
I think he's just oblivious to the document. He's just naturally happy. He's happy when he has. when he has coffee in him, he's happy.
He's
that's his thing.
He hasn't been used this much in a while.
I have
since
to
he
say,
stayed
I
up
am
all
rooting
night.
for the mug. Like
I
he
hope the
looks
mug
pretty
makes
happy.
it okay.
I'm rooting for the slime monster.
He's very happy to be doing what he was
Their
created
team.
for. He's fulfilling his purpose. He
But
is
a window
experiencing
or
a
paint
euphoria
chip
none of us will
outside.
ever know.
I think the mug is happy because it found out it's probably more expensive now than it was when it was created.
Has anybody noticed that he's in like a sky castle? Like how does he
They live in a
have
sky
that angle
castle.
of the clouds and the
Oh,
sky?
I thought that
Clouds
he
in the
was, I
ground.
thought that was just a picture, not like a window to the outside world.
I thought this was like
It's
the
his only window to the
it is
outside
like-
world. He's terminally online.
Or
it
no,
is.
maybe it's winter and that's snow.
Yeah, it
Well,
could
the
be.
bushes.
I prefer
slow
the
again.
Sky
Snow.
Castle theory, but I can get behind all
Sky
of that.
Castle is nice, yeah.
Maybe they're in
Crazy how
Colombia.
much so much into every image, you know?
Well, not to
my
slow
God.
us down, but I'm wondering why his vest has armholes.
Oh my god.
Isn't that? Is that?
Oh, hold
the
on.
extra
His vest
design?
has armholes, but his shirt doesn't, because you can see the
that-
shirt through the
Oh,
holes.
you're
Oh
right.
my
Oh my god, you're right. It
God.
should be
Yeah,
pink through
Oh,
that hole. That should be a
no.
pink hole.
Great.
Oh.
Oh God.
I hope they
God.
fired someone for that blunder.
Oh, Jesus. He was up all night making these 1,000 images. You gotta
I
commit. You
tried,
have to go
damn it.
like, do I go half and half and ruin everything? Do I go full sleeves? Do I go rim world? What do I do?
If we go 2 sleeves, it might show nudity.
Yeah, that's
I'd
what
like
it
to
is.
return
you know
this
what it is?
vest. It's got unnecessary holes in it.
Those
Go ahead.
So he's
the
got
the
two.
arm sockets. So in this continuity, the arm sockets are like erogenous zones. So you got to cover them up at least with something.
Ooh,
But if
yeah.
you want to be risque and you have like 2 layers on, you have one layer show a hole down to the other layer. So it's kind of like showing off cleavage.
It gives
in
off
this
a
world.
sense
Like
of character.
teasing him.
Yeah.
Maybe the Sky
Yeah.
Castle is in a Muslim country. You know,
Could be, could be.
and they're like, oh, well, can't show the arm socket because that's haram.
Don't want to go too far. I do like the idea of returning it though and asking if they can sew it up. And they're like,
So what up? It's
Sure
I
enough,
don't know how it
it
stays
was
on.
true.
Who left?
But it sure as heck does not feel
Why does that have sleeves?
Oh, okay.
Oh,
So
this
it is
does have
true that
sleeves.
What arms exist?
this
Oh
world
my
is
God.
confusing
Oh my
and
God.
scary.
Oh god.
The hands
Actually,
are
no.
hovering inside the sleeves. That's why it's
Yeah, they are.
drooping a little bit. At least the left side one.
So is
Yeah,
this
if you look at
ableist
them,
in this
so-
universe?
If you look at it, right, the hands are hovering inside the sleeves, and the sleeves are pulled tight on the top. So it's like a fixed point in space where the hand is hovering.
So
You
what
see
if
it?
what if you tied up like a knot in between the hand and the shoulder? Would that disconnect the hand and it would just fall to the ground, or
So it's like a Bluetooth
Maybe it would go numb?
device.
You know they have a
Because
lore master who's fucking panicking right now. He's like, shit.
the thing that I found strange was before I noticed the sleeves was his visual representation that he learned something was true is some random woman with a sweater that says true.
She
Well,
can't
like,
bear
the
the
idea
weight
is
of
that-
it.
The
Which
idea
was
is that it
really
doesn't
showing
feel
some
true,
serious
like, it doesn't
cleavage.
fit right.
Yeah, it doesn't. The truth may be true, but it don't fit right. Is what he's doing. So it's very clever, actually, Rags. You just didn't get it.
Oh, but this is good because you can like roll up the sleeves for however long you want the sleeves to be.
I don't know.
That's like by design.
I
Though.
guess so. But you wouldn't want
Take-
really hefty roll-ups, you know.
My takeaway is just that I want a jumper that says true on it.
A big sweater that says true.
Yeah.
They
Do you
have,
remember the
5
people?
artists, by the way.
Soon after TLJ came out and all
They
the discourse was happening, several people bought a shirt that just said "written and directed by Ryan Johnson" on it because they made that a part of their identity.
Because they don't have any friends.
Oh my god.
It was so sad.
Is that a real thing?
Yeah.
Is
Several
it 'cause
Because their
people.
life
Listen.
is a disaster.
They
No
just.
fucking
If I ever see someone wearing that, I'll just assume they have no friends and their parents are dead.
Believe it or not, back when that movie came out, I wasn't like fully plugged into the online media culture war, so that
Me neither.
completely passed me by.
I don't
That's
even
what
think
got
one would
me
argue it
into, like,
existed
all
as it
this.
certainly as it does now. Did not exist back then. TLJ was arguably the start of like a new era of.
Yeah,
wow,
probably
that movie
looking
was
back on it.
fucking bad, and something should be done about it. Like,
It was bad, but it was like subversively bad. It's like, holy shit, this
Well, it
is
was one of those things
something
where it's
different.
like, take it back. And Disney were like, what do you mean? It's like, take it the fuck back. We need you to. We need something else.
Yeah, sure enough, it was true. But it sure as heck does not feel true, right? So let's dive in and unpack.
Wait, how is a true
Oh.
sweatshirt supposed to feel?
Oh, look, he's diving down to open.
Wait, he
a
has
box
legs now. Do
at
they
the
all have
bottom of the
legs?
ocean.
Yeah, they
That
always
would
have
be a
legs.
really
Why don't they have
soggy
arms?
box.
Oh yeah,
Wait,
because
why are the legs
Rayman,
connected?
yeah, Rayman, his arms and legs are both non-existent. You know, it's just like they're both
That's
floaty. But
okay.
here,
It could be a.
yeah, they've
It's
got.
a style. He doesn't have a neck either.
Man, I would.
When he eats, you know.
Oh, gross! It like pulls down onto his body.
Oh wait,
I'm just
so
thinking about
somebody
Crash
said-
Bandicoot diving down and getting those crates. I feel like there's a joke there, you know, of like Crash
Yeah.
Bandicoot diving down and then spinning to open up the box that reveals the topic of the video.
Ooh.
I feel like on all my
So-
doodles, my head and body are always connected because it just would be weird, you know, if they weren't.
I'm pro neck.
Even Weekend Warriors figured this out.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Well, he's got one
why
there,
not?
right? Like a little line. Oh wait, no, that's just the background.
No.
Never mind.
Yeah, it's
It could be. It could be in your head canon that's his.
Yeah.
Your neck
Very
cannon.
easy to
That-
strangle. Very easy to strangle.
Just ask what
bother-
you wanted to see.
Hold on.
It kind of
How can you even
bothers me that-
swim?
Well,
Yeah,
he's
but,
got
like,
fins. He's got fins.
Well, yeah, but like if he's
arms
moving
are
his
not
hands,
connected to his body.
yeah,
Yeah.
they're not connected, so he's not, you can't like
Right.
propel himself using his hands.
It's
They
not
are
going to
magnet-
drag the body unless
Uses
you
all
count
eight
the
seats.
invisible force that's sort of connecting
Yeah,
the torso with the hands.
Magnetism. It's
The
magnetism.
only
Yeah,
thing
magnets.
keeping his head together is the tank.
No, what bothers me is that I think somebody said that it's a cardboard box. You drew this.
Well, yeah,
You
it's
went out of
soggy.
your way to. Yeah, you drew this like guy going all the way down the bottom of the sea to just open a fucking cardboard box.
Yeah,
where
it's
you're
not even an
waiting
old
for
like
it to pick
sunken
up.
chest full of treasure or anything. It's a cardboard
Yeah.
box with
Yeah.
tape on it.
Yeah,
And I'm like,
it's going to
"Oh."
get soggy. It needs to be a treasure chest.
This
Well,
doesn't
he
fit
said-
the
Listen,
theme
guys,
of the
He
image.
said
Well-
unpack, so I think he was trying to like go about the unpack thing. Like these images are literal interpretations of the
just
script.
Well, then
Yeah.
why is he in the ocean?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
No, he says
it is
dive
useless
deep.
now. It's soggy.
Well, he
He
said
says-
dive.
he
Let's
said
dive in
deep
and
dive,
unpack.
Yeah, so
Well,
it does actually make
okay,
perfect
so-
sense.
I'm sure we've all ordered from Amazon before. You know, you have
Yeah.
a box outside your front door. You go get it.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it's like on your neighbor's house. Sometimes it's on your lawn.
On their
Sometimes
house.
it's under
Beyond
the
his
ocean.
house.
You just got to go get it sometimes. You know how it is.
It happens.
I feel
I
like
got
it
lazy
would've
that
just
day.
been-
To be fair, this
it
could be
should've just
steel.
been the
It could be a
guy-
steel chest. It's
Yeah,
just colored this
my
way.
delivery
That's true,
address
yeah.
on Amazon is
Mm.
King Triton's Castle, and so every once in a while I gotta be like, oh shit, oh that I put
Yeah.
it there. I gotta go get
I,
it. I
I
gotta
don't
drive all the
know.
way
I
out to
think-
Carolina.
I think I would have preferred it if it was this guy like diving into the box, like just jumping up and then
Yeah, like
diving
packing
into it.
peanuts,
That's his way of
almost like
unpacking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
he
Right, the
dives-
splash of
except when he
packing peanuts
dives
come out,
in,
yeah.
It's actually like a portal to a different dimension.
Yeah, and he
Yeah,
starts to
but
real
look
realize
how much
he's
time.
like
work went into the
Holy
background.
shit.
he has his big realization because he
magical
starts
world
to
of
see
Amazon.
all the images of inflation and like just economics in
That's
general. And he's
right.
like, "Oh my god, look at this world that was in this tiny little
Well, yeah,
box."
it's like 2001 when all of the lights are going by, but except it's I don't know, like the stock stuff, like in the the Dow Jones, like the stock exchange just flying by.
I like to think that this guy was like typing his address. And he did instead of 123 any street, he did 123 under the sea. You know, just like the
Well,
bottom
just
of
you
the
work
ocean
at
somehow.
Amazon. They're like, "Where's this one going?" Just like the city of Atlantis. You're like, oh god, again. Like, I gotta,
God damn it!
gotta get my scuba gear. Here I go.
Hack how this could possibly be, and why, despite all the data, games costing the least they ever have is still so hard to
Despite
swallow.
all the data, yeah, all right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just go back
despite all
one
the
scene
data.
there, real quick.
You know,
Mhm.
it's not really good practice to like be like, guys, there's just so much data without presenting
There's
any
so
of it.
much of it.
You don't show any of the data.
Yeah,
Well,
no,
look,
no,
this
it really
image
has
is
like
that
Look at all that
That's
data.
a stack
like
of
six
paper.
So much
times
data.
now.
They're confident.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
They're setting
wondering
it up.
is those little
Should we
pages
actually
of
count how many
data.
times he says it's true?
Those pages of data that he's losing there. I wonder if there are very important arguments that he's going to ignore.
They're all floating away. And keep in mind,
Yeah,
he got this.
this is
He
like
got
a-
this whole stack in one night, guys. Like this is a
One
lot
night,
of research
yeah.
for one night.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
exactly.
It's a lot of
Yeah.
printing.
I spent all night just printing all work and no play on these pages over and over on 3,000 pieces of paper.
Man, that feels like a reference you got to be careful with. Like, too many people won't even get that anymore. You know, feels like it's been
Yeah,
too long.
we're getting old, man.
We're getting old.
Like, I don't know about you guys. I'm in my 30s, and tomorrow I'll be in my 60s. That's what
Yeah.
it feels like.
Mm,
Oh well,
must be
we
a
had a
year.
good run, Dev.
Despite all the data, games costing the least they ever have is still so
Dude, this
hard to
voice.
Look at this very big pill.
Where's her armhole?
I don't know how the video essayist manages to constantly concoct the most annoying voice.
I know.
I know delivery isn't easy, but like, surely we can get something just shy of the most annoying voice.
You have the wounded animal, right? And he comes in like, I'm going to fix the industry with my voice. It's like, shut the fuck up. Why can't you just talk like a normal person?
I feel like the...
It doesn't... go ahead, Indigo.
No, I was just gonna say, like, the only end result now is the next host has to be Fred from like early YouTube. That's the only direction that can go now.
Bring back Fred.
An annoying orange.
Classic too.
Just the voice saying, "Trust me, it's true." It's like I don't believe him. Like the
trust me, bro.
Yeah, he's like trying so hard to be. Oh, we have data. Some guy took all night to get it. It's like, shut up. No,
I feel like he's trying to sell me like on crypto scam or something.
Yeah.
You know, it's going to explode any day now. Get in on the ground floor.
God, Activision paid us $10,000 to make this video.
This pill bothers me. It's like the new "Don't Dead Open Inside." We have cheapest the games.
We have cheapest the games.
Oh, I hate that shit, man.
We have cheapest the games.
It's like old English.
We have cheapest the games.
Truly.
The only game shop.
Lord of Gollum the Ring.
Most scuffed like resale shop.
Here's a thing. Sorry, go ahead, man.
The blue side is like, so much bigger.
I'm just gonna say it ties back to the lawful good alignment chart because it has the glove and the pinky up. We have cheapest the games. It's just funny. Anyway,
it looks like he ripped off a police siren.
Yeah.
The police of we have cheapest the games. That's their thing. They just run around.
We are the game police. You didn't pirate that Terraria, did you?
Did you know pirating is actually detrimental to the industry?
Maybe it's just me being pedantic, but did you notice that the text isn't aligned on very big pills? It almost makes it seem like there's another word before pills. It's like very big dick pills or something. Like,
well, you wouldn't take very small dick pills. Unless...
I mean, I want it
you buy
big.
them and you're like,
a big pill.
Does it make my dick small or are they small pills? The cashier's like, wouldn't you like to know?
Like, the instructions are inside.
I didn't believe it was true, but these do
my
work.
dick's just too big. I need small dick pills, please.
Yeah, I just need to get it smaller so that I can. It's not usable in its default state.
There are infinite jokes to make with this dumb fucking voice. Imagine you ring a suicide hotline. It's like, hello, how are you doing today?
I feel like I'm cocking of a gun on the other
end.
I
thought you meant that he was calling the hotline.
Because he's so low.
I'm thinking of killing myself, and I was looking for any reason not to.
Thank you for calling the suicide
Have you heard of
hotline.
extra credits?
Remember, you can do anything if you put your mind to it.
Does he call the hotline and call him dear viewers? Like, dear viewer, I'm thinking about ending things.
You pick up the phone and it goes da na 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 da na na na.
Have you considered calligraphy or skating? And you go like, no, I don't think so. And he goes, all right, well, that's that then.
Don't kill yourself. Did you know that games are the cheapest that they've ever been?
Despite the data?
Don't kill yourself now.
You can buy so many video games. Are you interested in very small dick pills?
You should have shot yourself in the head when John Madden was on the cover of the Madden games.
If there was a time to kill yourself, it was when video games were more expensive.
No backsies. Now buy Skull and Bones.
Eventually he's like, are you okay though? I mean, I'm just fucking around. You're just like, I just want to make sure. I don't know.
The only thing stopping me from killing myself is apathy.
Am I real? Who knows? I could be a robot.
I just spent all night figuring out the price of bullets have increased, so I can't afford to anymore.
Bullets are more expensive than they've ever been. I can't afford to kill myself.
Amazon doesn't sell them. Seems like a lot of work.
Did you know alimony is killing me? I don't want to exist in this world. My children hate me.
My wife won't let me see them.
You're just crying on the phone. You're like, oh, jeez. And you're the one that ragged.
Do you know how hard it is to buy a shirt without armholes?
You have to sew them up yourself. It's horrible.
Wait.
Okay. That's the
Suicide Hotline theme.
As
the Suicide Hotline.
So far,
Suicide Hotline theme is extra
That's
credits.
the Suicide Hotline theme.
Yeah, just put a little high pass filter on there, and there you go.
Yeah,
It's kind of weird that they were able to just rip off a Mario song like that and
make it their own. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's transformative. Also, this video is 9/11.
I was gonna make that joke when we were talking about Uncle Ben.
Oh,
Uncle Ben is Spider-Man's 9/11.
You gotta say these things.
Well,
reminds me of that tragedy.
Yeah.
Thanks so much to Factor for delivering me great meals right to my door so I could spend less time cooking and more time playing games.
But you have no
totally somebody suicidal would say.
Do you have to inject it straight into your stomach? Do you have a hatch? Do you have a hatch you open up and shove in the Factor?
It's like giant pills because you have no neck.
It's like Bender. You just have a little hatch. Yeah, you throw in burgers and shit.
Throw it in your butt.
It's kind of a messed up story, but there was actually a case where a farmer beheaded a chicken in order to prep them for food or whatever, but the chicken survived, and so it had no head.
I'd heard about this.
Yeah, it missed the brainstem, and the chicken lived for like another year, I think.
Ugh.
And it had to they had to inject food down its like
why don't you just put it out of its misery at that point?
I think it was just like a weird curiosity at that point, but yeah,
it was
it's
like
crazy.
A scientific thing. It's like, oh my god, he's still running around. So he would still live, and they would just like put water and food down his neck pipe, just drip it in there with like a dropper. But then eventually, like a corn kernel got stuck in there, and then he suffocated.
Oh, that's the way to go.
They basically kept him as like a pet for a year.
If it has no brain, can it even feel pain? Is that possible for it to have misery?
Yes.
If it has no brain.
When it comes to chicken brains, a good chunk of the brain is in the brain stem going down the neck. So it had enough to kind of keep going.
Huh. I wonder. Interesting.
Imagine surviving getting your head cut off and then choking on corn.
I lived through that. I lived through losing my head, and then this piece of corn is the coup de grace.
He didn't ask for that. He didn't choose that. Yet there he is.
There I go.
Speaking of choking on corn, let's listen to this Factor ad.
Okay, y'all. So who's excited to talk
it's over. Never mind.
Oh, that was okay. Yeah. I guess
that was it. I thought we were going to
fine with that.
Okay.
Listen, if you order from Factor, they'll just deliver your box to the ocean and leave it there.
No.
Gotta go diving to
that
pick
was
it
the
up.
Factor. He was looking for it.
Yep, you're trying to find it.
The food's
and more
great.
time
The
playing
delivery,
games.
not so much.
Okay, y'all. So who's excited to talk about?
What was that sound effect? Did they do a sound effect for the transition?
Like
Was that his like mouth? Did he use
think so.
mouth noises?
I think so.
Oh, okay, let's listen.
And
to
more
that.
time
Okay,
playing games. Okay, y'all.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
a
a
mouth
noise.
It's a mouth noise. He's so excited.
So who's
Couldn't afford
excited to
stock
talk
sounds.
about inflation? Huh?
Woo!
Wait, don't
Don't
go.
tell me,
Yes.
seriously, don't tell me like the whole thing is actually just going to be about inflation.
Yeah.
It's so boring.
Who's excited to talk about inflation? Let's go to DeviantArt.
Yeah. Rule 34.
That's what the mug was so happy about.
No.
Wait. I have
Sonic isn't inflated. He's just pregnant with Shrek's baby.
Oh.
Wait, isn't inflation like the price of the thing is the dollar or the currency is getting weaker? That's why prices increase. Isn't that what inflation is? Or
Yeah, inflation is
that's what it is, yeah.
basically when the power of the money decreases.
There's more money in circulation, and so you need more to buy stuff.
Yeah,
So-
I think the TLDR of it is that you have a nation with X number of dollars and Y amount of production, and so each dollar maps onto a certain amount of production. And when you print more money, now each dollar is worth less of the total production. And if you take money out of circulation, then each dollar is worth more production. So you have like more purchasing power or less purchasing power with your money.
Also, the
basically how it
cat
works.
the cat has full limbs.
Good.
It also just
Well, yeah.
happens
Lucky
kind of.
him.
It has limbs at all.
Yeah, but it doesn't have a mouth or a nose.
And it must
so,
scream.
You know, you take what you can get.
Hmm.
Oh,
Do you want
because-
arms and
by the
legs,
way,
or do you
like,
want
I guess
nose and
He
mouth?
made a trade.
Hmm.
I mean, I sure hope that like the video does mention just that digital games alone comprising a massive portion now, like particularly sizable compared to 10 years ago, and
to the point
obviously
where
basically like non-existent.
Well,
we depressingly don't even get the you don't even get discs with a lot of physical purchases now.
That's getting to the point. And now you've got some games that actually don't even have a physical release. Like I think Alan Wake 2 was digital only.
Yeah, that's true.
I think Hellblade is that's coming out in a few days, guys. In case you didn't realize, that's digital only as well. I think they're charging $10 less for that one. So that's
is that another Epic release? Epic Games releases have like no launch hype at all. It seems.
Was but the point
Hellblade
being
is through Microsoft.
Okay. Hellblade is, but Alan Wake 2 is Epic.
I'm sure they'll fire the devs in no time.
Though, just think about the kind of profit margins that you're getting if you're selling a game digitally compared to manufacturing,
no packaging,
middleman, like you're not having to sell it through GameStop or Walmart or any of these companies. Like all of that was a like cost factor that gets tethered into the amount of money that a game is going to make if you sell it physically versus digitally.
Also, a huge factor is on demand as well, because like before they'd have to print like 100,000 copies, and not all of them might sell at first. Whereas digital, you make as much money as they sell. Yeah.
So that already is like a huge factor.
He's going to go over some of these elements, but I don't even know if you'll get all of them, because the amount of different ways that games have lost value and simultaneously like creeped up in cost has been kind of insane and insidious. And all of us are perfectly poised to talk about it because we've been aware of it, probably autistically more so than most average people have, thanks to hating it for the past decade.
Something I'm I suppose curious about is how much of the conversation is going to be about post-launch revenue models that now exist very prevalently across a variety of games, whether that be just like like paying for DLC or battle passes, microtransactions, loot boxes, how much of that is going to be factored into the way that, and then of course just fundamentally, if people don't want to pay an amount of money for a game, like that's it, right? Like like you can't, like if you tell somebody, hey, do you know about inflation? They said, yeah, I still don't want to pay $70 for a video game. Like, there's not really an argument against that. If somebody doesn't want to pay that much, they don't want to pay that much. Plain and simple.
Like at some point, there's just, it doesn't matter the quality of the game. The price just gets too high. Like imagine a game that is $1,000, but it's actually worth $1,000. Like it's just that good. You're still gonna be like, yeah, but I don't want to spend $1,000 on it.
Yeah, right. I'd rather pay for a whole bunch of $30, $40, $50 games that are worth it. It's. There's the big things here are, of course, digital distribution should lower significantly the price of physical distribution and packaging and all that sort of stuff. And also, nowadays, especially as compared to back then, the pool of people who are buying games is significantly larger. So it's not like you're physically having it; you're just selling to way more people now.
I sure hope that the argument isn't just inflation occurred, but the games cost about the same in terms of a dollar amount.
With gaming history, it's going to be our job to see if there's any holes in his story.
Ooh, right.
Remember, they did research for like a whole night, so...
That's true, they did.
He looks like such a...
It just feels weird that we're kind of old enough now to be like, I lived through these changes, boy. I know everything about them.
You used to have to attach a light bulb to the top of your Game Boy to see it in the dark.
Well, like, isn't Dead Space 3 like an incredibly important game in the history of monetization for
our lives?
Absolutely.
Oh boy,
it's
was
so
it
interesting how important Dead Space 3 was. Really,
I'm going to be honest. I don't know the Dead Space 3 story. What's the deal?
Oh, basically, Dead Space 3 was like the first example of a major AAA video game, point of sale, $60, that had microtransactions in it as a single player game.
To be specific, it's so almost interesting how it starts, because it's exactly how you'd want to start it. It's like, hey, you have to use scrap to construct different kinds of ammo and weapons in the game. It's like a baseline scrap you can collect, and then it's like,
they changed to like a universal ammo system.
Oh, fucking universal ammo. So it's like, oh, you need some scrap to make your thing. Oh yeah, you can collect it around the game. You can work real hard to find it in secret places. Or, I mean, hey, toss us $1 and we'll give you like 10 scrap. You're like, what?
Yeah.
Like,
and that was directly integrated with the upgrade or like weapon building terminals. It wasn't just like this entirely separate menu where it's like a store page. It was just like it was part of the game in an unsettling way.
Really,
it was
era,
weird.
that was very much a case of a lot of companies starting to experiment with ways of essentially just making more money, right? Because the online passes, that was around that. Do you guys remember the online passes where like you had to buy the game new in order to get the online access, like with the
Fringy, you might want to tell everyone about what happened in 2013 and something that Microsoft still hasn't recovered from.
Oh yes, of course, the Xbox One reveal event, which to this day Microsoft has not recovered their reputation from that. That was 2013. That was
madness.
So for everyone who wasn't there, because we're talking like that was
we're the old folks home. We're sharing stories.
Oh, all right, children, gather round. Old Rags is killing stories again. You see, what were we talking about?
2013.
Did Fringy say a Simpsons joke?
Oh, so yeah, Xbox One, right? Like, so man, I'm just trying to make sure that I get everything. So it costs more money than the PlayStation 4. It had to have the Kinect. It had to be online, always online.
Fringy, what's the Kinect?
Oh man. Oh yeah, Kinect. That was a fun era as well.
You never played Kinectimals?
Remember Milo?
I do. Yeah.
That was the presentation where they said TV more than the word games.
Yes, because they were talking about how you could watch like NFL on Xbox, which is what all the nerds who are watching these sorts of events want to hear about is the NFL.
Yeah, so Microsoft got it into their heads that after the Xbox 360, the next Xbox, the Xbox One, terrible fucking name.
Xbode.
But it was named that way because it needed to be like an all-in-one entertainment. It was your video games, it was your music, it was your TV, it was everything. Which is like, okay, like go on, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, they kind of got themselves into a hole with 360 because 360 was already the panorama. That was the 360 degrees. So they shouldn't have gone 360 because how you follow that up. But anyway, go on.
720.
So what
Are you serious? Like there were no possibilities.
Oh, they could have had a way better name than Xbox One.
No, I mean, I think Xbox One was stupid, but I'm saying that they kind of screwed themselves a little bit. They kind of screwed themselves a little bit by doing 360.
There's so many options.
I thought they were going to do like Xbox Infinity because 720.
Yeah, that'd be better.
You know, 2 full revolutions. That's kind of looks like an Infinity logo.
Yeah,
but
sure.
Logo. Symbol.
But the Xbox One was supposed to be your everything, your whole entertainment built into one. But the way that this manifested was like Nightmare Realm. Because for starters, it was always online. It had to be online. It would not work without an internet connection.
And it would check in on you. You had to check in every like day or two, otherwise it'll lock you out of your library.
So for some of y'all young whippersnappers listening to this now, that might sound not as crazy and weird, but back in 2013, when your gaming world was like a PlayStation 3, a Nintendo Wii, an Xbox 360, and it was just this game that played discs, the idea of a console, not a computer, PC, but a console that had to be, not optional, mandatory, had to have a network connection in order to play games, that required like daily checks in order to verify that you were allowed essentially to play these games. That was nuts at the time, and it caused like I think it was probably the biggest controversy of the decade, the Xbox One launch.
Oh, definitely one of them.
Well, but there's more.
It was a serious misunderstanding of like there was a lot of cave gamers still, people who did not do online and were like a generation behind, and were just like, this is my box for playing my video games, which had been the case for many people for a very long time.
Well, that was just the state of gaming. Was you had a box, you put a CD into the tray, you closed it, and you played the game, and that was that. And if you had an internet connection, which a lot of people had, but a lot of people didn't bother with that shit, then you could do extra stuff. You had little Xbox Live marketplaces. You had the Xbox Live itself. You could do internet stuff, but it wasn't necessary.
Well, there's a lot of people just weren't interested. It's like, I don't want internet on my fucking console anyway. I'm fine.
I just want a box that plays games.
And then, of course, there's the fact that there was a lot of shit internet too back then. Mine included. It was horrible back then.
Yeah, and then not to mention military folks who didn't have access to internet while they're on, while they're out of the country or whatever. They got completely screwed. Not to mention that they also, this was the thing that PlayStation actually quickly drew up an ad to counter it. On top of the always online connection, you're basically going to claim a game once to your Xbox. That was something that they also reneged on. But that was going to be
probably the best way to explain it would be that used games would not be a thing anymore. On the Xbox One, you basically bought a license for a game, which on consoles, again at the time, that was unheard of. The idea that you wouldn't really be buying a disc so much as you would be buying permission to play a disc that you bought. You couldn't buy a game and then give it to your friend to play. That was just not a thing. It couldn't be done anymore. You couldn't.
Yeah.
The whole used game market for the Xbox was basically about to be destroyed.
And
which,
the GameStop had made
discussion, but at the time that was like a huge. That's unheard of. That was unbelievable at the time.
You could argue that GameStop's entire business model was kind of predicated on that at one point. So they were kind of like, guys, what's happening? Because they were reselling copies like by the millions essentially. I used
that
to
was like
do
their
that a lot.
whole business.
Yeah. So they were like about to get a huge hit to that, but also just I think they were going to have some sort of game sharing thing, but it was going to be really backwards and weird. But a certain subsect would not be able to play their games at all because they didn't have a constant internet connection. Plus, the games were buy once, play it, and you can't sell the disc. The disc is basically plastic at that point. You can't actually use it.
Oh, but that's not all. You see, all of that sounds fucking terrible and is shit that gets heads and pikes. But it was worse because one of the primary reasons why the Xbox One was going to be so expensive is because it had the Kinect as part of it. It wasn't an optional additional thing. Microsoft said, and this was a lie, just for clear, this was a lie,
they said it was impossible to take apart from the console, and it was a lie. They just flipped the switch.
Microsoft said that the Xbox One and the Kinect were designed to be together, that they couldn't be apart, that the One, by the very nature of how it's designed, was supposed to be with the Kinect, and that it couldn't function without it. And the Kinect was basically like a little eye tracker motion sensor kind of thing, and you could do some games or whatever stuff with it. It was a thing that people didn't want. People didn't want the Kinect. The Kinect didn't sell. Kinect games didn't sell. But for whatever reason, I forget who was in charge of Microsoft at the time.
Don Matrick.
Yeah, that was it. He was really, really insistent that the Kinect be a part of the Xbox system. Eventually, they just decided that, actually, no, the Xbox works just fine without the Kinect, and they stopped bundling the Kinect with it. The Kinect was totally optional. And then, of course, like an old person being disconnected from life support, the Kinect just died. Because people didn't want the Kinect. People didn't fucking want that shit. All right? It was annoying, and there was a Wii. People didn't want that. Xbox gamers didn't want the Kinect. So the Kinect died.
Ain't it crazy that they had all this like crazy new ideas to do all these different shit, and it's just like, had you just announced a fucking console and a bunch of games, you would have been fine. We'd be fine right now.
And PlayStation did that.
You and your ego.
Yeah.
What also to think about is that at the time, PlayStation, it took a little while for them to build up a library on the PlayStation 4 of exclusive games. So, like, there was an opportunity there for Microsoft to be like, hey, we have more games to show off, but, like, the message got set so terribly early on that, like, we're not the gaming, basically, like, PlayStation firmly established we are the game, company with PlayStation. We want to make games, we want to sell you games, that's our only interest, that's the only point of the system, and that resonated with people. So even though Xbox, I remember at E3, they were like, games, it's all about games here. Games. And they had plenty of games, but it's like, it's too late. Like, everybody's thinking about the Kinect. And
how you tried to screw them over. It was always online. It was the Kinect.
That was the Milo presentation, right? With the creepy little kid.
No, that was like 20. That was earlier. That was Xbox 360.
Oh yeah, that was for the original Kinect for the 360. I think.
Because remember, it was E3 2010, that was the one that Microsoft spent pretty much exclusively on Kinect.
Yeah, because I remember being connected to Kinect, and I just remember it, like, nobody liked it at all, and it was just an idea that disappeared. The creepy little child that you speak to.
One, right?
Yeah, Peter Molyneux. Yeah, it was actually. I actually know a lot about that. I researched quite a bit about that. Unfortunately, Peter Molyneux all night. Yeah, at least 10 minutes. Peter Molyneux is actually like definitely to blame for that, but also they got kind of screwed. Apparently, back when it was called Project Natal, they were giving dev kits and not to be confused with dev in chat, but like dev kits. And apparently they kept on lowering the specs on the Kinect until they released. So basically what released was like a dumbed down, worsened version of the original hardware for cost and price and whatever reasons. So what they could do with the initial kit was not really what they could do with the final kit. And so something like Milo wasn't really possible anymore. And you could even see that with like the live demos of like my favorite Kinect video in the world. I'll have to find it sometime. Is this guy on stage saying like, "Hey, you ever want to see what the bottom of your shoe looks like on your avatar? Well, bam, there it is." And then
it goes backwards.
his whole body like contorts with like some sort of like Dead Space monster, like you know.
Like a really bad idea. I remember it was the thing that they said was like, oh, for too many people, the controller is a barrier to playing video games. It was all this weird shit because everybody wanted what Nintendo had with the Wii. Because I remember PlayStation had the PlayStation Move, but they didn't tie up so much of their time and investment and their future of their brand in that.
Yeah,
it was definitely like Microsoft dug too greedily and too deeply, and
I think so. It's kind of like it's a recurring story throughout the video game industry is that there seems to be that every time that a console manufacturer, like one of those companies, becomes dominant, they make some big mistake, mainly born out of some kind of arrogance that creates big problems for them. So, like, you know, in a sense, Nintendo kind of created PlayStation. And PlayStation 2 was the best-selling console of all time, which led to the PlayStation 3. That ended up, when it came out, costing too much money, not enough games. Xbox 360 was already out with its own problems, like Red Ring.
I believe it was also a really big bitch to develop for that thing too.
Yes, the cell processor was notoriously difficult to develop for, and really all of that stemmed from We're the Top Dog, which they had reason to believe they had sold 5 times as many consoles as any of their nearest competitors. And
not only did they sell so much, but they basically were, you want to play online games, you're buying an Xbox for Xbox Live.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And by the way, they charged for it. Xbox Live was a monthly subscription back then, and the PlayStation equivalent was free, but Xbox Live was just better.
It was better.
Like PlayStation 3 didn't even have cross-game chat.
Oh, I remember that. You couldn't
chat with people. Yeah, it's because the memory, the PlayStation 3 just didn't have the memory necessary to do that sort of thing. And Xbox Live, it just had a better infrastructure behind the online services. So,
but the thing is that all of that, I guess what's interesting is that I think that the cycle continued with Xbox 360 into Xbox One, but they didn't really have that much cause to be arrogant. By the end of that generation, PlayStation 3 had overtaken the sales of the Xbox. Xbox was super successful in America, but PlayStation was more successful worldwide. So, like, they came into the Xbox One arrogant when they hadn't dominated like PlayStation did with the PS2, or like Nintendo had done basically for the prior decade before the PlayStation came out. And now they're still recovering from it. Like, Xbox still has a reputation problem that stems essentially from that Xbox One reveal event. They've really not recovered.
Yeah, the 360 had a really good start. It had like Mass Effect, Gears of War, like very early on. Bioshock, stuff like that. Yeah, and even up Elder Scrolls Oblivion, they had that I think in 2005, 2006.
The 360 had a great library of all sorts
of starting out, they had a fantastic library, but toward the end, I don't think there was even like an exclusive release in 2013, if I recall correctly. Not a big one at least, but like like one of the worst Gears of Wars. But
we play as Bid, right, or something like that.
Yeah, but like PS3 launched The Last of Us in 2013. Like they had some great like exclusives at the time, great exclusives toward the end of their run.
God of War 3.
Yeah,
I mean, I think you're right about. I think you're right about these cycles, Fringy, because also at the same time, in between, I think was it the middle of the PlayStation 3's life when there was the big data leak, and Sony had to like publicly apologize. It's like, I'm sorry, like we fucked up, and then like they kind of humbled themselves for a bit. And then they were an okay company, and then like by the end of the PS4 era, they had returned to their shitty ways.
Yeah, I think PlayStation's starting to get to the end of that cycle now as well. That they've gotten a bit like to the place of we can spend like $300 million on a single player game with no You know, like, and then release that, and then we'll be good, right? And it's like, oh shit, you might not be so good actually. Like that, you might be getting a bit complacent with this model.
I think what pissed everyone off the most about all of this is there was some game journalist who asked someone at Microsoft, well, what does the person who doesn't have an internet connection do? And the guy said, play a 360.
Play
Yeah,
yeah.
No, the thing is that you got
the ultimate fuck you.
Bake it in the corporate speak, because that was Don Matrick, and he
yeah,
we have a platform. We have a platform for people who don't want to use the online connection. It's called Xbox 360. That's what.
They were thinking that they would essentially be like, yeah, if you don't have internet, then we're going to continue to sell Xbox 360s to people who didn't have an internet connection.
It could not be over.
It's just like,
so instead of moving
Wii's,
the
there's
generation
PlayStations,
forward,
like.
Well, yeah, it's like instead of moving the console generation of his company forward, it was like, well, some of you are going to be on the Xbox One, and some of you are just going to be buying 360s.
This was the early version of do you not have phones? This
It was taken the exact same way on the internet. Yeah,
it could not be. Capitulate, essentially. Accept the landscape that we're presenting to you. Don't push back against it at all.
And it cannot be overstated how bad Don Matrick ruined the reputation of Xbox. Another one of his choice quotes was, if you're backwards compatible, you're really backwards. Like, he was just like digging the grave of that company so much.
Yeah.
I think he left like a year after.
That's kind of crazy, because they ended up doing that Xbox One backwards compatibility program that was actually really
great.
good.
It was great. You could play Morrowind. Yeah, you could play Morrowind in 4K now. It's awesome. Like, they have better backwards compatibility than Sony does.
PlayStation has to offer. Yeah, it is.
It's probably like one of the biggest gaming like controversies, like fumbles of probably the entire history of gaming.
Think that it definitely eclipses, because everybody talk, Ridge Racer, like E3
$599 US.
Everybody talks about that, but really, PlayStation recovered, and it didn't even take. It took them like 4 or 5 years, and they were already starting to like get close to eclipsing Xbox 360. Meanwhile,
Xbox One for them, they went back on everything. Everything they went back on. Used games, we can't take those away. It's too integral a part of an industry. And when we have our big competitor who's openly, brazenly telling everyone, oh yeah, used games are totally fine, just like normal. You can just give it to them. Boom, it's gonna be great. Like, well, now we have to have used games, or else we'll get slaughtered. We got to get rid of the Kinect, so the Kinect went away.
Yep.
The always online thing, that went away. Everything that they tried to do, they walked back on, and and they've been crippled ever since. It's been 11 years, and I don't think they've ever been able to make up from that huge loss of momentum that they had with the Xbox 360.
So the thing is, I've kind of been watching all of the I'm sure we all have, but I've been watching all of the conferences that come out, like Nintendo Directs and the Inside Xboxes and whatever, right? Since that moment, pretty much every single Xbox online stream where they show off the upcoming games, there's no bullshit in them. It's just like, okay, here's the trailers, here's the games, they're coming out, and there's none of that bullshit. It's been like that for years.
Microsoft's a weird company when it comes to like video games. They're an odd duck with the naming conventions. With
Hellblade is coming out in like 4 days, and there's no marketing for it whatsoever.
There was marketing for it like 7 years ago when it was first announced, and then I haven't heard anything from it since.
It's coming out next week, and I feel like there's no marketing, no buzz for it whatsoever. And it's like, Microsoft, you don't have anything else like coming out for months. What's going on?
I was not even aware that it's going to be out in just a week. Wow.
Yeah,
they
come out a week. Yeah,
they had to be reminded to market it, and they made a tweet, and that was it.
They made a tweet.
No, like legitimately, this was after the Tango GameWorks thing. Someone was like, "Hey," they added Microsoft. "Hey, you should probably market Hellblade," and so they like just tweeted a picture of it.
Yeah,
that's the marketing so far.
You got a bit of graphics now.
Yeah, tweets are expensive though.
I guess what I mean, it seems like Microsoft on some level has learned their lesson, because whenever they do a stream or a conference, it's like no bullshit, no sports, none of this nonsense. Just here's a bunch of games. They'll come out, enjoy them every single time. It's like, okay, well, you've learned your lesson. And the backwards compatibility on the Series X is really good. I actually bought one because I have a bunch of
Game Pass is amazing.
Yeah, Game Pass is great too. Yeah, but I mean, I bought a Series X solely because I have a shit ton of old Xbox and Xbox 360 games, and I mean, my 360 is not going to last forever, right? So I bought this thing, and they're all backwards compatible. It's like, oh, I can just play all my old stuff on this console. That's great. You know, it's actually a pretty good device they've built here, and like a good ecosystem, and like no one cares about Xbox anymore.
There was a
like,
weird
all the brand loyalty is gone.
You gotta have fucking. Well, it's because Halo's been driven into the fucking dirt, so you can't have Halo anymore. And that shit used to be like a titan in video games.
Yep.
Not to mention, there's really no reason to have an Xbox. Just most of the games just go right to PC as well.
If you want the simplicity and convenience, I guess, of a console, you can. But apart from that, it's like there's no reason to have it.
Yeah, that is why I bought it. Right,
Sony stuff.
What are you about to say, Mola?
I've got a.
We had a hiccup at one point for backwards compatibility. I think they were trying to get rid of it overall, but like the value of it is fucking insane. Because even the PS5, right? Because in the PS3, the initial versions came out with backwards compatibility for PS2, but then the later versions stopped it. And
the fat PS2s,
man, like so many people were like, "No, what the fuck have you done?" And then I remember PS4 being a really awkward era for backwards compatibility, but PS5, like every PS4 game is passable on it. It's just like, if you can maintain it, good God, it feels like such a good buy if you can use all your old games.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly what I did though, right? Because I have this giant collection of, it's got to be like 300 games at this point, of old Xbox and 360 games, for both the original Xbox and for 360, and almost all of them work on my Series X. And it's like, well, I can just have this now in my living room instead of, and it all works. Like, I didn't buy it for new games. I bought it for that purpose, to be like an old gaming machine, and it works really well in that slot.
Yeah, it's actually kind of crazy that out of all of the different console devs, the Xbox actually can play 4 different generations of games, which is crazy considering that there was the PS3 was the last one. The first version of the PS3 could play PS1 and PS2. And then the second version, which looked exactly the same, they took away the PS2 emulation board or whatever it was. That's actually part of the reason why it was so expensive, because they had to add extra hardware to play PS2 games. And then when they did the PS3 Slim, they took away all backwards compatibility. So actually, I bought the second version, which could still play PS1 games, weirdly enough, but not PS2 games. But yeah, it's really a kind of a lost art. And I know it's difficult, especially when they went with a whole new architecture, with the cell architecture, which is completely different. But it's such a lost art too, and even Nintendo has kind of lost that too, because they, on the Wii and the Wii U, which was backwards compatible with the Wii, there was a time where you could actually play Wii U and GameCube games on the same console, and you had almost all the good games on the virtual console online.
And then they shut all that shit
down. And they shut it all down.
I will say, I think Nintendo is more defensible because the platforms are like different formats pretty frequently. You know, how is the N64 to the GameCube, right? That's not going to be backwards compatible, unless I guess you added an extra cartridge reader on it, and then like the Switch can't read discs.
I also feel like Nintendo just has better consistent favor with the audiences than the other companies.
It shouldn't even surprise anybody. They consistently release great games. Meanwhile, Sony and Xbox just fundamentally are less reliable when it comes to the quality of the games and the experience.
I will say that the Nintendo has like a sort of shield, though. Like when they release physical DLC, nobody gives a shit, even though like they release.
Oh yeah, Nintendo gets away with.
That's what I'm kind of saying, though. The reason why they get away with it a little bit more, I think, is because they have just so much better favor. People are like, but then Nintendo, they make games I love. It's like it's surprising how far that can go.
Well, I think it's kind of highlighted here, right? You're pointing out all of these things that Microsoft has done over the last decade, which is true. I remember there have been times when PlayStation have gone up on stage to talk about television and film adaptations of their projects. Meanwhile, Microsoft will never do that at any of these gaming events anymore. There's a whole, and of course backwards compatibility, and yet a lot of this just hasn't like earned them what they were probably hoping for, which is that it would earn them favor again. And I imagine part of it is just tethered to that, like, people don't have a strong association with Xbox and like a set of games that you can only play on Xbox that are really exciting and interesting to people. That's the kind of thing
they need a better game list. They need better IPs and franchises.
Well, they need to let people know about what they have to offer, you know, and like more coherently, because they definitely have games that, you know, PlayStation, in a certain sense, you could say that there's a level of homogeneity to the types of games that they tend to release that are like their big heavy hitters, right? They tend to be third-person, single-player action-adventure games, heavily cinematic. Meanwhile, like, Xbox doesn't have that level of, you know, there's like racing games, third-person shooters, first-person shooters, strategy games. That said, there's more variety, but like people aren't really aware of it.
Yeah, the kind of leaders of the Xbox thing with like, you know, you had Fable, you had Gears of War, you had Halo, obviously, you had even Mass Effect was an exclusive at one point. Like those are all gone. They're all like left or become multi-plat, or just they've taken the IP and extracted it from the original devs in terms of, you know, Bungie and Gears of War even. So it's like you don't really have those. They're like, oh, I got to get the next Gears game. Oh, I got to get the next Halo game. It's not really the case anymore.
Microsoft needs to get their shit together when it comes with like development studios and making good games. They need to figure out what they're going to be doing over there, because the reason they could do all this stuff is because Microsoft is way bigger than Sony and is not even close. Microsoft is like an insanely big company, so they can float this shit and they can make mistakes and they could do weird stuff and they can have mixed signals and they can just get away with it because Microsoft as a company is so much bigger than Microsoft, you know, the games division of it.
The gaming department of Microsoft is a sliver of what they offer. I mean, they govern Windows. I mean, that's fucking huge.
Yeah, but Nintendo can't fuck around. Sony can't fuck around because their gaming elements are huge as a portion of what that company exists as.
Yeah, several years ago, Sony shut down. Sorry, man.
I was saying Microsoft just has this big like forgiveness barrier that they're working within, and I think that might be kind of crippling them in a sense, that they live in this padded world where if things don't go well financially, it's like, well, that's just such a tiny point of a tiny segment of the entire corporation that, you know, it doesn't seem nearly as bad.
Yeah, I mean, a great example of that was Microsoft buys freaking Activision Blizzard for like what 70? I think it was 69 billion at the end.
Literally 69 billion. The fucking meme number.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty
after
funny.
They bought ZeniMax too.
Yeah, they bought ZeniMax and freaking Activision Blizzard, one of the biggest of publisher combos in the world. And then Sony's like, we got you. We're gonna buy Bungie. It's like for like a couple billion, I think. But I mean, yeah, and you're right. Like Sony used to be huge. Sony used to have everything. Sony used to have like computer parts. They used to have you know, a bunch of audio stuff, TVs. They used to be all over the place. And then I think about 10 years ago, they consolidated down to like a couple different industries. And gaming was a big part of it because that was one of the few profitable areas they had. So yeah, Sony's really reliant on making games work now.
And with Microsoft's big acquisition, I never got the sense that it was ever about like giving good games to people. It was about them being the top dog.
It's big dick energy, you know? Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's only so many times you can buy a studio and then tank it and close it before eventually something has to give, you know? And Microsoft probably hit that point.
You can't be
soon.
EA forever. People are getting a little sick of it.
People know.
Mm-hmm. Oh man, okay. Did you guys see that one article that came out maybe a couple of days ago, maybe a week ago, where they had just closed the studio that did Hi-Fi Rush, and then Microsoft, Microsoft was like, we need more like mid-sized kind of indie-ish games rather than relying on these big studios. And it's like, well, what the fuck are you doing then? Like it seems like they're big enough that they don't even know what they're doing.
Well, you so big the beat, they just be like, not like that, like someone else.
That was that strikes me as a particularly big blunder because it feels like that studio closure has dealt a lot more negative PR to them than like
keeping it
would be expected. Yeah, I think it's
just having an underselling game. It would have been better than just.
I think that it had like a disproportionate effect of like making everybody go, huh. Kind of looking at Microsoft like, you know,
why would I buy an Xbox?
Well, and then
exactly. I think it's because Hi-Fi Rush was just a well-beloved game. Like people, it's like it's a new game. It was Xbox exclusive, and people actually liked it. And they're like, how about we just destroy the studio? It's like, oh.
And an important part of the story is that there was some speculation that the game had done poorly due to Game Pass, and they had come out and said, no, by all our metrics, Hi-Fi Rush did well.
Yeah, they defended it.
Like, so you can succeed and still be shut down? Huh, okay.
That's how it was.
Good to know.
There's actually a clip of them asking one of the Microsoft executives if Tango Gameworks could do well and by your own account have a successful game and you still close them, what does that mean for the rest of the companies under the Microsoft umbrella? There's like a really good clip of that.
Yeah, there's a cooling effect there.
Yeah, she was like, I don't know.
If I'm looking to buy a game box to play games, I don't. It fills me with a lot of hesitation when I look at like a general ecosystem for a game box, and it's really, it's really kind of shaky and weird, and they're firing companies, and they don't have any like flagship franchises. It makes me very hesitant to get on board, so to speak. And I think that you shouldn't underestimate that kind of attitude. That it just kind of puts people off from getting into the ecosystem if you're sending these signals. I don't want to hear that you're firing development teams. I want to hear that to make it, appealing to me as a potential consumer, that you're buying a lot of studios, that they're making a lot of games, that you have all sorts of stuff coming out, that you have all of these, all of these developers who are working for you, making stuff for you, that I know when I buy that box, it's going to have all sorts of games for many, many years, and I'm not going to regret it.
They're also they just announced that Call of Duty is going to be Game Pass first day.
That's the thing though. I think Activision Blizzard acquisition is probably going to change a lot about how, like, now that they've got that, Call of Duty, that's probably going to be a big focus for them now. What chance does Taylor stand right with Call of Duty, like as the new thing that they can pitch is like, this is why you need Game Pass, is Call of Duty. Everything will be deferred to, Call of Duty.
Call of Duty's like naming convention, I think, is past parody now too. Like when of the reboot series of Black Ops or Modern Warfare, whatever.
Black Ops, like Cold War, like, oh wow, all right.
Yeah, it's just like I can't actually tell the difference between a real name and a made up name.
Modern Warfare 3, not to be confused with Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3.
Hell, if this goes even deeper than the games themselves, is like what are the names of the Xboxes that exist? If I want to buy an Xbox, well, it's
I think
what is that?
Series X and Series S.
Series S and X, and there's different variants of each. And
the Xbox naming convention has been a fucking train wreck since the 360. I mean, it's like Xbox 360. It's like it's a box, but it's a circle kind of. Okay, and then you had Xbox One. And people use Xbox One to refer to the original Xbox that came out before the Xbox 360, so it's just confusing. And then you have the Xbox Series. Like, what does series even mean? Like, it's one console with one other variant that doesn't have the disc tray in it. So why are you calling it a series? I don't understand. And then the leaks came out for like the new one that they're making, and it's a fucking cylinder. It's like, pick a shape, guys. Like, fuck, what are you doing?
Like, I don't know. It just turns out the incrementing number tends to work out pretty well.
Yeah, PlayStation 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's seriously
numbers are a top tier choice, but man, there are so many words in the English language that would be perfect to make an iconic console. Why did you do what you did, you fools?
I made the joke a few years ago. I made the joke a few years ago that they need to release the Xbox Series Enhanced X, the Xbox Sex.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Good. Yeah.
Remember, GameCube? What a fucking iconic name for a console.
GameCube was great. It looked cool. It looked like a fucking GameCube, and it had a little handle on the back that no one ever used.
By the way, talk about the lost art of video game console introductory screens.
Oh God, yeah, the goat.
Oh, the GameCube logo is one of the most brilliant designs I've ever seen.
It is brilliant. It is. It's excellent. It's so good.
There are memes of it now too, and it's just that good.
That's right. It's amazing. I love it, and it feels like that's kind of a lost art as well. We're starting to get much more boring. Because remember the original Xbox like introductory screen? That was kind of cool. It was like in that lab. You know what I'm talking about,
game
right?
box.
Does anyone remember? This is some super deep lore. I don't even know if people in chat will know. Maybe one person, but there was a reviewer back when YouTube started. I can't remember if he was like the angry reviewer, some bullshit, like one of those variations. He was reviewing the GameCube, and I can't remember if it went like that viral, but he had a clip where he was like, "The game disc is so stupid in GameCube. Looks like chocolate chip cookie." Like he was really, he was really mad.
Yeah, they had those. Yeah, that's right. They had those little discs. Yeah, little ones.
Oh fuck! It was so funny.
Yeah.
It's actually sad because the GameCube was one of the least successful consoles for Nintendo, and the reason was actually because of the disc and the fact that all the big games were coming out with full DVD hard drive space or disk space, and you couldn't do I believe you couldn't do you could do memory cards in GameCube, but compared to the PS2 but compared to the PS2 you couldn't Yeah, PS2 had bigger discs, therefore bigger games, and so it's hard to port things to the GameCube. Well, even though GameCube was more powerful than the PS2 hardware-wise, it was.
You could play DVDs on it too. Like, I mean, that was a huge
thing.
Yeah.
Big deal.
I know that they basically did the small disc thing for piracy reasons, basically, because the small discs hold like 1.5 gigs, DVD holds 4.7. They're like, listen, small discs that are blank are very rare, so no one will pirate it.
Yeah, Nintendo's been really anal about that. They even did on the Wii. They did it so that the disc plays backwards, just so they'd make it more difficult to pirate. I'm like, come on, guys. So like, and so every single console would have. I think the Xbox 360 was going to do HD DVD, which that obviously didn't work out. But I think one of the big things about the PS3 was that it could play Blu-rays. I bought a PS3 to replace my also to double as a Blu-ray player. That was a great deal.
Yeah.
So
we didn't have a Blu-ray player at the time, so that's why I got it.
Well, I remember the PlayStation 3 was like a really good deal for a Blu-ray player back in the day. Like Blu-ray players were really expensive, but the PlayStation 3
was like $1,000, weren't they? It was ridiculous.
Like PlayStation 3 was genuinely comparatively cheaper to get as like a Blu-ray player.
In comparison to Blu-ray players alone, it was a bargain to get a system that would play those and games as well. Yeah.
He called it the Nintendo shit cube, and the reviewer he was called the pissed off video gamer. That was his.
Oh my god! This sounds familiar now. Holy
That's
shit!
pretty funny.
Can we watch that? It's 10 minutes. His review.
Sure, do it.
Maybe after we get through this,
hold on.
We got to finish dinner first.
Yeah. So should we get back to extra chromosomes here?
We have. This minute we've barely gotten a minute into.
maybe that should be the
inflation.
Well, it's worth saying that everything we've talked about is just the tip of the iceberg of how the industry has gradually over time desperately tried to make gaming, arguably like make our dollar worth less, so to speak. For what, like less bang for your buck in so many different ways. Some subtle, some overt, that got them in all kinds of trouble. Some stuff they got away with it because microtransactions would be a huge one, and I assume he's going to bring it up. And we'll probably talk more about it then. But a little history lesson for all you whippersnappers out there, from all us old people talking about how things used to be.
And here, if you want like a more direct comparison, so I'm doing the Suicide Squad thing right now for a video, and. Like, some of the skins in that game are just fucking stupid. Like $10. Like, what the fuck? You can go back to like, I think it's Arkham City, and you get like a skin pack of like 10 skins for what, $2? Just the slow creeping of how much all this shit costs. Yeah, it shouldn't even be in the game, like at all.
I remember with map packs, it would be like back in the day when they started up, you'd be like, oh my god, 5 maps for X price, and then 4, and then 3, and then the price goes up, and you're like, oh, maybe it's a really good map. Like, hopefully it's a map they spent loads of time on. That's probably it.
And the peer pressure where you couldn't play with your friends anymore unless you bought those map packs, they really got you there.
Oh, don't even get me fucking started.
Everyone's got to have a copy of it. Yeah.
I don't know how often they do that anymore, because I think a lot of companies were realizing, like, oh shit, like we're just like we're splitting our player base. We're splitting the groups of people who can play with each other. And people are just going to play the vanilla maps is all they're going to do. And they won't be able to play with all the people who buy the DLC stuff. Or we have to make the DLC really good, like Battlefield 1, for instance, which had fucking banger DLCs with excellent maps. So
I think Free has a PTSD story to do with map pack splitting. Like one of those standard stories.
I'm always ready to hear Fringy's PTSD.
I'll remind him once he's returned from the ether, because I remember him. He's told it a few times because it's like it gave him serious trauma. I think it was like playing with friends, and then it was like a vote for a map, and he was like, "Don't vote for that one. I don't have it." And then everyone voted. It's like, no.
Oh my god, that sucks.
Bringing you back.
Yes. Are you telling the story of that time when I was in Modern Warfare 2? When
I was going to say, you tell it better because it happened to you.
So, you guys remember, Modern Warfare 2 had some map packs. I played a lot of Modern Warfare 2, but I didn't get the map packs. And I remember I was in this lobby, and this was back when you would actually meet randoms, like, in video games online and play with them for a bit.
Yeah,
like
the good days.
Other humans out in the wild.
And you would actually want to do that rather than instantly muting, because you don't want to talk to anybody. But
it was back in the day. It was cooler and more novel to be like, oh, there's like random people that I'm playing games with that I've never met before.
Yeah,
you know?
And we have a shared interest somewhat.
We grouped up and we're having a lot of fun. We played a few games, and then it popped up from the map pack and there was also the option, and I was like, wait, I don't have the map. Guys. Like, I can't play this one. Can we skip this one? But this was all falling on deaf ears as the countdown continued and nobody was vetoing the map. And then it booted up the game and I got kicked out automatically by the game because I didn't have the maps. And I was really sad about that. I was like, oh, damn it. I was having fun. And now I'm left out.
Terrible.
I don't want to play with you anymore.
Who's ready for the voice?
RP.
It was just, yeah, I really wanted to play. I really wanted to keep playing, but I couldn't. But everybody wanted to play the new maps. Of course they did.
Yeah.
Nobody was going to veto it. Everybody wants to play the new maps.
That's how it goes. I guess we should probably play at some point.
Yeah, let's continue. Let's have an argument other than inflation.
I like the idea. If he was here, he'd be like, "You don't even know what my arguments are." We're like, "Shut the fuck up. We were talking about Xbox."
We're talking about stuff.
Okay, y'all, so who's excited to talk about inflation, huh?
Me.
Wait, don't go. Because I promise you here and now 2 things. 1, that breaking down inflation is very important to understanding our perception of
What's
the cost
to break
of
down?
I don't.
Inflation happened. Your purchasing power has decreased per dollar.
Like, I feel like people are more aware than ever of inflation as well because it comes up all the time in movie discussions.
Yeah. Wow, just especially nowadays. It feels like for the last few years, inflation's been a particularly relevant topic for a lot of people. But there's nothing to break down. Yes, $60 in 1995 is worth more than $60 in 2024. Yes, obviously.
You don't have to be interested in politics to know what inflation is.
There's nothing to break down. I think that's what annoying me. The idea that there's anything to break down. It's so straightforward.
What annoys me is I hate this fucking disclaimer of, oh, we're going to talk about something boring. No, I want to hear the boring thing.
Yeah.
Like, just fucking talk about it unironically.
It should be like integral to the video. Why would I have clicked it? It's like, oh, I want to hear about how games are cheaper, not about how the dollar has changed value. It's like, what?
I mean, to be honest, I'd rather learn about the life of this blob. I guess he's the inflation.
Is
blob.
that the slime monster from the coffee cup?
It's grown.
Does he like vomit more money? Is that like what happens? That whenever the government, wants to print more money, he's like, no.
They squeeze him and all the dollars come out.
Inside the United States Capitol building, there's a creature in the basement that controls inflation.
All the money, yeah.
It's time for a squeeze.
Have to sacrifice orphans to it to keep the value of money stable.
Oh my God, Rags, you figured it out. That's what they were trying to get to on January 6th. They were secretly going down to try to kill the inflation monster.
We're always down.
He's got a little TV to see updates, and he's just sweating, look at them getting closer and closer. He's like, they're not going to find me, are they?
I think I think the fact that he's including this disclaimer kind of indicates that this is probably going to be his real only argument.
Well,
I sure hope it isn't.
Like, we don't have time for this. He's got 9 minutes.
I know.
We got all day. Don't worry, Theo. But for us, I am waiting for at the end the therefore. I'm waiting for what the games are cheaper than they've ever been. ...
So shut the fuck up about how they're expensive. Something like that.
Yeah,
asterisk
is they should cost more money.
Important to understanding our perception of the cost of games, and 2, that we're gonna have some fun images of your favorite video game characters walking y'all through it.
What the fuck? Shut the fuck up,
dude.
That is brutal.
Look at Slippy there. Look at him.
What have you done to Slippy?
Tiny Tina. He's a fucking child.
From Borderlands.
Slippy have arms, goddammit. I don't know who that person is. Yeah.
I don't know.
Can we be honest? This rendition of Sonic sucks compared to mine.
Wait, how come Tiny Tina has an arm? Has most of an arm.
Do we have
that's a sleeve?
Yeah, it is Tiny Tina.
You want to have a discussion whether or not Sonic's arms are blue or tan? How about none?
I'm really enjoying the look on Slippy's face right there. He looks horrified.
He's trapped in the video.
Get me the fuck out of here.
Am I a boy or a girl?
He's using me.
It's the exact moment he found out he was going to be in an extra credits video.
Okay, all right, you know how we do. Thanks for believing in us.
Aww.
Okay, if you think of the beginning of mass market, home video games starting
Am I
in
supposed to be encouraged by the fact that you're going to reference fucking Sonic the Hedgehog?
I don't fucking know, dude.
Yeah, whenever I hear Sonic the Hedgehog,
well, I mean,
I just
about inflation.
How? What?
Just
how
condescending it because
he's
he was
just
so
condescending. It's like I know you smooth brains don't want to listen to something like inflation, so I'm going to distract you with these silly characters.
Well, yeah, those 2 points. They were strictly overcompensation. 1, please don't be bored. 2, I'm going to jangle some keys. Like, I will. They'll shine. You're going to be like, ooh, look at that. You'll love the sound. It'll be great. God, how embarrassing.
This is in part an animation channel, so I would at the very least expect the minimum of you drawing things for your video and not just talking to me, right? So it's like it's not a point. It's the minimum of what you should do for this.
Beginning of mass market home video games starting in, say, 1982, when the Atari 2600 came out. Well, $1 back then was worth a lot more than $1 today.
Holy shit.
It's all right, okay?
Wow,
we just,
wait, is that what inflation is?
We just died. Who knows where he'll go?
Is there any proof of this? That's crazy.
Well, he did research for a whole night.
$1 doesn't look any bigger.
Well, he dug deep into the government files.
He went to Atlantis.
Proof of inflation.
He totally didn't use.
There was no other proof of it.
He totally didn't use inflationcalculator.com.
What? No, he researched all night. Damn you! He looked at specific prices
all night. You saw the steamy cup he was holding by the wrong.
that turned into the slime monster that eats dollars.
Yeah, he was in the Sky Castle. Remember?
We're making a video game by accident at this point.
Specifically, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, it was worth
Impressive.
Yeah, there you go. That's research.
And more. So when game cartridges first came out at around 20.
Oh, dude, I love Snake.
I want to learn more about. I want to learn more about him and his going on adventures. Look at him.
Yeah.
What was the collectathon game we played as Snake? I remember having fun on it. I can't remember.
That was Snake. You collectathon the little things and it made you.
Well, there's that one.
Yeah.
Was it on NES?
No, like it was on PC. I think it came out like I want to say like 8 years ago, something like that. Chat, help me out. Snake Pass. That was it. Yeah. Okay. It was kind of cool. It was a really unique way of traveling around because you're a snack and you have to like curl your way up obstacles and stuff. I remember it being fun.
$25 to $30, they were actually selling for what would roughly be around $90 today.
Well, look at that.
Okay. You know what hasn't gone up 325%? My fucking wage.
Yeah.
Sorry. No, it really is a thing. Like wages have not gone up significantly since 1982. So this argument really doesn't hold.
This argument doesn't hold for a fucking plethora of reasons, but obviously this won't be the only thing he says.
Really
it'll be fine.
He's
just say all kinds of things.
Yeah, he'll have his reasons later.
Jumped to
look at Sonic. Look, you like Sonic?
Why does he have arms now?
He has arms now.
Why does he have arms now?
Why are you changing?
Why are his legs? Why are his legs?
Yeah, he's supposed to have blue legs.
Yeah, they fucked this up huge.
Oh, the intern drew this one.
Wow.
I was under the impression
someone better get fired for this blunder.
Demonstratives. Why is Sonic here? Is he just here?
He's the one. He's delivering the information to you.
Disclaimer.
He's like, hey there.
It's like in the it's like the NES. It's like
no, this is classic
Sonic. Word paperclip.
Yeah, and then it's like progressing in the timeline.
I love paperclip Sonic. Is that more or less annoying?
Oh, that's the reason.
I don't know.
Why. Yeah,
I can't answer.
No, classic Sonic, and we all like classics. I like classic Sonic.
And that's great.
It's my fucking favorite, dude. Yeah, Sonic 3 and Knuckles, baby.
Because of Machine Gun.
Yeah.
Hey, you know, New Sonic is part of some stuff that's not cringe. Sometimes.
I mean, I suppose, but I don't know. Classic Sonic, I prefer the design. I like that he doesn't talk.
I like that he shut the fuck up.
He doesn't talk.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I mean, have you played Sonic 1 lately? It didn't age well.
Oof.
No, I don't think Sonic 1 has aged that well personally, but Sonic 3 and Knuckles is still one of my favorites ever.
Yeah.
It's not as good as Sonic 06 though. Yeah. That's where they really found their stride, you know.
That's true. Yeah. Oh my god. What was
I really like
they really found their footing.
Gun.
Silver the Hedgehog, man. What a great character
Silver,
he was.
So cool. Cooler than Shadow. Shadow tries too hard. It's no use. Classic gaming.
to $50 in the 90s with the advent of the Genesis and Super Nintendo? Well, those were actually probably the priciest games we've ever gotten.
Whoa.
In today's dollars, they'd cost you well over $100.
I like how, so of course, already instantly, that is the maximum amount that you would be spending on these games, the maximum amount you could spend on Call of Duty. God damn.
Yeah.
It's no ceiling. There is no ceiling for a lot of games. It's literally you can just keep buying and buying and buying.
Oh, I thought someone else would have something to say, but all right, I can hit play.
Oh, well, I was in the midst of sneezing right there, so I couldn't contribute.
It just got oddly quiet, and I want to make sure.
It did. I heard the tumbleweed. Terrifying.
I think we all sneezed.
Oh, tumbleweed.
So inflation bad.
Yes.
Inflation good.
Yeah.
To be completely fair, we've just established inflation exists.
Yep.
As far as I've gone. But hey, look, Knuckles and Long.
In regard to this image, Chaos Emeralds are not a currency. I'm sorry. Rupees, they are. This doesn't work. I reject this.
I don't know what it is now. I'm just imagining like Link coming home from work at the lumber mill, you know, wanting to.
So how many rupees is that little pile?
That's not
right
even
there
many. No way that's what a Chaos Emerald is worth.
Save the kingdom, but I got to do a little, side gig to.
I don't know. I'm just imagining him living in like Hyrule and actually struggling, you know. And he goes to like the supermarket. He's like, Jesus, $3, fucking hell. Like,
yeah, and you know, Knuckles should be outraged.
36.
Yeah, Knuckles should be outraged to sell a Chaos Emerald for 36 fucking rupees. That's insane.
Link to the Past and Sonic and Knuckles were totally worth that price. Do not at me. Then the
Nobody wants to talk to you, man.
God.
Yeah, I don't even care.
Thank you for your thank you for your brave takes. I'm
sure, at me about
I'm sure we'll be real excited about your opinion on like Ocarina of Time being good, like
or Super Metroid.
Do not at me.
I was waiting for Dev to say "Do not at me."
Good for me. Okay, hold on.
I care about him.
Look at him go. Tubular, radical.
I wonder, Mahler, what's your favorite Zelda? Maybe I can also stub my toe on this one.
Why do you want to just like walk into these landmines?
You're like
it's like everybody. You know what?
Please give me rakes to step on.
It's like pulling a band-aid off. You get it all over with at once. You know?
I'll counter curveball you. My favorite Zelda is Phantom Hourglass.
Oh, I love Phantom Hourglass.
I think people will find that an interesting choice.
It probably to be fair,
about it.
It probably is Link to the Past, but I really liked Phantom Hourglass.
Link to the Past is my favorite, but I really like Phantom Hourglass. Yeah.
My absolute favorite is Majora's Mask.
Good.
I'm Majora's Mask.
Mine is Majora's Mask as well. That's cool.
Yeah, Dev, you're okay. You'll be fine on this one. I just want to make everybody angry. In fact, a lot of people will probably say that that's a pretty cool choice.
Yeah, the typical Ocarina of Time like is bad. That's the take that gets you killed on the internet. Because remember, Ego Raptor made his video on it. Anyone see that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I saw that one.
I did,
that
yes.
That was actually one of the first kind of predated the really long video breakdowns. I mean, I don't think that one is that long. I remember it being like an hour or so, maybe a little longer.
It was.
I think it was less than that.
It was interesting watching the discourse for that
one.
I know, right?
Yeah,
crazy. But his Mega Man one was real good. Mega Man X, I think it was, right?
Oh yeah. Yep. He had a short-lived series. What was it called? It was had some sort of catchy name, but I'm clearly not catchy enough.
Oh boy, I forget it already.
Sequelitis?
Yes,
Sequelitis.
That's yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, no, I don't think that Ocarina of Time is bad. It's a good game. I just prefer other games to it.
Honestly, wait, what were you expecting to be your controversial Zelda opinion?
I don't know, because the other ones also came out of left field for me. So I was just it could be anything from my point of view.
It came out of left field that people would be shocked that you thought that Super Metroid wasn't that great. I thought, I thought you would.
That is a very shocking opinion.
Yeah,
is it really?
Yeah,
dude, of course it is.
Super Metroid is like one of the most beloved games of all time.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I like Metroidvanias a lot. I just like a lot of other ones.
Yeah, and what Metroidvanias are as a genre, in large part, is owed to Super Metroid.
Yeah,
I understand. Yeah,
and I will be one of the first to say, like, I didn't play it obviously for a long time. I went back to it. I think it was, I want to say, like 10 years ago I first played it now. But I remember even then being like, a bit old. And then I played it for like half an hour, and I was like, this is fucking amazing. Like I don't even care anymore.
I don't even think
even if things are aged, there's still value in seeing how they did it first, right? Even if like future games made it better. Yeah, I think that's probably why, even though I know it's probably the wrong opinion, I prefer Shenmue over Yakuza because it did it first, right? And I have like a nostalgia factor there. But
right,
yeah, it's that kind of thing. I think.
I think
love
that's
Shenmue, man. That's a great.
Oh
game.
Yeah, it's a great game.
I think Super Metroid might have the best atmosphere of pretty much any game. It just it really nails what it goes for, and it's kind of like at the peak of that era of graphics and stuff. So I always kind of prefer like peak 2D over early kind of crude 3D personally, just because you can do so much more with it. You're not kind of struggling with the new technology.
I don't know. I feel like Gwendolyn, right? Like that's kind of sort of illustrating that it's becoming a style in and of itself. Low poly. You know, it's like I've seen it on Twitter, like the Bloodborne demake or whatever it is, where it's like PlayStation 1 graphics. Like that's starting to become a thing now. Like pixel art has already very much become a thing.
Yeah, but actually, like you take a game like. Sorry,
yeah, just real quick, Fringy. I think she's actually making Bloodborne for the PS1 specifically. Like you can run it on PS1, yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that, but that's cool.
But like you can take the kind of aesthetic and do it so much better now, though. Like back then, you were struggling on early hardware; you could barely churn out like 15 frames per second, things like that.
I want to stand a little bit more for PlayStation 1 and Nintendo 64. Like Crash Bandicoot still looks great. Like it has a great look as it is originally on PlayStation.
Yeah.
I think it's very dependent on the specific games in question, as always, though, as well, because a lot of the time with games from earlier generations, you find that they were very good at like leveraging the limitations of their visual capabilities in the art style in a way that like really enhances the whole thing.
Really ties the room together.
And certain games did better than others. Like I think Crash Bandicoot was pretty solid, pretty stable. Anybody who's played like 4-player deathmatch on GoldenEye or Perfect Dark remembers the single-digit frame rates that the game would kind of slow down to at times.
Yeah. So everyone's using rocket launchers and it just freezes.
Yeah.
Well, your frame rate would drop considerably if you were playing split screen Left 4 Dead on the Xbox 360.
Oh gosh,
true.
It continued to be a thing into the future.
I still can't get over
so fun
playing split screen up to like 4 people on one of those like tiny ass TVs in my childhood.
Man.
Especially, I don't know if any of you would have it like the TV not necessarily the typical place in like a living room would be that it's in the middle of the room at the back of a wall or something like that, but sometimes you have a TV up at the top corner. Anyone ever have that? Like Yep. So playing 4-player split screen on one of those TVs when you're sitting on the fucking sofa, you're literally like, I can't see anything, but I'm having fun.
I don't know. Just you get used to it because I definitely played like 4-player split screen on like the small, like the small CRT TVs that you would get.
Yeah. I mean, they're all small.
They had like the built-in VCR, slide underneath the screen.
I distinctly remember playing Donkey Kong 64, and one thing that they did with that game is, and you'll never live it down if you ever experienced it, is that it would randomly give you, I think the first player a bigger screen if you did 3-player instead of making you equal screens. Right. Like the first player would get like the whole top half.
Yeah, someone would get half the screen.
And people would never let you live it down. They're like, you got so much more space.
Well, and it's funny if you were doing like a like 1v1 on a particular map and stuff, and then it's like, are you screen watching? It's like, are you camping? It was like,
Screen watching was it was terrible because you wanted to wait around a corner and you wanted to set a trap or something. You just couldn't do it because they were looking at your screen. That was just the thing.
There's actually a really clever indie game.
Hard not to when your screen is right next to this, literally underneath.
Yeah, it's right there. Yeah.
There's actually a clever indie game. Yeah. There's a clever indie game about 10 years ago that I played at PAX called Screen Sheet, where the gimmick was it's basically like GoldenEye, but your characters are invisible. So you had to use Screen Sheet as a mechanic. You actually had to look at their screen to figure out where they are to shoot them. It was actually a pretty funny idea.
Yeah, I like that. It's interesting. Yeah.
Have you guys noticed this is like a fucking? We've done everything we can to avoid listening to this video.
I was gonna say, like,
we know what's coming. It's all like, inflation. Got it. I know what it is. Thanks.
Well, we should be watching now.
All right. So
there's Knuckles and
Nuckles and Long.
Link There's Knuckles and Lonk.
Yeah.
Hold on, we have to settle something first before we have to actually pay attention. Okay, going back to the CRT era, how many of you guys sat on the couch, and how many of you guys were floor sitters?
It depends where
I
we
would
were
do
at the
both.
time.
Yeah, both.
Yeah, depends on the house.
The couch wasn't close enough. We were floor sitters.
Yeah, same here. 100%.
I used to be
4 friends sitting like on the floor in front of the TV.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah.
I used to be a beanbag master race, but now I think beanbags are trying to kill me. Yeah.
The spine killer.
Do not at me. Then the Great Disc Revolution happened. Instead of having to buy pricey cartridges containing expensive hardware, instead of having to ship bulky boxes with a fat hunk of plastic in them, now games could fit in a jewel case and
also
be written
waterlogged.
Ooh.
with CD. This lowered production costs by a lot. And as the console wars heated up,
Look, it's Mario.
Wait,
Oh
if
my
it was
God.
console,
He doesn't.
Why does one have arms and one doesn't?
Yeah, on the
This
left
isn't
it's in
fair.
their style, on the right it's not. Why are they doing this?
just to show the difference
Why?
between.
Why did they change his
you
leg
know?
color again?
He's got blue legs now.
So inconsistent.
Yeah,
He
this
does
is so
have blue
weird.
legs.
Are we to
Like a
believe this is
slide.
a different Sonic every time?
Or is the implication here, yeah, Mario versus Sonic on like the Dreamcast when it was very much over at that point?
Also,
This should be
look,
Crash. Crash
I know they got to
Bandicoot.
make a lot of these images and everything, but that's a shitty Mario.
Isn't that like base requirement? That's a
That's
shitty
like a Mario
Mario.
stunt double.
He looks like he's got a mullet or something. His hair looks weird.
Legally
yeah, he
distinct
does.
Mario.
Legally
He's
distinct.
Philippe.
Yeah, that's true. They do got to be careful with it lately. With
I am Lorenzo.
Nintendo striking down shit now.
Oh, and
I know
also,
that-
Mario doesn't have a neck, but Sonic's head is attached to his body as well.
And Mario has
Yeah,
no legs.
Looks like
Sonic
a clear
does.
win here.
If only I had a neck to
Yeah, like,
enjoy my pasta.
Why is Mario's legs drawn like little sticks? But this is all very confusing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Sonic has limbs and Mario doesn't. It's so
Dude, this
strange.
was supposed to be the fucking selling point. Why is the art so bad?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're the ones who drew attention to it.
I was
so
promised.
we're looking
I was
at it.
promised art of characters I recognize in exchange for a boring talk on how inflation made games expensive.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't recognize
Now we're
this guy
getting
on the
knockoff
left.
versions. What is this? Ridiculousness. Terrible.
up, and Sony and Microsoft duked it out for who would have the dominant home console.
Why
Something
why not Nintendo? Where's Nintendo?
Well, Nintendo
Where's
didn't
the
have anything out
GameCube?
at this point. I don't think.
Nintendo, yeah,
Nothing.
they were.
No,
yeah,
Nintendo
they were
didn't have a
active.
platform that sold comparably to the Xbox, and both of which sold. Why is it a PlayStation 1 and an original Xbox?
You probably didn't know this, Fringy, but all they had was trading
Oh.
cards at this point.
Look at that.
Pokemon cards.
It's a PlayStation 1 and an
Yeah.
original Xbox.
That's ridiculous.
Did you not have the Nintendo Hoop and Stick? It was really good.
Ball in a cup.
What do I
It-
choose between? Do I choose between
Yeah,
the PlayStation
the graphics
1 or the
are realistic.
Xbox One?
It has
The
motion
original Xbox.
controls. Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah,
Crazy.
yeah, you're right.
What
The
the-
PS2 was the first console to come out of that generation. They came out before the Xbox
Why-
and the
yeah, it
GameCube.
should be a
Well, yeah, it was
PlayStation
PS2 and then
Xbox
GameCube and then Xbox. So
Yeah.
matching it up with PS1 here makes no
Why
fucking
did-
sense.
Yeah, it should be the PlayStation 1 versus the Nintendo 64.
Yeah.
And the Sega Saturn, I guess, if you want to look, all right, if you want to.
Yeah.
Well,
if you really
Well,
want to
they-
go there.
See, you guys are
In
making
their
you guys are
defense.
nitpicking when they've got the character looking confused because he's like, "Wait, this isn't right. Like, this isn't what
Yep.
happened."
Yeah.
Well, the
Also-
reason that things aren't quite accurate is because they used up all of their research funding on all of the research to tell us what inflation is.
Mm.
They couldn't spend
He was
1 minute
sleep
out of their 10
deprived.
minutes of research time to actually look up the dates
Oh,
of these
no, no, no.
releases.
I kind of want to think about what's going on with the shapes of the middle character's hair, but I also kind of don't. Like, what are they? What are the
It's
shapes
unfortunate.
indicating?
It's
This
unique.
is just an abstract form of what you would know as
Picasso,
hair.
yeah.
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 Picasso's great. We love Picasso.
Also, just another thing to point out as well. Why doesn't it say Sony and Microsoft, or alternatively, why isn't Sony's the PlayStation
Symbols, yeah.
logo?
yeah,
Right,
one's a
yeah.
logo,
Why
one's the
is
name.
yeah?
They keep
'cause
fucking with
Sony
us.
is the company and PlayStation is the brand. Xbox
Do you
is the
think-
brand and Microsoft the company.
Even though it'd be weird if
Yeah.
they wrote Sony and then they went to write Microsoft, they're like, "This is too long. Fuck." Like, we can't.
Just slap it on his head.
Yeah.
You can still do M. Yeah, you
Well,
can do M
but
or
I've already
something.
written and colored in Sony.
Yeah,
I
it's
couldn't
too late to get rid of
erase that
Sony.
after
So.
all that amazing work. Look, I
God,
even did the
so
Sony font
weird.
that it's definitely in.
Yeah.
heard of happened. Get this. Those savings actually got
Okay, not to nitpick further, but
doesn't have armholes.
Did you notice how they drew the two execs the same way exactly, and then he was like, "I should probably color them different. I'll change the tie."
Well, I think it's green for Xbox.
No, I know, but like,
it's just a normal fill too. That you could change. That
You could have done all kinds of things.
seconds.
They were like, oh, "I'll just make it." Yeah, there you go, nailed it.
I just like the idea that
they're both white, but the guy in the middle is white. That's weird.
They represent demon people. The companies, faceless corporations, you know.
Get this. Those savings actually got passed to us, the consumers. Instead of raising prices with inflation, the standard game price remained the same. The industry then started to get wary of the idea of charging more. They thought the consumers
The industry? No. It wasn't the industry. It was consumers that got wary. Like, this is what he just fucked that up.
Yeah, like regular people, like, oh, I don't know if I want to spend all of this money on a video game. That's what happened.
Why is the idea that people are upset about the price of the things they like going up being portrayed as they're getting their pitchforks and torches out as this innocent fellow just like upping the price of his thing?
look at precious little game man. He's just a game. Look at him.
Yeah, these are consumer advocates here at Extra Credits. I don't get it.
This is really weird. It's almost like, why is it being presented in this way? A little bit, like, oh, they passed the savings. I do like that. Yeah, they passed the savings on to you. It's like, wow, how benevolent of them when they were trying to make money. Like,
welcome to the history of consumers being assholes. Like, what?
It definitely wasn't that there was increased competition because of all of these new companies that were entering the market as well.
No,
that can't be it.
At all. No.
There's also a lot of nuance too, because the reason why Nintendo 64 games were so expensive is because PlayStation jumped to disc, and the cartridges were just way more expensive to produce than a disc. So that's why a lot of N64 games were $60 versus like the 40 or 50 you'd find on PlayStation.
Well, he mentioned that. He had like a little thing about the switch over from cartridge to disc.
Yeah.
Okay, I must have missed that between everything else.
More. They thought the consumers might revolt. Actually, there were all sorts of think pieces back then about how charging $60 for a game would destroy the industry. So for years, other ways.
What?
Show me one.
Yeah. You can just put the headline in the. I mean, we're all YouTubers, right? We've all done this before. Put a headline in a video and be like, "Here's what's going on. Look at the article."
He said there were all kinds.
Maybe link it in the description.
Literally every kind of article you can imagine exists for this.
If you can tell me that something exists and like, surely there's loads of this sort of thing. Just show me one.
Well, and the other thing is, why is it that you in 2024 can figure out to look at old like pamphlets of game prices, but people in like 2000 couldn't figure out to do that?
Scissors is fucked up.
I just think that they want to keep the style where they'd rather use like manipulative cartoons rather than actually show sources, which is kind of sad, really.
Also, the game dev gave a cruel haircut to the poor game.
Should we include sources? No, just draw a manipulative cartoon.
Just trust us.
You know how late I was up?
We said 6 times in the intro how true this is.
What the fuck is wrong with her hair?
Oh, God.
It's like dark blue. It's like 2 layers.
Yeah. Okay, I think I've
like
I figured out part of what they're doing.
See-through
They leave a little thing to like imply the presence of an ear that doesn't exist down at the bottom left, I guess.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
that is one low ear.
I'm saying I don't have to worry about it.
Where's the cutoff part on the far side?
Is
Like
the
it should be
dev?
closer.
Is that what it means, developer?
Yes, D.
Well, it doesn't make sense because most developers aren't publishers. So
what?
Yeah, Rex, you're right about that. The game's face, like it looks like when he. Oh, I guess we'll just get to it in a minute. Yeah, it looks like when he cut that corner off, that was like an essential part of his brain.
Yeah, it was
you need drool coming out.
He was in the middle of speaking, and it's like,
Yeah,
I will say,
there was an important lobe in that corner.
If this is symbolic
of
Bioshock
Infinite,
if this is symbolic of cutting pieces out and selling them back to us, like, yeah, that's pretty good actually. Yeah, that's pretty on point.
Interesting.
But the timeline's all fucked up.
They only have 9 minutes, damn it.
Charging $60 for a game would destroy the industry. So for years, other ways.
Yeah, again,
to
it would be
corners
nice if there was like a source for that.
Oh well,
were found.
That is the
Disc
thing you just said.
Manufacturing prices decreased, boxes became packed with less and less goodies, manuals were shrunk from 50-page tomes to 5-page leaflets, maps.
Yo, some of you, do you guys remember the, what was it? The Halo 1 and Halo 2 books, like booklets that came with the games? Those things were like fucking grimoires of lore and cool shit.
That's one of the
all
things.
Sorts of stuff.
Yeah, like
the going a bit further
stuff.
back with a lot of video games, a lot of people would claim like the
extensive guides.
video games were impossible
like,
to beat because of how crazy they were made and stuff. It was like they often did come with manuals that no one has anymore, or at least it's
like,
hard to find.
Yeah, that's a big factor.
All the weapons and all the enemies that you'll fight and stuff like that. Like, oh, this is really cool. This, like, just reading this kind of gets you hyped about the game, because you'd open it up and it's like, oh, the jackals and grunts and elites and hunters and oh shit, the flamethrower is in here, and we have the shotgun. And it tells you about all the guns and what they do.
Like the map for the world map for like Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah.
Zelda had a map. Yeah,
waiting for the game.
Zelda had a map.
Let me
I remember.
got it.
I remember the last big box PC game I bought actually wasn't that long ago. It was Witcher 2, which I guess it's been about 10, 13 years or whatever. But the box for that, it wasn't even a full-size box. It came with so much stuff. It came with like a full-size manual, a full-size game guide, soundtrack, cinematics DVD, a map, a letter with a actual metal coin in it, plus a bunch of paper dolls you could fold together to make little kind of like goober little paper doll versions of Geralt and I think Triss and a couple other characters, and like it had so much stuff, and it was $40, and it was like such a great deal, man.
I've got the booklet for Halo Combat Evolved. I've got a PC copy and an Xbox copy, and then the Xbox box. It has this guide. It's like 30 pages long. It has a table of contents at the beginning. It gives you like a primer on the story so far. The main screen, loading, saving, the Pillar of Autumn and its crew. So it's got like a little bio on Captain Keyes, the Marines, Cortana. It has the Covenant here, and it shows you all the different types, and it tells you what they do. It's got all the vehicles, all of the human weapons, all the Covenant weapons, your Mjolnir armor, and plus it's all color. Full color front to back.
Did they take all that from the TV show? I know all that.
They must have. Wow, it looks so cool. Even the plasma grenade, it's like, because this is written as if it's being given to like a soldier. Here's your manual for combat, soldier. Because it says here, plasma grenade. This weapon is similar to our own hand grenade in that it is a thrown anti-infantry and anti-vehicle weapon. It has some kind of internal mechanism that allows it to distinguish between targets and background. For example, it will stick to a soldier or vehicle, but not a tree or wall. It has a 3-second fuse that is activated after it sticks to a target or otherwise comes to a rest. And it's got all this stuff for all the vehicles and weapons and everything.
Well,
and I'm like,
fuck that. That's old. We don't need that no more.
Yeah, what if we paid $20 for white?
Yeah.
Wait, I'm confused with this argument. Is he leading down the path of, since we cut out the cost, doesn't that mean the game should be less expensive?
He's saying that they're making up for inflation by making the process cheaper by not including all this extra stuff.
Instead of going, games went from 50 to 60, they went, games are 50, but you don't get your big pamphlet anymore. You don't get your big things anymore.
It would be greatly helped by just having a little thing that says what year this timeline is supposed to be in, because this could be 2000, this could be 2010, like.
All these changes went back and forth and all over the place. The fucking timeline here is complicated, like in real life, I mean. Let alone.
And you can also like basically subtract like 5 to 10 years if you're following Nintendo's timeline, because Nintendo was always like 5 years behind everybody else. Like they actually were on record saying that they'd never ever do DLC, and that was obviously a while ago. But yeah, so very different.
It's no longer came as special inserts, and the price held. Then digital started to take off. And
okay. We've skipped an important part of the story, which is the rise of expansion packs and downloadable. Well, I mean, he's talking about downloadable content, but like starting to get into like horse armor and stuff.
Yeah, and there were
horse armor was a thing before Steam and before selling games digitally.
Mm-hmm.
making games was becoming more and more expensive, prices just barely crept up to that $60 mark. Because despite the platform fees, being able to sell digitally was faster, cheaper, and eliminated a lot of the risk of ending up with too large or too small of a print run. But budgets for a true AAA game began to balloon for reasons
whose fault is that?
we will get into in a future video.
Oh, that'll be a fucking classic.
Oh, come on. Okay. That seems like a pretty important part of the puzzle to not.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
That's essential, I would say.
I just like the idea. It's like we had to spend $10 billion on the next Tetris game. You're like, okay.
Oh yeah, whoever posted the Witcher 2 thing. Yeah, I got I don't think it's this version. It might be, but
this was the PC version. Was a bit more stuff than the console one, but yeah.
Okay, because my console one was because I've got like the collector's version, and it's got some stuff in there. That was a cool game.
Yeah, it was a fun game.
The Witcher 2 was great.
I like big
boxes. You can see that like it had several different discs. Some of those were like the soundtrack. I believe one of them had cinematics. They had like a full size map. They also had like a letter. I don't know if you can tell. There's like a letter with like a sort of fake wax seal. And also you can see over the bottom right, there's like a little paper doll thing where you make these little paper doll, like 3D paper doll versions of Geralt. You can actually open up his mouth. You saw like as a kind of grotesque mouth with like tongue and everything in there. It's very weird, very Polish, but it was a lot of fun.
How is the industry not bleeding money, including all of these cool things for us gamers? Surely this is completely unsustainable.
Yeah, I mean, nobody even talks about CD Projekt Red anymore. They're complete failures. So
Dude, I remember even just appreciating like a simple instruction manual. Like in the 90s, my parents would take me out shopping, and like if I was lucky enough to get a game, then it's like we probably won't get home for a while, but I had the game there, and I could open it up and I could pull the manual out, and I would read that back to front. Like many times over, and be like, okay, I am prepped for this game once I get home, because I fucking know everything. I know all the enemy types. I know what I'm doing. I know the story, and it was full color. It was like verbose. Like it was like, there's a lot in there, and it felt like an event.
Yeah. If you're like stuck with your parents at Bed Bath and Beyond for like 4 hours, which is an eternity as a kid, and it's like, well, I can read this instruction booklet.
Exactly.
It really dawned on me when I got like a Call of Duty game and it had a pamphlet that didn't even have a staple in it. It was just like, I think it was just like epilepsy warnings and stuff. I'm like, this is the legal minimum that they can do while shipping the game. And I was about to have an epileptic fit at that point. Yeah.
Well, how long before they just have a little fucking slip of paper that says "Enjoy" in Comic Sans on it?
That actually happened to me a while ago, actually, when I just got Battlefield, the first EA Battlefield, 2014, 2013, something like that. I bought it at Best Buy just because I'm not going to Best Buy if I hadn't had a gift card. I went to the front desk, and I already read that it was just a code, right? But I went to the front desk and they're like, "Hey, do you want disk protection on that?" I was like, "Oh, for my cardboard, sure, why not?"
Yeah,
I remember because I was super into Lord of the Rings: Two Towers and Return of the King. So when Third Age was coming out, on the way back, it came with like a huge trading card set, and it had all the information of every enemy you're going to fight the whole game. It's such a great little imagination booster for how you're going to encounter them, what it's going to mean, and it's just like a huge flavoring for the whole experience. But it's so dead as a thing, as an element.
Well, how much of that was also just the transition to digital, making it, kind of unnecessary to make up these documents if half or more of your player base is just buying it on Steam anyways?
That's the thing. It feels like there's plenty of aspects that are involved as to why it happened. It just feels like an experience that a lot of people are going to miss out on now. Like, that was really cool. It was a really cool element, really fun. And I think it's nice, too, to have a physical element of the experience that, I'm not saying that every single game changes you or anything, but any game that you adore, having like a physical thing that relates to it in any way, shape, or form is oftentimes going to be quite satisfying versus...
Yeah, I remember growing up, I had the GTA San Andreas map on my wall as a poster. It came with the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool things like that.
Mahler, you're completely wrong. It's all just capitalism. That's the problem.
I knew it. I knew it.
Well, I don't even know if that's the angle.
It's that creature, that big yellow creature that eats the dollars. He's capitalism, isn't he? I knew it. They trapped him at the bottom of the White House.
I don't know if they'll go that explicit. Like, I don't know how very left leaning these guys are. They seem to be somewhat left leaning from what I've seen, but I don't know if they're gonna go like full on. We gotta revolt, guys.
They're more about like they try to explain games industry stuff like from the perspective of low-ranking developers more so than like trying to take a hardline political stance. And so I think that's what like the gamers, they just don't get it because they don't work in the industry.
I would buy that if they didn't make the video about black people being orcs.
Oh.
And also it's a despite I know that they've actually done like IRL talks and stuff. They claim to know a lot about the industry. Extra credits. There's a huge disconnect here because developers almost never get to choose the price of their games. The publisher does. And it's the publishers that generally all kind of, whether officially or unofficially, kind of get together and kind of set the standard, whether through competition or generally through the generation. Like usually these big price jumps happen in a generation. So like we're now kind of used to paying $70 on a lot of these games now that are coming out for the next generation, even though they're functionally the same as last generation. Same thing happened with I think the Xbox 360 PS3 era kind of set $60 as a standard. So there was never really a $55 generation, really. It went from 50 to 60.
Critical of their approach, but they had a guy do research all night. I don't know what you mean. Like,
I forgot about that. Yeah.
Do you see all the papers he had? That was a lot of papers.
He did have a lot of papers. Yeah.
Man's got some ideas.
But he lost some, and
he did lose
seem
some,
to be the important ones because
the only ones that mattered.
He decided to not include the fact that games are getting more expensive in his "Why are games getting more expensive?" video.
Hey, they'll talk about it in the future.
$80 here now. Jesus, $80 for some of this shit. Plus all the Canadian taxes. It's ridiculous.
Well, and then plus all the other elements, right? All the additional shit, all the future shit, all the premium, deluxe, bonus, additional DLC, microtransactions.
I think the most premium edition of the next Assassin's Creed is going to be like $130.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say that. Yeah.
Oh my! Actually, Kate, did you see that advertisement where they advertised
to save the franchise?
They advertised the best version of the game as being $17.99 a month.
Yeah, that's for Ubisoft subscription service, which, by the way, that is pretty brazen to think that anybody would want to pay $18 a month for Ubisoft games like service.
I don't want to pay for Ubisoft games.
In general.
Oh yeah, I'm not paying $18 a month.
Listen, Ubisoft until they put out Beyond Good and Evil 2, they are a dead company to me.
You want them to do that?
I don't even know if that's
happening. I mean, it'll probably be shit. Yeah, it'll probably be shit. Never mind.
It's sinister the way they present it too, right? Because it's like the price goes up and up. The versions are more and more like packed with stuff, and then at the very end, it's like, oh, $17.99. That's quite a drop from $130. Maybe I'll just do
a month.
That,
is like really tiny, like a month.
In fairness, it's Assassin's Creed. You're gonna play it for less than a month and then never play it again.
And you won't remember.
And it won't stick with you exactly.
Dude, the amount you hear that these days of people playing games that they 1 week later are like, I don't remember what I did in that thing. I think I ran around.
What was the story about?
I have to focus really hard when I think about like playing Skyrim. A game like that. It's like I know I played that game a lot, and I have to really focus and squint and think way back very carefully to dredge up actual memories of playing that game and what it was like. Because it's just gone straight through the brain sieve. Just gone. Some games are like that.
But how could you not remember the quadruple A game, Skull and Bones?
Oh, pirate game where you can't swim?
Or
hey, a lot of pirates didn't know how to swim.
Yeah. I remember, like I've played like Sea of Thieves for like 100 hours probably, and it's like I have a lot of memories of Sea of Thieves. Like a lot of that stuff is stuck with me because it's fun memes. But
yeah,
like I don't remember. I'm not gonna remember anything about a game like Skull and Bones.
The thing I remember being bored of Skull and Bones, Skull and Bones had this like player conduct thing where you can't board people unless they consent to being boarded or some shit. It was so
how the fuck does that even work?
No piracy
in a fucking
pirate game.
Yeah, it's so stupid.
You almost want to like have
in base Sea of Thieves, if you have an LGBTQ pride flag, it means you are going to be attacked by everyone that you see. It is the PvP flag of that game.
You know that reminds me of this one cartoon character that I posted in chat. It's this cartoon I saw it years ago, but it was like a good pirate never takes another person's property.
True. That's the world way.
That's true.
I was just thinking about I'm assuming several of you have seen the clip that went relatively viral recently of a gaming interaction that was truly tragic on I think it was Valorant or something like that. But I was just thinking like take that clip, right? But like you could edit it so that it's like a game where you're supposed to take each other's ships. You board their ship and then you're like, "We've got you now, fuckers." And then that girl is like Alt F4's just like, "I can't believe the abuse we take. This is insane."
Yeah.
They called me a fucker.
Without our consent.
The
pirates got on our ship.
That clip was
our stuff.
I think it was actually the first episode we had with John here, but we discussed the sort of culture of gaming excessively because it was kind of at this point it's fucking heaven to think about those times, like to remember how it used to be, and just every once in a while you get a viral clip of someone being like, "Can you believe the abuse I take?" And it's just some guy being like, "I'm gonna fuck you up. I'm gonna kill your whole family."
It's
or
so
I'm gonna...
mild.
You're just like,
yeah.
It's almost, dude. It's so mild that back then, if there's some of these people in these clips, if they had tried it, you'd be like, "Is that all you got, really?" Like,
right?
Yeah, creative.
Silently waiting for the rest of the insult.
Yeah, like it's your turn. Go ahead. You're supposed to be roasting me, but this is it.
Well, because back then, everybody understood that this was all bullshit and not meant to be taken seriously. So that we're all online, we're all fucking around, like whatever. We're just like it's just a game to see who can say the most horrendous shit. And
speaking of bullshit that shouldn't be taken seriously, this video.
How dare you try and get us back to the video?
Stop trying to keep us on topic.
Fine, we'll go back.
Despite the platform fees, being able to sell digitally was faster, cheaper, and eliminated a lot of the risk of ending up with too large or too small of a print run. But budgets for a true AAA game began to balloon, for reasons we will get into in a future video.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you should have that in this video. That should be in this video.
No,
why make it too long, right?
That's
we
really
have room
important.
For inflation.
That'd be too long.
This needs to be This is a 9-minute video. Less bullshit pictures and more information, maybe, because that shouldn't be in another video. It's very important to this one. Why is the I lowercase when the rest of the letters are uppercase?
Wait, what?
He's right, you know.
It is.
That's an uppercase I.
That's
what are you talking about? Though.
Maybe it's like an accent. Maybe it's like an accent, like it's profits or something.
Profits.
Profits.
Oh,
right. I was looking at a different one. I'm still on the work in progress.
And the real.
Okay. Oh, profits.
These guys don't know that inflation exists. They won't know what.
What is this?
Profits. By an I. They'll be confused by a line.
They have the vest as well with the hole, but not the hole for the.
Oh, that's been in a couple of the drawings, yeah.
For reasons we will get into in a future video, and the real return on that $60 price point was shrinking every year as wages.
Whose fault is that?
Oh,
how did you find this out? How did he discover that the profits were shrinking?
What about the profit margins for FIFA Ultimate Team of like $1 billion a quarter?
Oh, but see, that was from DLC, and we haven't brought up DLC yet. So
the sheer amount of data behind each of these little points would be their own videos easily. But he's just
He's just saying that profits were getting smaller every year. What did you use to find that out? What's your source? How much? How much less was it? Right here. Hello? Discord?
Was that robot in for anyone
else?
Everyone
was roboting. That's why I rejoined.
It was flimping. But I was just saying, but he so boldly says that the profits are getting smaller and smaller every year. And I'm thinking, well, show us, the audience of this video, the information that you found.
He did research all night.
It would just be funny if he also threw it as a data point, like, games were also getting shittier.
No. It would actually be...
I do want to point out... Oh, no, go ahead, Go ahead.
This would absolutely be a much more interesting video if he just showed us the figures that he found and like, yeah, here's the earnings report call where they year over year analyzed the profit margins of a game from 2007 versus a game from 2009. Like, if he has data, that would be interesting to see, but he doesn't. So this is just a bullshit cartoon where we have to trust him at his word.
I think it's just he's relying on an intuitive argument, which is the games cost the same, but the profit, the budget's gone up. It's like, okay, but that doesn't even make any sense, even if you put to one side all of the additional revenue, because like, okay, let's assume that it costs more money to make the game. How many copies are they selling? Regardless of what the profit margin is, because like, you know, a profit margin on an individual game sold for like a $200 million game. Well, yeah, of course, it's $60 versus $200 million. But how many copies of that game are they selling?
Well, yeah, my $60 isn't going to be enough to have that game turn a profit. You're selling to way more people. And with digital distribution, you can just generate an infinite amount of copies to all of those new people for the same price.
Not to mention DLC, Battle Pass, microtransactions, loot boxes that obviously have to become part of the equation.
Hopefully he'll bring up DLC in the next
I'm sure he will.
It's going to be in the next video.
Well, there's something else here that's also going on, though. In the next video. Something else going on here is, I know that we're getting through this a little bit slowly, but like 20 seconds ago, we had the... Well, I mean, it's been like an hour for us, but 20 seconds ago in the video, there was the picture of, you know, the righteously irate gamers who had, you know, like the pitchforks and then the torches, and they were screaming, "Don't raise the price of our games!" Right? And we haven't seen, you know, the evil capitalist sitting on a big pile of money yet, you know, like rubbing his hands. So if you were just watching this video all the way through, at this point in the video, it seems like
a fluff piece for corporations.
It seems like they're blaming gamers for being too greedy.
Yes.
Well, that is the impression you get. They fucked up that part, remember? Because he said industry, but he showed the gamers. So the script and the illustrator don't agree on what the issue is.
Yeah, this assumes that the relationship is directly between the developers and the players, which isn't true. There's a whole other aspect. There's the vendors, you know, either the physical ones like GameStop,
do you think?
And you know, even Steam takes a 30% cut. Most platforms take a 30% cut. I think Epic takes slightly less, or more or less, I don't know, but like there's layers to this, and they all have agreements, and everybody gets paid based on agreements. Like devs get told how much they're getting paid to make a game. Like this isn't all just magically less or more depending on how many games are bought or sold.
Do you think, because I think he will bring up DLCs and expansions any second now, but and microtransactions, but do you think he's going to get a broken games, patched games like day one to allow you to fucking access the menus, or like, you know, the kinds of shit we've been through?
Too mean to corporations.
Games that require a subscription to play? Yeah.
This really does seem to be like it's skewed to be like oddly anti-consumer, because he's not being complete with information. He's not showing us the data that he used to reach the conclusions that apparently he has.
I sure hope that it gets mentioned, the kind of profits that EA, Activision, these companies have been making over these last few years.
Well, yeah,
because like the idea of like, oh man, these struggling publishers, like, I mean, the video game industry is raking in billions and billions of dollars of revenue. Like the video game industry is worth more than the film industry in terms of the amount of money it makes.
Well, here, let me tell you,
the idea that like
Electronic Arts gross profit from the 12 months ending in December 31st, 2023 was $5.86 billion.
Oh shit!
That was a 4.31% increase year over year.
And the game industry is literally larger than the movie and the music industry combined. I mean,
it's
enormous
amount
of money now.
Yeah, it's insanely big.
Is that actual numbers, Rex?
It's at least $100 billion.
Rex, put those numbers away.
Like, not only that, but the year before that, their profits went up 9.78%. So,
yeah, but he did research.
Oh, well, fair enough. I did
all day
randomly. I just did a random Google search because I was curious to see
how much. Have you been researching all night?
Last year. I have. That's why I'm so tired right now, and I'm just like, I need to get me a happy cup of coffee
with a little creature climbing out of it.
I'm pooped.
Yeah, I mean, currently valued at 217 billion a couple years ago, and expected to grow to $583 billion in total value by 2030. Like it's massive. It's like there's so much money going around, and what's also kind of cool is that there's a lot of different people kind of breaking out from the mold too. Like you get people who are just like, hey, I made this game, buy it for $5 if you want to. There's even some people who are offering games, pay what you want. But then there's the bulk of it though are like the really, really big money makers like Fortnite and EA and a lot of sports games. Actually, sports games make up possibly the majority of the money made up. Like every FIFA game is insanely successful.
So in 2020, according to Statista, in 2022, the revenue from the worldwide gaming market was estimated at almost $347 billion US. And this is the black pill part, with the mobile gaming market generating an estimated $248 billion US of that total.
Wow.
Dude, all the tactics we've been over of how everything, like mobile, when Dead Space did what it did, mobile games were like, whoa.
Look, all the scourge of video games, it's not woke writing and Sweet Baby Inc. and all that bullshit. No, it's fucking mobile games. Mobile games are the scourge of the industry, and they have been.
The peak of predatory fucking consumerist, like disgusting slop.
Hey, buddy! You've got new buddies, guy.
Dude,
they've got easy access to the normie market because everybody's got a fucking phone.
It's so fucking fucked up because they'll use like all that. It'll just be like, because this is a story I've told before. I think it was my first and last fucking experience with this. It's like, there's a cool little Simpsons game. It was called like Tap It Up or some bullshit. And it's just like, this is an official Simpsons game. If you're mobile, you can play it while you're waiting in whatever place or doing whatever. It's like, build your own little town. It's like, oh, that's fun. I can put all of the iconic Simpsons things in different places. It's like, yeah, move the Simpsons house. Is this. It's like, do you want, the elementary school or Mr. Burns' mansion? It's like, yeah, just toss in $1. It was like, oh, okay, I guess. That's pretty cool, I guess. I'll do that. And then it's like, oh, you wanted like, Smithers and Mr. Burns for the mansion? Yeah, just $1 extra on top. That's fine. You're like,
See, what you need is it's like with Stan. You need the devil to come and explain to you dopamine and serotonin and how all of that works.
And it does the thing. You pay, and then it's like animations and audio, and then like references to the show. They say a line from the show. And you're like, oh, I'm having fun.
Good job, buddy.
Yeah. And then you have people who fucking destroy their lives with these games without even realizing it. Do you guys see the clip on, I can't remember which late night talk show it was, but Jack Black explained that his kid was playing some mobile game and he eventually racked up $5,000 worth of purchases on it.
Jesus!
And Jack Black was like, how the fuck did you even do that? Like, what is this?
Yeah, it's the business model now. There's actually, back when Sterling used to make videos that were worth anything, he actually covered this. There was a GDC Talks like 10 years ago called like How to Make Whales Sing or whatever. Basically, they've been pushing this angle where mobile games expect about literally 98% of the player base to be just complete freeloaders, not really pay much of anything. They completely base their entire business model off of whales, which is about 1 to 2% of the player base, who make up 70% of their revenue. So like they get a couple people out of every 100 who just pay hundreds of dollars into these stupid games. It's really sad.
That was like joke game Diablo Immortal, that made money.
It made an insane amount of money. Yeah, because people get addicted to it. Because people are here's the uncomfortable truth about like the gaming market and the gaming industry as a whole. And it's not something that a lot of people want to talk about. It's not something a lot of gamers want to hear. Is that a huge part of the problem? Is that it's a bottom-up issue. It's that they only sell things that people buy. If people didn't buy $20 skins, if people didn't buy the season passes and the Skinnerbox loot this, that, and the other thing, if people didn't buy that shit, they would not sell it. So every time you see someone in a game who's running around with their fancy skin that they paid $20, $15, whatever dollars for, and then it's like, oh yeah, that guy is the problem. If people didn't do what that guy did, they wouldn't do it. Simple as that.
A way to sort of see all of this would be that if 0 is like we're all happy with how things are going, and 100 is like the worst thing ever, you're all the frogs in the big pot, and then the people at the heads of all of this making these decisions slowly turn up the temperature. And this goes back so many fucking years. Like I said, we've known about this for so long, but people point at him going, "Look, he's raising the temperature." And everyone looks over, then he stops and he moves it back a little bit. He's like, "What?
Yeah, it's kind of what we saw with it feels like Battlefront 2, right? That was a case of whoa. It's like, oh shit, and then the water's bubbling, and it's like, what? Huh? What?
And he turns it back, and he's like, wow, what a crazy thing that happened there. Wow, that's so whoa, what the fuck? That's nuts.
And then 5 years later, they've inched back up to it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'd say
the Battlefront 2 fiasco was
don't make it change the game. Don't have it affect gameplay. As long as you don't do that, then you can do whatever you want. There used to be a time when skins were just part of the game, where you just
unlocked them. They were meritorious rewards.
That was it. Yeah. And now at this point, we've more or less essentially accepted that cosmetics can be sold and can be sold like massively across the board. Where like it would actually be unreasonable for you to start up a game and then play it for free and expect to even unlock many things when back, even like Modern Warfare 2. You could unlock like 50 different camos for your gun.
There's a whole reason that Epic has a storefront now. It's because of Fortnite selling skins.
Yep. And, also, I think that's why I think one of the many reasons Stellar Blade was just a breath of fresh air, because you can just play the game and unlock a new outfit. It's like, oh, I have it.
Good God, that's so sad, isn't it?
I earned this.
Yeah. Isn't it sad though that we're like, oh, that's great.
Feeling.
Right. Used to be fucking normal. God damn it. There used to be places in games that you'd have to do some wacky shit to get to that maybe even involves a cheat code, and you'd find an NPC that's like, how did you get up here? It'd be like, oh, that's so fun. I love this. Now it's like, no, you can pay for the DLC to do that if you want.
One of the most interesting things the only times I actually went achievement hunting, I think it was Soul Calibur 4 or 5, one of those. They actually would unlock new outfits by the number of achievements you got. So if you got like 10 achievements, they'd unlock one batch of outfits. 20 achievements, you'd unlock more outfits, and you could use those to customize your characters and stuff like that. So it's actually pretty cool. It'd reward you for unlocking whatever. And because the achievements were a list of about 50 or so achievements, you could actually just do different tasks. It was like completing quests to get more cosmetics. It's actually a lot of fun. I like that aspect of it.
Yeah, I like tying it to an amount of achievements rather than specific achievements. Because it's like, oh, I'm not good at that, but I'm good at this thing. So I can get that achievement and then get enough to get the costume.
I think another thing, and this kind of sucks, but it's just true, because I've seen some people in chat mentioning it, what doesn't help is new popular creators who maybe half of it is they're not aware of all of this, but half of it is just like, I don't give a fuck, I'm getting involved. Do you remember the T. Martin Syndicate thing that happened? That was so long. That was so long after everything had been known. They basically they hyper-monetized the whole skin gambling thing for CSGO stuff, to the point, by the way, that had they done what they did maybe today, maybe years later from now, they would have served a lot of jail time, more than likely. They the way they would work.
What's the story?
So the way it would work is they would sell this site. I forget what the site was called. Someone in chat will know.
CSGO Lotto.
CSGO Lotto.
You just go in and you start betting on skins and doing all this kind of stuff. It's all gambling, but they owned the site. They had the back end, and they would make shit tons of money from it. And it was obviously the house always wins with gambling. Everyone knows that. But once it was all exposed, they got a shit ton of... It spawned one of the most famous apology videos from T. Martin ever, where it starts with him and his dog, and he's like, so sorry about all this, guys. I guess I made a mistake. It's like...
oh, my God. Hey, Fido, how you going to take this?
It's some of the most... And that's the thing. It takes people to just be like, I don't give a fuck. I'll make my bag. And it's like, yeah, thanks. Thanks so much. You just fucking damaged everything so significantly. All the work that gets done, because, I mean, I'll say his name, we haven't said it this whole time, but Tall Biscuit made so much fucking effort to building blocks his way to making a difference for all of this. And can you imagine how fucking furious he'd be if he was still here? I
mean, he was talking about a lot of this stuff right when it began, and things have gotten a lot worse now than even back then. It was very much the beginning of the era of experimenting with figuring out what the model looks like. And it feels like at this point, they've essentially figured out the way to do it. It's like, okay, so map packs, don't do those anymore. Make sure that all of the gameplay content gets released for free. But in exchange for that, monetize the shit out of cosmetics. Make people fear of missing out, like FOMO as something that's baked into the system as well. Who cares about the art direction of the game? Like, nobody, art direction, what's that, you know? At this point, like, back when Call of Duty actually had it to where you were playing as soldiers, now it's like, oh, you can play as Homelander. Oh, ain't that cool? But, like, that's how you make money, is sell the craziest, wackiest, most insane, look at me, look at me, look at how amazing I look at my great skin, pay attention to me, I'm important, I matter in this ecosystem that I'm a part of, and I don't want to be left behind, and all of this, like, psychology is baked into it, and it's making so much money.
And yeah, just for reference for anybody who doesn't know, the way that would work is they would bet on the site themselves and have huge payouts and wins and be like, oh my god, this site's amazing, and they owned it.
Well, he was also pretending he didn't own the site while marketing it. That's what he actually got in trouble for.
Oh,
yeah, it's unfucking believable, and the amount of crimes they've committed, like through the thing of the problem is all this was too new and on platforms that the law hadn't caught up with properly yet.
Yeah, and he refuted it up until people found his name on like business opening documents and things like that. Like they actually had to prove it before he finally gave up the charade. Basically, that was 8 years ago.
It was the way that it was being said, right? Like, I found this new website, and it's like, oh,
yeah.
I think
the same way I find my kitchen every morning. Yeah.
I think he missed a couple letters. He founded this new website. Hey,
there you go.
Wait,
mean, man.
Is that dollars?
The numbers? Oh, the fucking the overall economy that was happening for CS:GO skins was insane.
That Cat video, man, dude, that Cat video on it, where it's just like telling the story of Narcissus. You know, Narcissus sits by he's so enamored with himself, the reflection of himself, that he shrivels up and dies, and then hard cuts all of these guys screaming, peeking their microphone because they got a knife skin in CS:GO.
Well, and how much more?
For me, it's purely meta. You know, for me, it's like, oh, if I got a CS:GO skin that's $2,000, like I'd be screaming because I was like, oh shit, I just got $2,000. I don't give a shit
remember
about the knife.
The video with something because it was like a GDC, like some sort of developer talk where Steam was saying you valued it as being rare because you were told it was rare. Like the aesthetic is not important, and then it cuts to a guy saying, I don't care what it looks like, that's a knife. Like it's so fascinating that like nobody even cares about the cosmetic. The only thing that's relevant about the cosmetic is how rare it is as ordained by the ecosystem that's controlled by the studio.
Yeah,
you know, like it's rare because you said it was rare.
Yeah.
It's not like in the real world where if something is like in short supply, then yes, it is rare, as opposed to a digital endless
artificial scarcity.
Yeah, there's a reason why if I want to pick up a holographic Charizard, it's $350, and that shit's rare. You know, it's old, it's sought after, it's valuable. They don't make that shit anymore. It's part of an iconic franchise. It's tied to, you know, nerd culture. There's all these reasons for stuff. And with knives and with with skins in games, it's just code. They decide if it's rare or not. They decide arbitrarily if this is a rare one or if this is a common one. That's it. It doesn't actually have any value other than they just said it's rare and made it rare for no reason.
It's only valuable in terms of how it relates to the ecosystem that's under their control. I'm still like fascinated by the idea of I don't care what it looks like, it's a knife. Like, that's fascinating. Yeah. I don't even care about what the cosmetic looks like.
Like, what does it do? How much damage does it deal? What's the interval between
nothing substantive?
Like, damage dealing based on how many mouse clicks? Like, that's all some people care about, but some people are so obsessed with the vanity aspect of it.
You can understand that when coming into games are cheaper than they've ever been. It's like, yeah, they're cheaper than they've ever been, huh? As long as we don't think about all of this, which is
the cancer
in the I guess what you would call the console and PC gaming space to distinguish it from mobile games.
Not to mention the cultural damage, because like a lot of these people that were playing CS:GO and doing this stuff that's like low key gambling were kids. They were underage. A lot of them were. So it's like the amount of damage that has when you create that sort of gambling addiction mentality early on. Man, how many people?
Well, hey, look, I mean, those loot boxes. You know, like you get the loot box and then it shakes and it explodes with all of these colors and like trumpets and bass drops and stuff.
Wow, good job.
That's one of the biggest killers of like all of preventing this from happening is just the notion of it's been like that for ages.
And then there was a COD game where they actually allowed the box to like open up in front of everyone.
Oh yeah, that's right. That was Call of Duty World War II, where you could call in like the requisitions, and then they would explode in front of people so that they could see all the cool stuff that you got.
Oh, dude, you reminded me of the fucking end of Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. It's like, you know, rest in peace, forever respected, Kevin Conroy. And then, you've unlocked a gun. It's like, ugh.
That's so
stupid.
So Mahler, a few minutes back, you mentioned that a part of this is people saying, fuck you, I got mine, right? And people, I mean, I posted probably the most egregious example in the group chat here. But there's now this industry is popping up among streamers where basically they go viral for getting a really good pull from a loot box. And so now they're incentivized to, because now once they go viral, they get more clicks, they get more money. And now everyone's thinking like, oh, I could be that guy too. So like it seems like all the incentives are pointing in one direction, and it's a bad direction.
Oh yeah.
Well, the incentive is loud. Look at me, and look at all of this awesome stuff that I got. Look at these awesome things I got. And don't you wish you were me with this cool skin for this game? Like, man, doesn't that make me special?
Also, this video is hilarious because the guy destroys his TV accidentally because he's so excited.
Now I'm just thinking about...
Fuck it, I'll just buy a new one.
Every time I'm just thinking about Wings throwing his controller. Did I crack that?
Classic.
This guy's like he's playing a soccer game or something, and he freaks out. He's like, oh my god, and he throws his chair, and it like destroys his TV, and he's like, oh.
We can pop that in the watch together after this video and then before the shit cube review. But I was just gonna say the what Indigo was talking about, like it's a fucking iconic line for a reason, right? But a sucker is born every minute. Not so much commenting on any particular intelligence, but just what you're used to, the culture around you, what is normal. And when you come into gaming and all of this is normal, then they can do so much worse once enough time has passed.
Yep.
Yeah, I posted an article from Forbes, and it says why it's scary when 0.15% of mobile gamers bring in 50% of the revenue. The scariest thing about that was posted 10 years ago. So you can only imagine how bad it's gotten since then.
It's so like much worse now.
It's just they're obviously trying to get people addicted to it. They're trying to catch those few people in the vast net that they cast. That like, oh, we found someone who's so mentally like needy for this, who is so I don't know, they just don't have anything else in their lives, or their mind is just addicted to this kind of thing, that we can just fleece them for all they're worth.
Yeah, I mean the silver lining, and it's a very tiny silver lining, but the silver lining is that you still need to make a good game for any of this predatory stuff to work. Because Suicide Squad, Suicide Squad is an example of this, right? Because they definitely expected whales to prop that game up, and no one's propping it up.
Well, but
it's a bad game.
I think generally,
is Raid Shadow Legends a good game?
Yeah, like I don't know about that necessarily.
I have a feeling Raid's probably better than Suicide Squad.
I think that generally Dev is correct. There does need to be the better of a core system that you get the person to return to make it worth spending money on. The better the game is, the more that people will probably feel likely. Because look at Diablo Immortal.
There's a classic trick. You can make a game really appealing at the start and then add in all the shit after like a year or so.
Once you've roped them in.
There's that, but there's also, I feel like the games are no different than movies and TV right now, where there's two results that can get you, or two strategies that can get you the result of what a great thing that was. And it's being good, but then also kind of just coming across as though you are good. Like the Fallout show, by vast majority of accounts, is a fantastic show. It's not. How did they do that? It's like, well, they did a bunch of cheap tricks. And like games are no different. You have all kinds of strategies, but one of them I would call brute forcing. Like I haven't seen a Raid Shadow Legends ad recently, but man, like even if they stopped today, they were going for what, like fucking 5 years or something. And that just felt like
to this point, everybody knows what they are.
Even though it's famously
RPGs.
Famously a game that you shouldn't play because it's shit. But everybody, and people would say, like, the best ads for those would be like, we all know this is shit, but anyway, you should play it. It's like, it works. It got them fucking customers.
How do you think that they paid for the ads? The game makes money.
So like,
and again, it was like the Canadian Devil said, you know, you only need a small percentage of people who spend a lot of money to prop up the entire game.
Yeah. Wait, am I a devil?
I was about to say, did I hear that right?
No, the
Canadian Devil from South Park. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, he was.
Okay.
He flies around stabbing people with his pitchfork. I stab you. I stab you.
No. Nate from Fallout 4 is not in here.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I've always felt that the industry is trying to find any and all strategies to get their game to a position where it's sold really well, but with the minimum effort in terms of substantive like mechanics or meaning from the game at all in any way. Even in the sense of graphics, like they will skip as much as they can. Because you know what the fuck would be the point of making an actual good game?
Just out of curiosity, if any Zoomer, you know, like a 20-year-old or something, you know, went back and played DLC Quest today, would they get the joke?
I mean, that's kind of funny, right? Parodies of the industry as it's gone on will become less and less parody, more and more just like confusing. Like, why? What's the joke here? Like, this is like underplayed.
That was 2011, and it was a funny game in 2011. But I wonder if you go back now, it's just like, oh, this is depressing.
Yeah,
I was going to make a reference to Duty Calls, which was the parody game that was made.
Yeah, Master Sergeant Shooter Person.
Blood, so real.
That was funny. Yeah.
So real.
Didn't that begin with "War never changes" or does it? I guess it does. Like that's the intro.
Yeah. What was that from? I don't remember that.
Duty Calls came with it was like the demo for a fake game you could play before Bulletstorm.
Yeah, Bulletstorm. It was an ad for Bulletstorm, but you got to play this really crappy Call of Duty game.
Yeah, it just made fun of Call of Duty's tropes. It was really funny.
It's such a cool game. It's a shame that it didn't do so well. That game was fun. A game did fun. What I wish more shooters did, which was have like some sort of point scoring system integrated into the gameplay. Yeah, pretty much encourage people to mess around with the mechanics and try different ways of getting through it.
Yeah.
Right.
Anyway, back to the video.
Was shrinking every year as wages grew with inflation, and as that number.
Wait.
Did they now?
Wait a minute, sir.
Why'd you say that?
I don't think I heard him right.
Began to balloon for reasons we will get into in a future video, and the real return on that $60 price point was shrinking every year as wages grew with inflation, and as that number didn't change.
What?
As wages grew with inflation.
Wages grew with inflation.
Okay.
That didn't happen.
Maybe he should. He should specify if he's talking about game dev wages or the general wages.
I feel like game dev wages.
Sounds like he's talking about game dev wages.
No way it's 1-to-1 with inflation. Though.
Game devs were paid more.
Wait, so if he's pro game dev wages, then this is a pro game dev. This is a pro industry video, isn't it?
Well, yeah, that's the least surprising thing. I said earlier that this guy is like, he's trying to communicate from a game developer's perspective to game consumers. He's fucking it up, but
well, I mean,
that is the general.
But you got to talk about publishers. You got to talk about the publishers and their approach and like how much money the publishers making, how much the guys at the top, the execs making, you know, with all of the growing revenue of the gaming industry.
I mean, last year, couple years have been infamous for dev, or publishers coming out.
I mean, look how many developers have just been laid off, you know. Meanwhile, like
the last 2 years has been infamous for publishers coming out and saying we've made record profits this year, and then they'll let hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people go.
Hundreds of
they'll fire all of these people.
Gave their CEO like $1 trillion.
Like Bobby Kotick drove, Activision, or Blizzard, like into the ground and destroyed their reputation, and he got an insane amount of money with all the scandals that came out and with all the financial issues, all the firings, all of the decisions, and he got an insane amount of money for all of that shit.
Are you talking about Bobby Kotick?
Yeah.
That's presumably because he just had so many shares they had to buy from him. It's not like they gave him that as a reward.
He got bonuses
doing
all the time.
He got bonuses throughout, but they had to buy out his shares.
And depending on where you are in the organization, you get a certain amount of sort of bonus essentially when you get acquired. That happens, and when you go public or when you get
acquired. I suppose the
this
point
was
that
all
Ryan's
before
making
that.
is that definitely getting like big bonuses, you know, just like routinely throughout the years. I guess it's just it's a weird way to present of like budgets are getting higher, and you know the devs are being paid appropriately. And it's like, well, like a lot has already been made of like the nature of how a lot of like crunch and the amount of people who are being completely burnt out of the industry, like entirely because of being overworked. Obviously, the amount of layoffs that have been happening lately. Meanwhile, companies are talking about record profits. I'm not sure like what the goal is here in terms of an observation about the health of the gaming industry. But
the problem is that the games are too cheap. We should be spending more. That's the problem.
It's generalizing too much, and since we have no time frame to work from, we just don't know what the state of the industry actually was for what he's supposedly describing. Like, obviously, this isn't modern, but this could be anywhere from like 2008 to 2015. It's too wide a window of time.
So, what did the industry do next then? Well, it began to bat around the 4 most dreaded words in gaming. New ways to monetize.
Why is he against the happy?
That's really cringe.
First off, cringe.
Regardless of whether the prices were going to be going up for games anyway, these new ways to monetize were inevitable because of the upside. Like it's I remember something that fascinated me was that the amount of money that EA had made. I can't remember which year it was. It was like 2021 or 2022. The amount of money that EA made from FIFA Ultimate Team alone was greater than the amount of money they had made of like, you know, at point of sale selling games to people, right? Like the retail copy of the game plus digital. That was like the idea that I hope it's not presenting like this false dichotomy that it was either you should have accepted paying $70, $80, $90 or microtransactions, because that was never going to be the case. All of these ways of monetizing it, they love it. Like consistent, reliable, perpetual revenue coming in constantly instead of just you release a game, make a lot of money hopefully at launch, and then hopefully you still get like generally good sales going. Nah, there was always going to be a mass appeal to, holy shit, imagine if we could be like routinely making, you know, $300, $400 million a year, like consistently per quarter through live service, through battle passes, through microtransactions.
The big question to reveal all of this bullshit being like the way that they presented this narrative is so horseshit. But if, let's say, as opposed to all the things he'd mentioned, all the things that we've talked about, they simply hiked the price. They actually jumped to $100. They were like just instant 50 to 100, as if that would mean, if all customers said yes, we're going to continue to buy it, that's all fine, as if that means they wouldn't have still done DLCs, expansions, microtransactions. They have no incentive to do that. They of course they bring it in anyway.
They're not going to stop.
They're not going to stop. No.
They're like, they want to make as much money as possible, and that's always the nature of it. Is like it's meant to be a push and pull where hopefully players, consumers are advocating for their best interests, and then the companies are going for their best interests. And that the push and pull will lead us to like a middle ground where everybody is generally okay with the way that things are working. It's certainly not because the company will never be doing it from the perspective of like, well, how can we make this a better deal for those guys? It's always going to be like, well, how do we make it?
It's always the cookie jars, the boiling the frog. They're always just trying to reach for the maximum that they can, and as soon as you catch them, and all the outrage happens. That's
essentially their job.
Which is why the you know we put in effort as well as
animals.
Other people have. It's like you want to encourage people to voice their perspective on some of it, and it's only through very small events through history that sometimes it's good enough. Kind of reminds me of the React streamer shit. It's only when this particular thing happens that everyone bands together and says no, and then they you know, they go to a little cave. And they're like, yes, it's fine. No, we won't be. And then enough days pass and they crawl back out, and it's like, yeah, there they are again. Fuck's sake.
I'm
all of these. Huh?
Sorry, I was gonna say I'm gonna stand in for Fringy and do a Simpsons reference now, and I always get reminded of an early Simpsons thing where Milhouse is in an arcade. He puts in like 20 quarters into the arcade, and he's like, "Oh, 20 quarters, this better be good." And then he immediately gets a game over screen. He's like, "What a rip!" And then he like stops for a second and puts more quarters in.
So, you mind if I jump in here a little bit?
No,
because I have another dev gets lynched opinion. Do you want to hear it?
Okay.
We can hit play.
Let's do it. Is it like directly related to this that we're on right now? Like this specific thing that we're talking about?
Toes.
It's related to the previous point, but also one that's related to this point. I got two dev gets lynched.
Oh, good.
Okay? Could you have explained them in the?
Well,
good. Go
for it. So the first one, I do. I guess I do. Okay. Basically, a friend of mine had the opportunity to talk to somebody who worked at Activision Blizzard, and this guy was like, actually, you know what? Bobby Kotick actually isn't the problem at the company. There's actually other people there. He's just the fall guy. So, but the conversation didn't go anywhere beyond that because someone interrupted. So, like, you couldn't get any details. But I wonder how much of his reputation is unearned. I'm just thinking about it now. You know,
I'm working on a World of Warcraft video right now, and I can say that is partly true. But Bobby Kotick isn't fully blameless either. He's not a professional.
You can't be blameless if you're paid to be the fall guy.
I guess, yeah, fair enough.
If I'm like, I didn't do the thing, but I got paid to take the blame for it. It's like, well, you benefited then.
You kind of let the problem keep happening.
Also, the buck has to stop somewhere.
He's a very rich
You're in charge.
Guy, a very, very wealthy full guy.
You run the corporation, basically. You're at fault for everything. Everything is your fault.
Basically, like he said, like everyone online thinks he's like this purely evil dude. He's actually like a really nice guy, though. It's like, oh, okay.
I don't. Whatever. It's worth nothing to me.
He's keeping this problem humming along. Fuck him.
Well, yeah, it gets complicated because you can be a really nice person, but if your entire goal is to increase money, and regardless of the quality or the experience or how much people are actually getting out of your product, that's not going to be a very
Activision. Like,
well, and
look at
tell that to the fucking thousands of people every year who lost their jobs because of
exactly. And that might even be like he might be a good executive because he did that. He might be cutting the fat, quote unquote, even though it's losing all these people's jobs. Might be overall good for the company. So he's probably a good asset for that company. I don't like the guy. I'm not arguing for him, but I'm saying that in the eyes of the investors, he probably did a good thing. So he's probably probably liked by the people who own stock. And
it's probably beneficial for him to be a nice man to all the people that he interacts with. It's a lot of motivation there to make sure he's nice to them all.
I can completely buy this as a story that was told, though.
Yeah, there's also the balancing of, like, you know, everyone talks about layoffs, and fair enough. There's definitely some people who probably should be fired. You know, like, not everyone is just a victim of a big corporation. Sometimes it's like, no, you actually sucked at your job, and it's probably good that you're gone. So,
I get the point you're making.
It all really depends, you know?
With most of these huge industry problems, getting rid of any one person's probably not going to do much at all to save us, like, from the horrors. It's like, it's going to be a big system of people. Like, when people talk about, like, how do we save Disney? It's like, it ain't going to be firing one person. That's not going to be it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess the second point is more involved, though. I had the opportunity maybe a month ago to question John Radoff about some stuff. You guys don't know who he is?
No.
Yeah, I'll give you his Wikipedia page.
Is it Radoff when you like compare rats? Yeah, they do in a fight.
So he's the CEO and co-founder of Beamable, a live service platform, a live game service platform.
Woo-hoo.
So he makes a bunch of the tools that companies will then like rent out to make a live service game. So he's that guy. And I was like, okay. So I was like, listen, you have to understand that gamers fucking hate live service games right now. So, like if anyone knew who you were, you'd be like public enemy number one. So, like, what is your pitch for the pro games as a service position? And he basically said, I'm going to paraphrase here, but he basically told me that the era of a single guy making a game in his basement and like just going away for 5 years and then dropping a hit, that's basically over now, because now you have game developers who are releasing who are making games in the public space. So they're showing a new screenshot like every month on their own Twitter, and also that games now have their own communities built up around them. Well, sure, they choose to do it, but there's an advantage to it, right? So, and the advantage is such that now you can't really just be quiet and then drop a hit game out of nowhere with no publicity.
Why?
Because there will be other games that have, let's say, built a community up on their Twitter account for like 2 or 3 years, being like, here's update on the game, guys. Here's another update. Here's another update. And then they basically, so now that game development is more public, there's a lot more scrutiny on it. And so developers kind of get hammered a lot more for that, because if someone comes out and it's like, look at my new game, and it's shit, but they're like, listen, I've started working on this 1 month ago. It'll be done in like 2 years. It'll be great then. But there's like no grace period on social media, because social media is a fucking hellhole. So basically, developers are kind of feeling a squeeze right now, because they have to be more public early in the development process than they might want to. But that's the only way they can compete. And then he also laid out that because they can't just go quiet and then release a game and have it be a hit anymore, there has to be like a more steady revenue in between releases to keep the company afloat.
This is all normal rhetoric.
This is now what they're trying. Yeah. Sure. I'm presenting you his opinion. By the way, I don't believe this stuff. Okay, I'm presenting to you an opinion from a guy who works in this.
Well,
I just wanted to see
point
what
one,
you guys think of it.
There's a difference between them not being known and them not existing. I guarantee you, especially with the autism that relates to game devs, there's plenty of them out there right now in their basements working for years on end without talking to people with their like masterpiece that will likely, in who knows how long time, you'll see a clip on Twitter of some new game that's got a unique mechanic you've never seen before, and it's like, this was made by Billy Bob Brumbo in his basement over 10 years. And you'd be like, oh, cool. And it's like, one guy made this? Like, that comes up all the time, I think. And that's not including all the ones that tried and failed. The idea that public marketing has gotten to such a degree that people don't do it anymore is like, there was always crazy levels of marketing. And I think there was more transparency with development earlier than there is now. It reminds me of the way that they do behind-the-scenes shit for, like, any Star Wars movie. It's all fake.
It depends on what we're talking about. If you're talking about, like, major studios, you're not getting anything like the Halo 2 behind-the-scenes, where they basically just openly admit that they screwed up, like, midway through development and had to rework a lot of stuff, and that they cut stuff, and that they were willing to say that. A lot of behind-the-scenes now is essentially marketing.
It might be a bigger market share in terms of core ads, but I feel like the transparency is at an all-time low for us to understand what the fuck is even going on. Because games come out not working thanks to convincing us through marketing that's fake, in terms of like, oh, this is totally the game. It's working great. Enjoy. And then it's like, oh, lol, we'll patch it. Don't you worry.
Colonial Marines.
Even like real demos or beta tests that used to be way more prevalent, of like an actual beta test of it's not done yet. You know, this is like, we're working on it, and the changes that you suggest may radically change what we're doing, rather than, it's a beta and the game's out in like a week. You know, like
I'd say that the transparency has gotten a lot worse for big companies, but a lot better for like indie devs. Because, like, for example, a lot of people in the chat says Stardew Valley. That's a great example, but he did announce the game 3 years before it came out, and he did do like YouTube videos about the music and the gameplay as it developed, and he did kind of do the basement thing for a couple years, and then just cranked it out while doing the game pretty much solo for another 3 years before it actually released it, and that became a huge success. But that's like 1 in 10,000 maybe. Like, that was an incredible success for that kind of project. Most games, especially if they do not do a lot of release sort of like getting Steam wish lists, is like your number one priority as an indie dev. Getting like 10,000 plus Steam wish lists is like a mandatory thing before you even think about releasing nowadays.
Yeah, I was going to say, from the indie perspective, they talk a lot about how hard it is to actually get exposure on their games, even though they're out there, telling everybody, hey, here's my mixtape. I mean, here's my indie game.
Mixtape,
they're not really getting that traction, even though yes, they are technically talking about it.
Yeah,
so
the
they
tool
are
sets
effectively still just a guy in their basement.
Yeah, as with any technology, I mean, YouTube's a great example. With any technology, as it's easy, the kind of like the bar gets lower to be able to enter. You don't have to have like a TV broadcasting company or a contract with MGM or whatever to be able to be seen by millions of people. All of a sudden, the competition will drastically increase with like Unity Engine and Unreal Engine 5 and all these other tool sets, Game Maker, etc. It's easier than ever to build your own game and get it released on a platform that anybody in the world can buy from. But that means you're going to get 10x, 100x the competition. And so discoverability becomes an issue.
Yeah, and I think the guy's just lying, because just random guy. Yeah, because like an example that came out recently that's not just shows the guy is incorrect is Balatro. I haven't known about that game, but my friends are playing it on their Steam Deck, so it's like, what is this Balatro
It spread like
thing?
wildfire, that game. It was crazy.
Yeah,
and it was one dev.
Yeah, and I don't know anything about it until my friend showed me. Like they played 100 hours of it. That's crazy. And
oh yeah, it's super addictive.
It popped off on Steam. Yeah, so
that's the thing. It was funny because I played it for a decent amount of time, and I think the Discord were like, "Oh God, he's into like a gotcha, crazy like gambly game. It's a poker game." But it's like, no, there's no microtransaction. It's just
a roguelike.
Yeah, it's just a roguelike game.
No, but from what I understand, what it does is it takes poker hands and it adds all these sort of multipliers and bonuses.
Yeah. I've got
on those hands.
many hours in it, John. It's a wonderful fucking game in terms of if you like that sort of thing. You get like you play poker hands with a deck that you can manipulate to have more of any particular suit or rank, and then you can buy jokers. Jokers are like the modifiers for the whole game. So it could be if you have a flush, you get 10 extra chips. If you get 2 of a kind, but then you can get the really rare jokers that change everything, legendary jokers and stuff. And the more you play, the more you unlock, and the different difficulties there are. It's such a good God, it's such a game, and there's no bullshit, and it's just fun. It's just a fun fucking game that requires a bit of skill, a bit of luck, that sort of thing. Easy recommendation because it's. I'm not actually sure what the price is, but I know it's going to be cheap as fuck compared to Suicide
15.
Squad: Kill the Justice League, where you'll be tormented for X amount of time.
What?
Oh my God.
The excellent game that lost $200 million for Warner Brothers? No way.
Actually, my girlfriend's currently playing it right now to get some footage for me for the upcoming video, and she's just like, I fucking hate
That's
this.
pretty cool.
Abuse, dude.
And
She is the best.
Oh my
Listen, she's a
God.
keeper, okay? The
That's
best
probably the-
possible girlfriend.
And that's probably the biggest argument against this whole argument that games need to be more expensive is that indie devs have cut the huge amount of bloat that's in big game development now and make really good looking, really attractive, really addictive, and simple, plain games that don't need 500 DLCs. And they still make money if they charge like $15, like Balatro. That might have been a very low budget game, but it looks really nice. It plays really well. It's got overwhelmingly positive, over 32,000 reviews. That's a great example of, hey, I have a great idea. I'm going to build it, and I can charge $15 and make a profit.
Extra credits could have brought that up if he decided to include the part about why game budgets were getting bigger, but he's decided that needs to be a separate video. So.
Ironically, he's making DLCs for his video.
So I just want to point it out for the 9 of you here and also everyone in the chat who wants me dead. I'm not presenting John Radoff's arguments as if I believe them. Okay, I'm giving them to you. I'm telling you what he told me.
Like a second hot take.
Yeah, you promised us we were allowed to hate you.
I predicted I was going to get lynched again. But no. Here's the thing. Like, it was a very nice conversation. He's a nice guy, but I don't agree with anything he says. But it was good to at least hear from him because he does work in the industry. So that was nice.
How many people worked on?
But I don't understand what he said. Didn't make sense because he pitched both of those ideas as reasons why games as a service are necessary. I didn't.
Well, I think the second one. I think the second one was probably the more important one. The second one was basically that in a traditional release model, you get a bunch of funding, you put your game out, you get some profit, and then hopefully that profit is enough to tide you over for the creation of the next game. And he basically said, listen, there needs to be some sort of stopgap measure in between releases, and the various live service elements can provide that extra revenue so that you're not constantly laying people off. That was his argument.
But isn't that just an inflated budget fuck up? Yeah, it would be like if I was saying, oh, I made my $500 million movie, and we're going to need to put in some ads in the middle of the movie as well as DLC options for the movie because I can't keep paying people and make the next $500 million movie. It's like, maybe you shouldn't be making $500 million fucking movies.
Yeah, that explanation just doesn't even make sense. That's how games used to work. They'd sell a game, and then that would give them enough money to develop the next game, and then when they release that would give them enough money to develop the next game. That's how it used to work.
Nope. You just make one game and it goes on for upwards of 13 years now, and you just monetize it.
So I remember saying that exact same thing to him, Fringy, because I hold your position, and he basically said that he blamed primarily graphics. It costs more to make a game still look good because graphics are now like what's the word I'm thinking of?
Exponentially.
Basically, graphics look better than they used to. So it costs more to make those graphics. That means more time, more people. You have to pay more people, and so we need more money to make like a good game. And so you need to have something that adds a bit of revenue in between releases,
even
so that you're not just constantly starving.
There's issues even with that statement though. Like the graphics look better and therefore cost more, and that's just the truth of time moving forward. When especially there are games now. Balattra's actually a great example. The graphics in that are not exactly fucking complicated, but the animations are satisfying and the style is satisfying. There's all, like there's so many games that are desperate to, let's just say, emulate real life to a T, to the point where they're spending all the money on that, and then it's like, what about the mechanics, man? And then they just fucking tank. They're like, how did this happen? Like, I thought people. I remember being in the fucking theater and they had an ad for 8K Minecraft, and I was like, 8K? What the fuck? What is going on?
Like, photorealistic fidelity, if anything, like harms your game's lifespan a lot of the time. You look back at games like that a lot of the time, particularly I'm thinking Quantic Dream games. You look back at Heavy Rain today, that game looks like shit now. That game has aged.
Meanwhile, Wind Waker still looks great.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I was gonna say Wind Waker. Yeah.
Well, Team Fortress 2, right? It's like that style is so iconic.
2, yeah. Exactly. There are a lot of these styles that managed to stand the test of time. Meanwhile,
yeah, and achieving. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. Achieving near photorealistic graphics isn't that hard to do anymore, just because of the amount of resources you have. Like, good example, Manor Lords. Although there more than one person works on the game, it's basically one guy named Greg. He's the only person who has like the master code and everything like that. But he's hired a few contractors to help him. But that game looks just as good as pretty much any other game off the shelf. It looks like a AAA game, and it's pretty much a solo game dev project. And that probably has to do a lot with just the availability of engines and the availability of stock assets and stuff like that. But if you look at Manor Lords today, it looks like $1 million. It looks like a AAA game. So the availability of options to that are a lot better than they used to be, at least.
The Lords of the Fallen remake looked glorious, but like the game wasn't finished. It just wasn't. And it's like nobody cares about it already. It's gone. There you go.
I recall playing Kena Bridge of Spirits, because that was a very good looking game. But I think it was an indie team that did that. It's like, wow, this looks like a AAA game from a few years ago, but now it's an indie team doing this. So I do agree with you guys that I don't think the graphics argument is a convincing one, but that is the argument he gave me when I was interviewing him. So
yeah, no, I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced by it either, because I think the software used to create these graphics is also increasing in sophistication, because you have all these algorithms being introduced that sort of make things easier for them. Like, I don't think it's necessarily a harder job just because the graphics look better now. You've got these tools like, like you've got algorithms for generating, like, populating trees like across terrain, for instance, or upping polygon count or whatever. Like, is it really that much harder just because it looks so much prettier nowadays? I mean, maybe the software is to such a sophistication that it is an easier job for them, but they're saying like, oh my god, it's so hard, you guys. Like,
well, pretty games, and even say beautiful games, they're a dime a dozen. It's just normal to have a game release and have it look good. There's tons of games that look good, and it's just not something that I really care about. I want a game that when I think about, what are the games that you've been playing recently, and I'm like, well, Stardew Valley, Deep Rock Galactic, RimWorld. And it's like none of these games are like these breathtakingly beautiful games, and it's not that I don't want them. I like it. When I played the Dead Space remake or the Resident Evil 4 remake recently, and I was like, wow, both of these games are gorgeous, and it definitely adds to the experience to have them be that way. I realized, these are the minority of games that I play and invest a lot of time into. I need a game that has a nice style and a good gameplay loop, and doesn't make me feel like I need to spend extra money to enjoy it, because there are plenty of games that are worthy of my money, and there's plenty of games that are not. And I'm more than happy to buy a Deep Rock Galactic little $7 DLC thing for some little skins and stuff, because that game's full of content and I love it, and it's got a great sort of great gameplay about it, or something along those lines. And I'll be like, you know what, I'll put 2,800 hours into Apex Legends. I can't remember the last time I spent $1, so thanks for the free game. But I just don't want to give you money. So there you go.
I don't want to sound too much like I'm writing off fidelity entirely, because fidelity can and absolutely is relevant, as you said, but games don't even have to be high fidelity to be like visually stunning. An example that comes to my mind is Rainworld. Rainworld is a video game that like runs on peanuts, and it is one of the most beautiful games I've ever played. It has some incredible visual design in its backgrounds, and it's all basically
it's about
just
having an aesthetic and style over just realism, because realism often doesn't age necessarily well. Because our frame of reference for what looks good in terms of realism is going to be constantly shifting and changing as technology changes and our expectations adjust over time. But some games will always look good. And I think that's really the important thing to aim for.
Fringy mentioned Wind Waker earlier, and that sort of has an art style that just does not age. It just looks good for whatever era. And then I was watching a friend recently play like Octopath Traveler.
Yeah,
I think it was the second one.
Yeah,
and it's just like, it's this mixture of 2D and 3D. Obviously, it's pixel art, but the lighting is beautiful. The way it's all executed, it just looks great.
I remember when Terraria came out, which I'm pretty sure was made by like a team of 3, and it costs like as much as when it's on sale, like $1. It's an enormous game, and I love the style of graphics in that. And then you have was it 2022, I think, Vampire Survivors came out, which I think that was made by one guy with some contractors, and no one's gonna be fucking writing home about the graphics in that game. But again, wildfire, it's spread. Because like people love the fucking challenge and the engagement with the game and the different ways that you could achieve victory. I think the time before Last Metal came over, we were both playing Vampire Survivors because it was just fun. Like, and it's so funny how much that is like the ultimate key, probably, to any particularly successful game, is to make it at the core very, very fun. But they find all the different, to bring it back to the video, they try and find every single fucking way to not do that and to do everything else. And it creates, it does create these sort of vampiric money sink, games, but it also creates complete and utter huge failures.
Yeah. Well, I guess to finish this off then real quick, like the last thing that I said to him is that I basically said, every time someone puts out a games as a service kind of thing with, it's always online, there's an in-game shop, and like people just don't like it. And you have so many examples of these games crashing and burning. No one's playing them,
Overwatch 2.
Yep. Companies are like going bankrupt. They're laying people off. And his response was basically, that's always the way things have been in the industry. It's just now it's more noticeable. And I don't know about that. I don't know. But that was his view of it anyway.
Mm-hmm. All right, I've actually been, I don't know, keep holding people up. I just to comment on that one point real quickly. There's been a lot of problems that have been happening recently, like acquiring. Oops, we acquired too much. Gotta close all these studios down. That has been happening for decades. I'm actually investigating Interplay, actually, and a lot of the same stuff that these studios like EA got famous for, especially Embracer Studios, bought all these companies and didn't develop anything, then closed them all down. That kind of thing happened back in the day too. Like Interplay, people don't really talk about them anymore, but they actually published Blizzard's first couple of games. They published Treyarch's first couple of games. And they published BioWare's first couple of games too. Like they kind of helped these really big heavy hitters out from being obscure small teams into big things. But then they started acquiring stuff. They got acquired, and then they just completely collapsed and fell apart. So it has been a problem with the industry in the AAA gaming industry for a while. I agree.
I just want everyone to know as well, we are 3 hours and 50 minutes into the stream, and we are 3 minutes and near 50 seconds into the video.
Games are a big fucking point of discussion, man. It's tough to stay on track.
New ways to monetize.
A few people in chat asked. The person that I talked to was named John Radoff, if you want to look him up and see what he does.
Was this like a published interview or just a private conversation?
Yep. That was a public thing. Yeah.
They were slinging pre-orders. They were slinging collector's editions. They were slinging DLC, microtransactions. The list went on and on and on. So for years more, we didn't cross that feared $70 plateau. Meaning that by...
He portrays these things as they're like heroic. Like they're holding back that evil $70 price tag. We should be grateful.
It's so odd and stupid. Like, because the other prism we got to bring in, and there's more even on top of that, is how complete the games were, how long the games were, how much like worthwhile they fucking were. All of this shit was changing too.
I wanted to give my controversial take that I've actually talked about on stream before, that I'm fine with $70. I'm fine with $70 video games as long as they don't have any kind of microtransactions in them.
I think that's something people could get behind.
I am fine with a more expensive video game if it has no like live service components or anything like that.
Do you have an hour requirement for like how long it should take to beat the game at that point?
No, because some of my favorite games are not particularly like huge, lengthy.
I get you, but
obviously I'd be a bit miffed if I paid $100 for a game that was like 4 hours long.
Yeah,
right?
like 4 hours that was excellent, but you'd still be like, oh, it's still 4 hours though.
Yeah.
And they've already approved that $70 won't solve the problem. How many games launched at $70 and they had a premium version, they had a DLC, they had a season pass, all that stuff. Yeah, like all these games, Diablo 4, latest Legend of Zelda, the Final Fantasy VII Remake, Dead Island 2, Jedi Survivor, all these games launched at 70, but they still have all these premium editions.
2020, games were almost half of the price they were in the 90s in income-adjusted dollars.
And weirdly, I made the same amount of money.
He's not accounting for that at all. I can't believe that. That's such a huge gap in the video.
Income-adjusted dollars. Right. Is he actually saying that income-adjusted, like taking into account the median like wage increase over the last 30 years?
That's some complicated math for us to just take on faith.
It is.
But there's two primary options this video is taking. Because one would be that he's not including the fact that overall like pay and income and stuff weren't scaling with the overall inflation, or he's saying it absolutely did, that we were all paid more for our average jobs in line with inflation. Like that was just happening as well.
Obviously, like all right, if you say so, pal.
That's what I mean. It's like, who's gonna believe this? It's like, I mean, no.
It's something that I know it's kind of interesting to bring up, but I mean, it's something to throw into the mix. If you want to play online games on PlayStation or Xbox consoles or Nintendo, you got to pay for that too, and that didn't exist in the 90s.
The percentage of a paycheck that it took to buy.
Oh, here, just real quick. I spent all night finding this information. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
If you don't mind,
don't pass that along to me.
Yeah. Here we go. So. This is tracking employee wages with net productivity from 1948 till 2018. And so I think basically what's happening here is the green line is what wages were at some fixed point. The blue line is how productive a worker is. And then the red line is adjusted for inflation. And you can see like around 1999, there's like a slow but steady desync from the three lines. And I think this is what people are talking about when they're saying like, hey, I haven't gotten a raise in 10 years or whatever it is.
Yeah.
But I'm doing more at work, but I'm getting paid the same amount. And so with inflation, I'm actually getting paid less. It's that sort of thing, right? And I think this is what people are talking about.
Well, unless people are being offered full time, and there's companies that are using things like having you work only 32 or 29 hours a week, so they don't have to give you health insurance. Or Microsoft does a thing called 18-6, where you will be contracted with them for 18 months, but then you have to not work for 6 months so that you're not, it's for like some tax things so that you're not really,
that's really sketchy,
of like a full-time employee, but like,
that's where you're talking about like underemployment as a metric, as opposed to simply unemployment. There's also underemployment as a factor.
Yeah. There's like a whole bunch of different variables that kind of push and pull on both sides of this equation, right?
Because, and of course, how much of people's paycheck is going to their housing now relative to, 20, 30 years ago, 40 years ago?
The variables are insane.
Many factors that aren't being counted at all. Like, maybe you could make the argument of like, well, relatively the cost of buying a game is the same, except now you're paying 40% of your income every week to your mortgage or your rent,
Yeah. Inflation does not work in perfect synchronization. Like, there's certain things that have gotten substantially more expensive since like the 60s and 70s. For example, like housing, college have been like 10x, whereas other things maybe
energy bill looking like,
Yeah. There's so many variables that go into this, right? Because the other argument on the other side of the equation is that the things that we buy are also better quality than the things that they were 50 years ago, for example. So like if you bought a 30-inch TV in 1990, it would cost you $10,000. If you buy a 60-inch TV today, it's like $500, and it's a superior product in every single metric, right? So the things that we're buying are also different and often better than the things that we bought in the past. So it's not like a one-to-one comparison. I know when it comes to houses, like I can't find it now, but I saw a graph where it's like comparing the size and quality of a house that was built in 1950 versus a house built in 2024, and then mapping that difference onto the price of the house adjusted for inflation. And once you start like balancing all these variables, the cost, believe it or not, is actually a lot closer than people think it is. Because now because houses are generally bigger, they have better insulation, they have more amenities in them. You have like smart houses, and that costs money, whether you like it or not.
Well,
yeah.
Okay, because
there's a lot of different variables kind of all confounding in here. It's not an easy conversation to have.
The thing about some of the things you just said, like even with the respect to TVs, it's like, yes, the technology by any technological metric when directly compared, ignoring the years, would be worse, but like they are compared to the era of release, right? What tech is available and what you can do with it. Like that's got to be the way their value is determined, because otherwise it would just be almost a pointless comparison. So I was going to say with houses, you will find that safety regulations have made it so that like houses typically will have materials in them that are much safer, or that they'll have ways of building them that are more efficient and everything. But I've certainly found when I was searching around that like newer builds are just weaker houses. Like they don't last as long. They're not built with as solid material. Like you'll find, oh yeah, that house, that's one of the older builds. So you might be worried about asbestos in certain places, but you'll know the fucking wall could take a sledgehammer and it'll probably be okay. Meanwhile, your new house, don't lean on the walls too hard. You know, that sort of stuff can happen. So
yeah, there's
yeah.
That actually happens with certain older woods that actually over like 50, 100 years, they actually turned into they almost petrify into like a concrete. And so older houses in some cases are actually sought after because they're so goddamn sturdy, because the wood has had time to harden. It's weird. Somebody was telling me about that, and I'm like, oh, I never thought about that. I mean, obviously there's keeping up with today's code and everything like that. Some older houses aren't as good for like fire and things like that, but there are certain things that newer houses will just do the absolute bare minimum in order to meet the code, and you're not really going to have the longevity of some older houses.
Yeah, that's all true too.
About with this video is how is this video going to, like, if we assume that everything that he was saying is true, which if we assume that everything he was saying is true, I wonder how he's going to address, like, yeah, but how can people feel like these things are the case? Why does it feel like games shouldn't be any more expensive, because that would be ridiculous, you know? Why does it feel like it's difficult to spend money on video games now? I'm curious how he's going to address that.
I think he won't.
I feel like the explanation is pretty straightforward, right? It's like, well, when you think about all of the business models and everything, as well as just all of the other factors that may well be contributing to it in the broader economy, like, yeah, I wonder why people feel like games shouldn't be more expensive than they already are.
All I can sort of think of is if companies are making way more money than they used to, and they have all of these different methods of monetizing, then fuck, I should be paying less for the game up front. Fuck this paying more.
Yes.
Well, the
sounds like I
digital
should be paying
thing,
less.
the digital thing instantly should like put an end to this conversation.
Yeah.
The amount of money that gets saved from digital sales compared to the kind of sales that, like, all of the middlemen and manufacturing, distribution, and all of those costs, overhead, like all of that just disappears when you're talking about, or either disappears or is greatly reduced when talking about digital game sales. And that's not even talking about microtransactions.
A lot cheaper to market stuff too now, because you can just put up a couple videos and use social media, and yeah, it takes a little bit of money to put together a trailer, but you don't have to pay for Super Bowl ads or TV spots or whatever like that.
They still do.
Yeah, big companies
like,
still do.
I think the marketing budgets are still pretty high for these games. You'll find, like, for Call of Duty.
Yeah, but you don't need. Yeah, I mean, that's why AA, so-called AA games are doing so well, is because they're able to deliver a really good game without all the bloat. Like you can still deliver a really solid game that feels like a big AAA game, but you don't have all that extra corporate marketing bloat that the other games do. Not as much.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. It's got it forces them to sort of focus on having a good, gameplay loop or set of mechanics that keep me coming back to play it. And yeah, I play those games way more than AAA games, but way more time into games that are like indie or AA that have a more interesting foundation that everything is built around than these monstrosities that try to do 78 different things and have these sprawling massive things that I'm just like, just too much, and it's all just watered down and weird, and it's too scatterbrained.
This picture was from James Moore, by the way. I was just like, this kind of shit does actually get me close to the the part in Team America where he's vomiting in the alley.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. Get out of the street, you fucking bum! You gave up on life, didn't you?
You gave up on life so much.
I like the visual of the guy's check going to pay for the game.
Yeah.
Oh right. Well,
I guess the point that I was getting at is that this is a problem with like 1,000 variables, and it's not just as simple as this guy's describing it in this video.
Fuck yeah!
Yes, it would be nice to see his math.
No, that's for a future video.
A game
you think that he'd tell us?
Do I have to pay for it? Do I have to go to his
maybe.
Patreon to?
God.
Are you? Well, do you have the silver, the gold, or the platinum season pass for extra credits?
Yeah, and
I wonder
that's
what
for you. That's for your benefit.
Maybe it's on his Nebula.
Yeah, I do wonder with the subscription package whether it's really month to month or they're expecting you to pay for a full year in advance, and they're just saying this is what it's going to cost you per month.
Well, it's cheap if you subscribe for the whole year. It's like, why? It's just a subscription. What do you mean? Why would it be cheap?
The percentage of a paycheck that it took to buy a game was at an all-time low. Now, we don't have great data for the last couple of years, but even though it looks like
Wait, well, I don't have any data.
Bro, what?
I thought you researched it all night.
Yeah. All night. He couldn't come up with any data for the past few years, or at least not sufficient.
I hate to say it, but can we go back like 30 seconds?
We can do that, but you get the blame from anyone in chat who's mad.
I'm sorry, chat.
That was like an hour ago.
Days to monetize.
Oh God,
they were slinging pre-orders. They were slinging collector's editions. They were slinging DLC.
They were slinging pre-orders. They were slinging collector's editions.
So why he sounds so excited and jovial and about them finding.
You might as well be selling it.
God damn.
He's okay.
And I'm
so
like,
he's trying to say it like
you.
He's trying to say it like it's on like the publishers are excited to monetize the stuff this way, but yeah, this is like the most excited he's been this entire video. So it's weird that like he wasn't even this excited when he was talking about how they were going to draw like Sonic the Hedgehog. It's just weird.
I want Sonic back.
Yeah, it's like I have an obligation to draw video game shit. Whatever. Let's talk about corporate monetization. Woo. Gamers should be paying more, really.
On and on and on. So for years more, we didn't cross that feared $70 plateau. Meaning that by 2020, games were almost half of the price they were in the 90s.
Thank you, corporations. Thank you.
Also, I mean,
so gracious.
I know this
so
is
gracious. Thank you so much.
I know this is part of his point, but like we did cross it really, because like all of those things making games incomplete, meaning that you had to pay more to have it be complete. You know what I mean? Like we're kind of semantics are weighing around here because he sees it as like a plus, like a thank goodness we didn't cross. It's like, but we did. That's kind of the point of all that. Like, when there's some controversies for games where it was like, oh, the game came out, and then it's like, wait, people have hacked into the code and they can see blocked off content. It's like, yeah, you can't have that until later.
Mass Effect 3's the Javik DLC.
Yes.
I remember there was a Capcom fighting game where they found out that like 6 to 8 different characters were on the disc, but were blocked off for purchasable DLC. Like, yeah, it's
really bad when they're like, game is complete, we're gonna make some more stuff for you to buy later, and it's like, it's already there. What do you mean? Why are you doing this?
Yeah, like at least if you did stuff after the fact, but we know for a fact a lot of the stuff is already there. They just chop it off and sell it later.
God, I remember when like those controversies were first happening, and at this point that's just like nobody cares because it's gotten so much worse.
Adjusted dollars. The percentage of a paycheck that it took to buy a game was at an all-time low. Now, we don't have great...
But was like in the 90s or was like today?
He's saying in 2020 that it was at an all-time low, and then on this one, it's like, well, now we don't know. You know, for the last couple of years, it's harder to get information.
I don't know how
you
you
say that broadly. I want to see the data now for sure. Like, how did you?
I mean, I feel
that?
like it's got to be relevant, right? Surely, like the last few years have potentially entailed massive changes in terms of this conversation about like how much it's worth relative to people's paychecks and inflation and all of these things. The last few years feel particularly relevant.
He used the words income adjusted, so I assume that he's factoring in the changes to people's paychecks.
He has to, right? Surely he would have to have.
Data.
Great data for the last couple of years. But even though it looks like prices have begun to creep up a bit, and even with $70 finally being the...
I'm sorry, I was just amused by begun to creep up a bit.
Just a bit.
Just jumped up $10, yeah.
Standard price point for a AAA game in 2024, again with inflation.
What is that character? Who is he?
He is the inflation man.
Again,
he's the inflation law.
That's John Capitalism.
Yeah, it's going up. Ooh, yeah.
Oh, he's stroking it too. He's stroking it.
Yep. Getting a good grip.
Double-handing that arrow like it's a dick. It's kind of weird.
Oh yeah, well sometimes they're big, long enough to where
He's just, look at that expression. He's just so
making
happy.
it rain.
Oh, the coins are all over him.
I love me a good two-hander.
Happy.
So happy.
It's a literal money shot.
He is inflation man.
And with inflation, we're still willing to bet we're paying the least we ever have, or just very, very close. I mean, at most, the $70 price point.
So in all of that research, you don't actually know now whether or not we're paying, like today,
well, I was going to say,
whether we're actually paying
whatever conclusion he can reach. He doesn't have data for the last few years.
Oh, no. I think the asterisk is they're probably cheaper, but we don't know right now because we didn't do the research.
But he said like 6 fucking times in the intro that he knew.
Oh yeah, because the plan is at this point, like, don't make the fucking video because you don't know.
I figured the asterisk was going to be but when you factor in microtransactions and DLC and all that, then that makes it more complicated. No, I'm wondering if it actually is. It's cheaper asterisk because I don't know for the last few years. Like I don't know what the data is for the last few years.
Man, what a gap in your fucking point to be like. I'm sure it's cheaper than it's ever been. Can't be too sure because I have no data for the past few years.
The asterisk is just that he's retarded.
The asterisk is I don't know why we made this video.
I just have to wonder what he thinks this is worth when you just like burst into the room, assert a bunch of things to be the case, and then be like, right, I've proved it. Yes, there we have it.
My job is done.
They've ever been.
Next time I burst into the room, I might have some relevant information.
You can hope.
Maybe.
It's like a source trust me bro video, right?
Yeah.
Point is basically an adjustment back to 20-teens levels, but I digress because no matter what, it still doesn't feel that way, right?
All right, explain it to us, buddy. Why does it not feel that way?
Why doesn't it feel that way?
It feels like games are so expensive now. Why is that? Look, the truth is,
it's
I don't
such a
have
mystery.
an empirical answer.
The truth is, I don't have an empirical
answer. Are you retarded? Are you blind?
Could there be any possible reasons you guys could?
Well, dude, look at this. Look at the way this is portrayed. It's like the scientist, like, why do you feel this way, gamer? What is wrong with you?
If only gamers would tell us how they feel on the internet. If only they would.
Figure it out. I have no idea why.
No amount of nightly research could reveal the answer to this question. It's just impossible.
Your feelings are wrong.
I don't like them.
Because there's just not a lot of great data out there on feelings, but I do.
The price of games.
That's what the data you'd be collecting.
There's tons of data on feelings. That's what fucking most of psychology is.
There's tons of data on why people feel things.
I assume that this is like a response to Twitter discourse. So, how recent is this video?
This is his most recent video.
It's 2 weeks ago, yeah.
So I mean, like, this is a response to discourse that was happening fairly recently. So he knows that like Twitter exists, right? I assume this is where he's scraping this from.
Like, you couldn't find one person to explain their feelings. They were all just going blah, 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 blah.
I just don't think this guy's even remotely trustworthy in the handling of statistics after that. So at this point, even if he was to present numbers, I'm not even like trusting that he would be able to interpret them in such a way that he's saying anything.
No, he's leaving numbers out on purpose.
That's what is making me like. It's one thing for the statistics to exist, but do you even understand what they mean?
Yes.
I wouldn't trust him with fucking Lego at this point. This guy's like crazy.
You have some conjectures. First off, it's just expectations, right? We've managed.
Yeah, we're just expecting our way to
we're expecting
gaslighting ourselves.
A decent fucking
gamers
game
are
for a decent
entitled
price
all over again.
No, it's like this fucking video is retarded because it's like the things he said. Like we took out features so that the game is the price of the game is maintained at $50 or whatever the fuck. Shouldn't that be like an argument against what he's saying?
Yeah,
right?
yeah. It's like why do gamers wonder why they feel like they're being ripped off as he lists reasons of like things that were taken out of the game.
I don't think he thinks that. That's the thing. The impression I got with the expansions, DLCs, and microtransactions, I think he exclusively believes those to be like additional things. Like, look at the extra stuff they created for us.
Look at how they
had the visual of them cutting shit out.
Exactly.
It did seem like look at all of the ways that these benevolent companies have managed to keep the price down for you gamers. That's like how it felt to me.
Yeah.
Gosh.
To hover at the $60 price point for so long that it feels like the price of a video game, and instead of creeping up $1 each year for a decade, we're hitting that new jump all at once, leading us to really notice. Second is that
no, we're noticing it alongside of all of the other monetization shenanigans that have been happening.
That he's already stated
yet
too.
Another thing.
Yeah.
Like how could you bring it up and then not realize that would play into the feelings of people have about all of this? Like, oh, we jumped up $10 while also introducing every monetizable fucking format that's ever been known to any creative mind. Each of these companies probably has a whole board of people designed to find new ways to monetize. That's like their whole job.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there are people that do that.
Absolutely. At the end of the day, that's all they want to do.
Mm-hmm.
They want to find new and more and better ways to gain money out of this thing that appears to be lucrative.
Once upon a time, it was make good game, make profit. Now it's like, can we skip the game part? How do we get to the profit part? What's the best way to just get there? Let's just get there.
I mean, to your point, Marler, that I can't say I'm an expert in this, but the one time I was involved in a pitch meeting for a game, the second or third interview with the publisher, they asked us for a DLC plan, like for a monetization plan. So like before the game was even in development, they were like, "Hey, so, yeah." So that absolutely is happening.
How do these other entire industries survive? Like how do companies just make like microwaves and ovens
without
DLC
mattresses,
without DLC plans and season passes? How is it that the rest of the entirety of all of the economy seems to be able to focus on just selling you something and you buy it and that's that transaction complete?
Rags, the black pillows, it's going that way too.
Well, microwave DLCs.
You buy your Tesla. You got to pay an extra fee to like unlock the heated seats or whatever. in the future, every single thing you own will actually be just
you're not wrong.
You rent
like,
a license to. Yeah, it's going to be that.
Even your doorbell, right? It has a subscription service, and I'm not joking about that one. Ring like to do that. Yes, that's where everything will trend because it's more money on the table, and people, if you do it incrementally, will be willing to pay it, which fucking sucks.
It's more money and it's consistent money. That's the main thing.
You will
that's
own nothing and be
it.
happy.
Mm-hmm.
There are treadmills and there are printers that don't work until you subscribe to their plans. It's gotten insane.
Yeah.
Everything's a service now. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Printers. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so for me, that is what John Radoff said earlier, right? It's like it's consistent money in, but he claims that they need it to do the job, not that they want it because
they
money.
want it. That's it.
Yeah,
they want it.
So very bad.
Yeah,
they want it.
Civilization got to this point somehow.
Well, and like there's so few developers who are going to try and push against it because like it reminds me of God of War 2018, right? No DLCs, no microtransactions, very long campaign, AAA, and hyper successful. And then Ragnarok comes out. They have a DLC, but I'd have to recheck this. But I'm pretty sure it only happened because they wanted it to be a part of the main game. They didn't have enough time to finish it. It came out and it was free. Like,
yep,
they're trying. They're like, we're not going to do that. And you know, they had that conversation. They were like, we should charge for this. And then someone was like, I don't think we should. Like, I feel like the customer's going to be fucking mad at us if we do that. And like, there could be a very pragmatic sort of bean counting sort of argument for that. Like in the long run, we'll be worse off because our reputation will be worse. Like, goodwill, as has been mentioned in chat, it goes a long fucking way. But there might be enough math someday that someone says, you know what, fuck that. We tried, but we're in an industry filled with predatory approaches. Let's just indulge a little bit. We'll dip our toe in the.
I mean,
remember how much goodwill Blizzard used to have? Boy, they ignored Diablo 3's bullshit schemes for a long time, but eventually their goodwill ran out.
Do you see how far
they were on par
CD
with
Projekt?
They were.
See how far CD Projekt got on their goodwill alone, like by cultivating their identity as like the industry nice guys, the ones who aren't going to do any of the scummy stuff.
And then Cyberpunk happened. Whoops.
Yeah.
So they've been having to claw back their reputation slowly but surely over the years since then, and even then they haven't had. It still won't be the same, and they've had to try and work their ass off to make that game, into something good.
I mean, there is a business model. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, just giving an example of you can actually make a business model that you just make a good game and continue to improve that game, and it will continue to sell copies because of that. A great example is No Man's Sky. I am looking at Steam. There is not any available way, at least through the Steam interface, to pay more money than just the base game. But that game has gotten like 20 or so free expansions or something like that. And it's up to like 226,000 reviews. Like, the game continues to sell and it continues to get reviews, but they do not charge extra money for the game. So that's
it's funded their ability to make a new game.
Yeah. I mean, that's an exception, and they required, I think they had help at the beginning, but they're still self-published. So I mean, it worked out for them somehow.
Yeah, remember, the industry was full of AAA development studios and publishers that would just make a game, sell it to everyone, and collect money. And that was just how the industry was. This idea that it can't go back to that, we can't do that, is like it's just a lie that they want to perpetuate, or that I guess some people are pushing. Extra Credits is this idea of we can go back. We literally just could go back to doing that.
By the way, this image.
No, it's entitled gamers.
This image is the first in the whole video where I'm kind of like, I like it for the fact of it capturing just the fucking pain of modern gaming in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Like, look at it. It's kind of perfect. It's like exit tutorial, welcome to the shop, and then the absolute. What I think they failed to capture was that it goes 100, 200, 300, 500, 1,000. Then by the time you hit the dollar amounts, we're looking at like fucking $299.99 or something. You're like, how? How is it like 3 times the cost of the fucking game? Even though that's too much already as well.
And it's
Think
usually
about the impact that this has on the player psychology as well. When like a game is constantly emphasizing how little you have, how there's always more that you could have. I mean, how the hell are you going to make people feel like they bought a game that's worth it when it's constantly reminding them that there's stuff that they don't have that they could have if they spent more money?
Yeah, check out this 6 skin you could be getting. Hey, there's a tier there's a $10 one. You could get 500 gems. Oh, this skin is 505.
Just buy an extra pack. Gems.
All this money, but hey, there's a little more, and it's that emphasis on the lack of something that's like, yeah, of course that's going to have a detrimental effect on the psychology towards these games when really it's baked into the business model to constantly emphasize what you're missing out on because you didn't pay more money. So of course it feels like games are more expensive on top of all of the other factors that are at play.
So gross as well, 'cause it's like infinitely pilfering other franchises too. To be like, oh yeah, this skin here is locked off. Which skin is it for the Star Wars game? Oh, Darth Vader. Like, you fuckers. How did it, like, you? who told you? Like, 'cause you're the vultures behind the coding, but like, who told you as a Star Wars fan? I guess everyone would know it. It's just, you know what I mean? They could do it with everything. Any niche IP, they'll lock behind closed doors.
Remember how Battlefront 2's monetization was so bad that it killed an entire business practice of loot boxes?
Temporarily.
It was too hard.
It was a momentary delay to a sidestep to a better way of making money, which is a battle pass, and now they're making a lot of money.
Yeah, they're always just trying to slither in. That's all it is every time.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they'll find a way to circumvent the law, whatever gets introduced. Yeah,
I think they really got noticed when it started invading RPGs, because RPGs are traditionally single player games and they shouldn't really be touched by that kind of stuff. But the biggest one people always reference to is the $5 horse armor for
the horse armor,
which was just was really stupid. But the ones that stand out to me also are ones like, for example, I want to say it was Dragon Age Origins. They had an actual location in the actual game world you could visit. You go up to this tower and you try to open the door. It's like, hey, sorry, you need to buy this DLC to be able to access this area. And for that to be in a single player, like immersive RPG, it's got to be, it just really stings.
I think I remember Dragon Age Origins. There was a camp and there was part of the camp that you needed DLC to interact with.
Was it the camp or the tower? Might have been both.
I think
actually,
you talked to
It was probably
somebody because
both.
you were
It was
going
EA, so it was
someplace.
probably
You had to
both.
go.
But
You had to go somewhere. I think there was a guy in camp, and it's like we can go to the such and such place, but it was like DLC, and that was how they like explained how you got to the DLC space. Some guy in
If I
camp you talked to
actually, I
a long
just
time ago.
Googled the Know Your Meme because I just realized we are oldies, so I don't know how many people in chat are familiar with the Star Wars Battlefront 2 situation, but a quick read so I can get full context, right? You got, on November 11th, Redditor The Hotter Potatoes submitted a spreadsheet revealing it would take 40 hours to unlock various heroes in the upcoming game Star Wars Battlefront 2. In response to the post, the official EA community team Reddit account replied that acquiring heroes through credits was intended to provide players with a sense of pride and accomplishment, which has been memed into history.
Okay. Well, that was like one of the most downvoted Reddit things
historically,
ever, right?
one of the most downvoted comments in history.
Through all of the records, I think.
And then that spokesperson for EA going up to court and calling loot boxes surprise mechanics.
Surprise mechanics, fear flashes. God, the fucking cringe.
Fear flashes.
Surprise mechanics.
On November 12th, 2017, Redditor MBMM Maverick submitted a post to Battlefront titled, "Seriously, I paid $80 to have Vader locked." Within 24 hours, the post gained over 70,000 points. In the comment section, the EA community team Reddit account responded to the complaint shown below over the next day. The comment received a score of negative 400,000 points, becoming the most downvoted comment in Reddit history, which it reads, because it wasn't just that, it was, the intent is to provide players with a sense of pride and accomplishment for unlocking different heroes. As for cost, we selected initial values based upon data for the open beta and other adjustments made to milestone rewards before launch. Among other things, we're looking at average player credit earn rates on a daily basis, and we'll be making constant adjustments to ensure players have challenges that are compelling, rewarding, and of course attainable via gameplay. We appreciate the candid feedback and passion the community has put forth around the current topics on Reddit, our forums, and across numerous social media outlets. Our team will continue to make changes and monitor community feedback and update everyone as soon as we can and as often as we can. Unfucking believable.
A few years later, they released a version of the game that just ended all of its microtransaction stuff. So none of it's in the game anymore either.
Yeah, it's a shame because. Sorry again.
No, that's fine.
No, just Battlefront 2 is actually really good once they took all that stuff out. DICE used to make really good shooters, so yeah, I used to play it a lot, and they actually took out any way to pay for those things. You just had to grind for it. It's still pretty grindy, but at least you couldn't bypass that with paying for it.
I hate the implication that what they're doing they think is fine.
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh, it's
doing it
not
for you.
fine. Sorry.
They're doing it
Oops.
for you.
Thank you for our community.
We had
for
no idea.
for helping us for helping us adjust our trajectory. But it's like they knew. It's like
they know they're all greedy.
We're towing the
water.
Just
going to see what you'll accept. Because every one of these extra credit style videos needs to come with a big caveat on the bookends that say you're ultimately, this is a bottom-up problem. They sell you this shit because you buy it.
Yeah.
If you didn't buy it, they wouldn't put it in there.
Oh, I appreciate
you buy it.
Any and all attempts from the top down to actually, like, from devs who recognize this, because they used to fucking play games and were a part of, like, the industry from an audience member, in a sense. That they're like, oh, I don't want to do that because I know how it feels. Like, I appreciate every one of them. To hell and back, but yes, you're right. We need to, and that's what the goal was, to try and raise awareness and be like, don't buy this shit because it's like really bad for you as well as everyone else.
Not to completely shit all over Assassin's Creed, but I'm going to do it again. A year or so ago, there was a controversy that when people would open up their single player game of Assassin's Creed Mirage, they'd sometimes get a pop up to buy DLC, like it. Just like trying to open up their map, basically, like the inventory in the map. They just get this pop up, and they're like, "Oh, I'm sorry, that was a technical error. Yeah, that's technical error. We didn't mean to do that." So they took it out.
It was an error, all right.
What kind of error would cause that? You know,
like what kind of error does graphic design? Like professionally designs graphic ads. Yeah.
It reminds me of an episode of Seinfeld where George Costanza has sex with the cleaning lady on his desk and he gets in trouble for it. And he's like, should I not have done that? Was that not okay? I'm sorry. I'll think about that next time.
So Mahler, you had on screen the picture of that shop on for so long. It actually brought back a core memory I want to share with you real quick. So, I was back at my hometown maybe a few years ago, right? And you know how it is when you go back home, you're kind of off the grid a bit. You see like relatives and family members, and so I was hanging out with like a 9-year-old cousin or something, because I had nothing else to fucking do while I was there, and they were playing like an SNES game. It was this game. It was this Mickey Mouse game, right? And there's a shop in it. And I played this game when I was a kid, so I was like, oh, this is neat. You know, seeing a kid go back and play games that I played when I was a kid. And she was like, I probably shouldn't buy anything in the general store. My mom doesn't like it when I buy things in games. And I'm like, this just costs coins in the game, right? And she's like, doesn't it cost money? I'm just like, no.
That
you just
sucks,
get coins.
man. That sucks.
Yeah. It's like, you know, in this game, you just grind money on the enemies and then spend it for upgrades in the general store. And she's like, it doesn't cost real money?
Damn.
That's so sad, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, because every game has like an abstracted currency, so like,
and they try to slip it into the game
real and fake money.
Yeah, to be like, it's all of the funny kingdom gems to spend on all kinds of wacky fantasy items, and some dollar counts here, just so you know.
It also directly informs game design, because they purposely design a game to be more tedious in order to incentivize paying for shortcuts.
Oh yeah,
and so it makes all these like 100-hour games that are so fucking tedious to get through when you just want to get through to like the more fun part content. You know,
the meme of like
you can be artfully subtle with that. You know, just like perfectly riding the line where nobody's going to complain, but you can get away with it.
Mobile games where they're like, you know, here's the training level, here's the maximum training, and then you get to fight the boss, and then it's like, okay, back to training levels. If you want to skip them though, you can just pay a quick $1 here. We'll get you through them quickly. It's like, sorry, I thought those were necessary for the fucking game. I didn't realize you're just wasting my fucking time. But of course, they try to do it so subtly that they're like, whoa, 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 whoa. Like if the dev was, they'd be like, no, not wasting. No, if you feel you're ready, you know, sorry, we actually optimized this through player data and reactions, you know, a bunch of words until you eventually have them just say like, fuck you, give me a wallet. And you're like, excuse me? Like...
Speaking of wasting our time.
Oh, I have a non-time waster side quest. No, side comment.
Side quest.
Okay. Side quest. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. So earlier in the video, he said there's just not enough data to know how much, what percentage of a person's paycheck the average game cost at the time. We just don't know that, despite spending all night looking it up. It took me about, it took me about 20 minutes. So
all night,
and I couldn't find a 1-for-1, but you can pretty easily kind of find the two data points and then, you know, figure it out because you have a brain.
Yeah, reasonably.
Yeah. So we do have here. I'll post these in the chat if you want to look at them. We do have the average inflation adjusted prices for top end video games. You can see that like the prices went down after we switched to disc and then kind of remained around the $70 mark, maybe a little bit lower. And then you also have, it's easy to find both of these figures. You have how much money you make adjusted for inflation. And so there's your two figures, right? And you can just kind of be like, well, if we use our brains and take these two data sets and think about how much did a video game cost per percentage of my paycheck, we can probably see, if you look at them, if you look at the two of them, around maybe from the jump to cartridge to disc, it actually went down, but it's been about the same since like 2000.
And that's also considering first day MSRP. Games used to actually get lowered in price quite rapidly. They didn't used to be the, you know, forever $60 kind of Nintendo thing that they have nowadays. Like games used to be able to get games for like $40 pretty regularly if you wait a little bit. And games had like a longer legs. It seemed like you could get the really good games a few years later for like a decent price. So it wasn't like we were stuck at buying a game for I don't think my parents could ever afford like $100 game. So we definitely didn't buy them at full price. So that's also another factor.
There's a fair number of sales nowadays too, though. I mean, there's sales all over the place. You know, whenever you log into a shop. But it seems like if we're going to just say, you know, discs onwards, because cartridges were legitimately more expensive to make, discs onward, the price of games adjusted for inflation and also as a component of your paycheck has remained relatively consistent, which just means that if it's remained relatively consistent, and then the manufacturing cost of the game has remained relatively consistent, and it should have, because the games are more complicated, but also it's easier to make them because you have better technology. If it all kind of evens out, then they don't really need the extra money coming in from all these shops and DLCs and everything else. So it does just seem to boil down to greed that we are slowly
more money.
They are boiling the frog in this and slowly raising prices and using these things as excuses.
Yeah, just
but if you look
finding
at
all
the
the edges of all the monetization methods, seeing where people are willing to go before cracking.
Yeah, and if they want to make more money, which are like, yeah, I want to make more money too, and they were giving me shit that was worth the price, and I felt like I was always getting a good deal, and games were getting consistently way better across the board. Things were way better value, and games were just full of amazing content and great details and polish and stuff. Yeah, I'd pay more money, and I'd feel fine. But I feel like a lot of shit is just, we're just gonna sell you white for $20, and we're like, wait a second, but white was in last game because it came with the game.
Yeah.
How come white costs money now?
And it just feels like when the industry was starting up and getting a lot of traction, it was dependent on proving itself. So you had to make something worthwhile as like an artistic art form, sort of like you had to actually make a good thing and then impress people, and it spreads around. They weren't like monetizing it crazy back then because there wasn't as much faith in the gaming industry. Gaming's still trying to earn its like relevance, despite the fact that it's dominating as an industry. Like in terms of as an artistic outlet, it's kind of insane to think that it still hasn't fully achieved that yet. In the same way that film didn't fully achieve it for a long time by comparison to, books or prestige elements of like maybe theater and stuff like that. It's just as an art form. When it's the artistry that goes into games now is absolutely fucking nuts. But it just feels like, because one of the things that has to be factored in here, that we feel like we're in a historically bad age for games releasing unfinished.
Yeah,
that's got to factor in. It has to.
I think in terms of the artistic conversation, I think that's just a more general trend of how mass media works.
Well, it's kind of what I'm saying explains the lack of monetization the earlier you go, because I don't think it was taken as seriously. It just wasn't.
Right. I just know in a more general sense, like art is one of those things that high status people use to signal that they're high status. And so if there is an art form that is like it has mass appeal, it's generally not viewed as high status for that reason alone.
Just another factor to this is that generally you can kind of get away with charging more for a more niche audience. So like a good example is if you get into like Crusader Kings, for example, you can kind of see that they really heavily monetize their relatively niche audience compared to something like more mainstream, like, I don't know, Call of Duty or whatever, right? Not as many people play Crusader Kings as Call of Duty, but because these guys want all this new content, the developers have kind of make the trade like, okay, well, if you guys want a lot more content for a relatively small audience, we'll charge you more, right? But the scope of video gamers compared to like the 90s to now is tremendous. Like I believe Final Fantasy VII was the best-selling game on the PlayStation for a long time. That sold, I think, in total about 10 million, according to this, about 10 million copies. GTA 5 sold 200 million copies. So the scale of like what's considered the best-selling game is
connected,
changed quite a bit.
Oh
in
yeah,
the past
the
couple
percentage
decades
of the population that is like a gamer and will buy video games has increased so much, and it takes you the same amount of money to like distribute that game digitally, that it's literally just amazing. If you're publishing a game, you can digitally distribute a product, and there's just way more people who are ready to buy it. You don't have to ship extra copies. You don't have to make cases, print cases. You don't have to do any of that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Well, on the note of niche, because you're right completely. You reminded me of I knew it was Train Simulator, but there's a couple of other ones. But right, like you go to the Train Simulator 4, that's the DLCs or at least add-ons.
Oh yeah.
Like, oh my god.
What the fuck?
$1,886.
Yeah, they basically assume that every player is a whale, and they are willing to buy all these expensive DLCs. But I mean, they must like it because they continue to make those games. So
yeah, I don't know anything about it.
At least Train Simulator World 4 compatible Spirit of Stream Liverpool Lime Street Crew Route add-on is 60% off.
Oh my god!
Consider
what
that
a savings.
Yeah.
The physical printing of games. I mean, to consumers, it's sort of a nostalgic, respectable thing, but to companies, it's simply a delivery mechanism. And now that the internet is here, digital delivery is, that works. So let's just do that, and then we don't have to print the disc.
It's that, and it also provides them with a bit more power because they can turn around in 10 years and say, yeah, you don't own it anymore. Buy it again on the new platform. Fuck you.
Yeah.
That's actually a huge contributor why GTA sold so much, is that they released it in 2013 on the consoles. They released it in 2014 on the next gen consoles, and then 2015 on PCs. They triple dipped some people. So that's pretty sneaky, but they still made a lot of money.
They re-released it again for 9th gen.
All right,
well.
Oh boy.
Yeah. The purpose of that little side tangent was basically to show that you could get this data pretty quickly if you wanted to actually put the data.
They put in a whole night's work, Dev. Damn you!
Man had coffee in his sky
you could see, you could actually see the numbers and take a look at these two charts and realize that after the cartridges went the way of the dodo, games have remained roughly the same price compared to your average paycheck. And so all of this stuff being added on top of it, the increased prices, the shops, all of it is just them making more money.
But gamers are entitled.
True. Not the companies.
No.
Second is that none of the new ways to monetize are going away with this price hike. Look, if a publisher said to us, our game's got a $70 sticker price, but there's no in-game purchases and all the DLC is free, I'm betting people would be a lot more accepting. But
they were with Hogwarts Legacy.
There are several examples of this being more acceptable. But
even something like Starfield.
It's just
worth every penny.
It's something that people have talked about over time, like free-to-play games. Is like people are much more accepting of monetization stuff being in them because you're like, well, I get the main game for free, so I get it. I understand. That's chill. It is a balance of. It's funny because you had that thing about feelings. It's like it really is down to that a lot of the time with the vast amount of gamers that just like we just want a sense of it being fair. But the thing is, you can do any individual any individual microtransaction is not treated all the same. Like if you pay $10 and you get an amazing skin complete with all new animations for a game like League of Legends, for example, versus you pay $10 and you get an earring. You're like, I don't know. I'm feeling the fairness difference there. And then, of course, if you pay $5 and you get a whole set of new maps, you're like, whoa! Like, this it just gives a different sense of what's happening. It's down to each individual game and dev, depending on just how much they can nickel and dime, or, God forbid, they have people who are like, we think this is fair. We think that we should charge this much for it because this is how much extra work it costs, and we want to be able to make more in future.
Yeah, it's just that, like, Stardew Valley is $15. The whole game is $15, and it's got an extremely extensive modding scene. And you'll go into some games, and it'll be like, yeah, $20 for a skin for a gun, and people will just buy it. People will be like, you know what? I want to get this $20 skin for this one gun in this game. And I'm like, man, but that's just, I guess, normal to some people. Some people are so tied to singular games, and they just feel like they need to have it, when entire games are that whole price and then some. Nuts to me that it's shifted. Like the perception of games and value has shifted that much.
Yeah.
Do you think he didn't bring up Hogwarts Legacy as an example of them listing a game for $70 with no DLC as being successful? Yeah. Do I even have to finish that sentiment?
Hey man, you can be asked to draw Harry Potter, okay?
or any of these single player games that didn't have DLCs and were just wildly successful. Like Baldur's Gate, Tears of the Kingdom, Stellar Blade. Pick one.
Right.
Well, it has to specifically be a game that retailed for $70 for this example to work. I think Baldur's Gate 3 was $60. I'm not sure about Tears of the Kingdom.
Let me see.
Tears of the Kingdom upped their price by like $10 relative to like, I mean, I'm Canadian, and games are typically $79.99, and Tears of the Kingdom is $89.99, and Nintendo is just like, we feel like this is appropriate because of the amount that we're pouring into the game. And I was like, you know what, I'll pay it because I feel like I'm gonna get a lot out of this game. So whatever.
There are games
it was worth it. It was worth it.
You pay the base.
It was
price.
70 though, by the way. I looked it up. In America, it was 70.
Because we haven't talked about replayability as well. If there are games that have excessive replayability, you can buy it for the price it was at, and then eventually be like, I don't mind more money going toward this thing in one way or another, just because of how much fun it's given me. which is nice as an experience. Rarely happens, you know.
Yeah, no, I did that with freaking one of the best games ever. It failed catastrophically. Was Titanfall 2. That was a great game. I bought that I think on PC and on console, and I ended up buying like extra DLCs and stuff, even though they haven't touched the game really for years. I felt like I should support it just in case somebody was looking at the accounts one day and said, "Hey, you know what? Maybe we should make a sequel or something." They're still making money. But yeah, a great game, a great business model, which is super, super risky, but I find it incredible that they're able to hold it up as Path of Exile. That's still a free-to-play game. Like there's no gameplay modification, monetization at all. Like the entire game's free, but they have like cool little mods to make your pets look different or armor or whatever. And just like, if you want to support us, give us money and we can make your guy look pretty dope. But if you don't want to, then that's fine as well.
Instead,
Oh, here, just real quick. Here's the reason that we all know why this is happening, but here's the data. Okay, here's some data.
More data.
This is growth from 2017 to projected 2026. All right, you see, this is specifically growth, right? So PC games will grow 65%, console games 32%, integrated ads. This is their revenue source. 38.2%, and then social and casual games 258%. So what you probably have is a whole bunch of these games that are PC games or console games. They're not casual games. They're gonna start adopting these more casual monetization schemes because they see the growth and they want to say, well, hey man, it's not a phone game, but can we make this work with this adventure game or this RPG? Can we just shoehorn in a store somewhere? Because people, as you said, Regs, people are fucking buying it. And you can see they're buying it right here with the numbers.
On this graph, is the term social casual sort of interchangeable with mobile? Like if the other ones are PC and console? Like I'm just kind of confused.
It defines them both here. Let's see. Social gaming means playing interactive video games through social media or mobile apps. Casual gaming means playing easy-to-learn games for short and simple sessions.
Okay. Yeah, it kind of treats like Facebook, and not that Facebook games are much of a thing anymore, but like any sort of online, easy, like casual mobile shit? Thing. Yeah, browser-based.
Do you guys know that YouTube has their own games now? Have you seen this?
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, so like, I think on the homepage on mobile, they'll give you access to loads of. They're like flash games. It's really strange. I guess it's just an attempt to, and a lot of them are clearly built to be addictive. It's just sad.
Netflix has games too now.
Just sad. It's also sad.
But automatically timestamping comments. Oh no, we can't add that. That's too much effort.
Wait, hold on a minute. That's right. Yeah, Netflix does have games because one of the things that tanked Telltale games is the fact they had like a contract with Netflix and they couldn't fill it. And it's like, well, wait, if you're going for the casual game, like why are you putting a Telltale game in Netflix? Doesn't make any sense.
Is Discord still trying to sell games too?
Oh yeah.
Oh god, they were trying to do that. Yeah, they were trying to be Steam for a while, weren't they?
Yeah, they they undercut Steam's percentage and they had like a couple exclusive games.
Why does everything want to be everything?
Man, I wonder like if you bought a game on Discord and they took it away in 2022. If you bought a game on Discord, do you still have that game now that the feature's gone? Probably not.
They might be abandonware. Like,
no clue.
There was some Souls-like game that came out on Discord. I don't know if it ever came to other platforms.
Journey to Singapore.
Yeah, but like if you're somebody who has like a Discord game, can you still go and download it in 2024?
Don't know.
I have no clue. There was not one single neuron in my brain that even entertained the idea of buying a game on Discord.
Mm-hmm.
Probably not. And if you dislike that business practice of taking people's games away, you should check out stopkillinggames.com.
Stopkillinggames.com. I agree. Stop fucking killing games.
Yeah.
I'm betting people would be a lot more accepting. But instead, the consumer is being told, hey, game's now $70 and you gotta pay for New Game Plus, which makes us, the consumers, feel like garbage.
I feel like some examples would be useful. Like, yes, the examples do exist, but we also listed examples where that wasn't the case.
Let me explain to you how that's a losing effort. 1, takes more effort. 2, there's more ways to prove him wrong. 3, it's very intuitive to just hope the audience goes, yeah, that is true. Yeah.
Dude he hasn't felt interested in citing a single thing in the video so far, so I don't think he's going to start now.
It would be funny if just a picture of a list of video games came up applicable to all of these points suddenly. We'd be like, whoa, all right, nice, okay, good job.
Even though, to be fair to the industry, there's no way that $70 price alone is going to cover most of the budgets of a modern AAA game.
Well, fuck you, you haven't given us the video for that
yet. Cite your fucking numbers, because I don't believe. How did the industry survive?
I can't.
How did it get to this point?
We can't take this on faith. You have to include this part of the video that you are going to make later. Like, you cut out a part. Does he get the irony that he cut out a part of this video to make a future video?
Is it Indigo said that earlier? It's going to be DLC.
To do that.
Yeah,
it is nuts because
season pass.
He cited it before, being like, "We'll get to the reasons behind what we think is this." Time. Now he's citing it as just, "It's true." It's like, no, hang on, like you can't do that.
Like Skyrim wouldn't have been successful if it wasn't for the DLCs. Like, fuck off.
It would be bad enough if he was saying. If he was saying that there's a video in existence that you can check out that would make this point clear, it's like we could at least do that. But he's saying there's not even a video that exists yet.
No, Mauler. He's gonna end the video with.
They've got to end the video.
Yeah, he's gonna end the video with subscribe to our Nova to find out more.
Nebula has our full episode detailing how much of a piece of shit you are and how you should support games
Nebula,
no matter
not
what.
Nova. Yeah.
And it's just the basics of budgeting. Like he treats all this as like a static thing. You just have to raise the price. There's no other option. Like the basic economics of it is that you figure out how big your market is, what kind of game of this genre, how popular that is, what do they usually sell? Are we going to sell about 1 million copies, 500,000, or 3 million copies? Okay, cool. 3 million copies times the current average acceptable price for that. Okay, here's our budget. That's how you figure things out. You figure out what you're probably going to sell, and then that's your make or break point. And then after that, if it sells better than expected, that's your profit margin. And that's just how things have been working since the very beginning. And you can always adjust that, however it needs to be done. Like, let's say, this game may not sell very well. Let's cut back our budget a little bit. But with these constantly expanding budgets and everything, you get these weird ass stories like Tomb Raider not being a disappointing at 4 million sales, which that should be a great success. So it's not really a problem of the price point not changing enough. It's just these companies not budgeting properly.
Is that the remasters you're talking about?
The original ones.
Sorry. Right.
Like pretty much.
You were talking about Tomb Raider 2013, right? Where it sold 6 million copies, and Square Enix said that wasn't good enough.
Square Enix has basically never had a successful game in the last several years because every single time they expect them to sell like 10 plus million copies. Like all their games are unsuccessful because they have these crazy make break margins. Yeah.
If this video is telling me that ultimately a AAA gaming environment cannot exist where they release a game at $70, then that just means that there's this horrific, terrible rot
in the
industry.
Die.
Fucking die. If AAA games have to go away for X years before they sort their shit out, then fine. I'll be over here playing all the other games that apparently can survive and thrive without charging me $70 or season passes or 7,000 pieces of microtransaction.
You know what else died? Didn't even get to live was the $70 per movie industry. Oh, what a shame. That just died. It's like, because why the fuck would we be okay with that? And it's like, I just need this image actually infuriates me. It's the opposite of that other one. It's like, oh, look at us, our pitiful $70. We can't build a full game for you with this. What do you expect us to do? It's like, how about you move the blocks around so he becomes a smaller little game man? Why does he have to be this huge game man?
Implicit assumption that it has to be this giant monolithic fucking blockbuster creature every single time, when that's not what a game needs to be successful. Absolutely.
Yeah. No.
Why does every game feel like, we've got to be Anthem? We have to make all the money. We can't just make a lot of money. We have to make all of it. We have to take these massive risks all the time, chasing this massive amount of money.
Starfield had a $200 million budget just to develop the game.
That's
so to break
Skyrim.
Even on that, on their $70 price point, they have to sell at least 3 million copies.
Wait, where
just
was that in the game?
Break even. Where was the $200 million?
In the game.
Where was it? Where did it go?
Where's the money, Todd?
Explain.
It's just Skyrim in space. Jesus Christ.
Well, let me tell you, that game was worth even more than that.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but please don't insult Skyrim by.
Yeah, what? Fair enough.
Yeah, here's the thing. I'm. It's not even like a bullet you're biting. I'm just like, yeah, if AAA needs to die, then fine, let it die. The industry isn't. The industry can. Well, the nature of the system is such that if there is an emptiness, if a vacuum is created, other people will rise to fill it. And if you have like I said, if the whole AAA industry shrinks and shrivels and convolutes itself and has to like die for X amount of years so it can sort its shit out, then fine, do it. It's fine.
Yeah, we're kind of overdue with the crash. I mean, there was a famous video game crash in the 80s where companies would just shit out games they literally made in weeks and try to sell millions and millions of copies. That's what happened with the famously bad Atari ET game. Is they like printed 3 million copies, but they gave a guy like a couple weeks to make the game, and of course it wasn't very good. But they had the brand, they had the branding, the license, and everything. That crashed. That kind of reset the American market. But we're kind of over, and we had another one sort of with the tech bubble in the early 2000s. That killed a lot of video game companies too, because a lot of these companies were riding high on investors and the stock market and everything like that, and that went to hell. We're kind of overdue for another one. I mean, it's bad because a lot of people will lose jobs and a lot of companies will probably go under. But I think we kind of need it at this point because this isn't sustainable as it is going.
Yeah,
there were no standards back then. Yeah,
I don't like being put on by these respective industries. It'd be like if the milkman said, I got to be paid more because of I take your milk through Imagination Land. I walk through the whole place, which is good for the milk. So I need to be paid more. You'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Just give me the milk, you fuck.
I need to be paid $39.99.
That's delicious.
It's made better by Imagination Land.
You need to be subscribed to Milk Plus subscription at $49.99, and then you have to pay like another $4.99 per milk bottle on top of that.
That's the thing. We talk about indie versus AAA, but there's just that guy who's like, you can just have some milk if you want. I'm selling milk for milk prices. In fact, lower than you expect milk prices. Do you want some milk? And you're like, yes, thank you. Then the other guy,
milk, $3.50 a gallon, is like, yeah, sure.
That guy isn't even selling milk DLC. What's the point?
So, just real quick, because I kind of turned into this guy during this stream since they've done all this research and they're not showing fucking any of it. I guess and also you can do it in about 5 minutes. I'm going to show you some more research. Okay?
Oh my god.
Here is the price of your average AAA game. No, the cost of developing your average AAA game.
AAA games hit average costs of $200 million by the early 2020s.
Yeah, so they are just spending more and more and more money on these games, and I guess this is where all their costs are going. So,
where's the fucking money going?
We would find out about all that in the next video.
But yeah, it's like, okay, the games are coming out, they're not as good. Sometimes they don't even look as good. Like the graphics argument kind of falls apart because the games are uglier than they were 10 years ago in some cases. So they're shorter, they're shittier quality. Like where's the money going? Like you're not making a good game with this extra money. So what are you doing with it?
A lot of it's just tied up in infrastructural inefficiency because a lot of companies in the Western space are stuck in a human resources death spiral because they're so frequently laying off people that there's no job security. So they just don't retain anybody. So you lose a lot of that because you're not retaining experience for like, say, 5 to 10 years like you used to. And so it just makes making games more inefficient.
I imagine this graph is similar for movies, and when you look behind the scenes of any like fucking Marvel thing, you'll find like the immense amount of spending that goes on. The one example I always give, because you see it every time, is the special effects, makeup, and costumes. Like, especially the makeup and costumes, they'll have people who are experts come in to spend millions and millions on everything, and then you'll see a scene that's about a minute long, and no characters speak who have these outfits on. And you're just like, is that just something... How is this happening? And it's just like, I don't know. It's just like, it's what you do when you make movies that are this big. And I feel like that's said a lot with games too. This is the kind of money you spend if you want to make, immense amounts of money with video games. is bloated.
Yeah,
hence the need for an explosion/implosion at some point.
Yeah, I did a similar thing with the Indiana Jones series. I took the initial production budget of Indiana Jones 1, 2, and 3. Then I took their respective years and did an inflation calculator to figure out how much that budget would be from like 81, 83, 85, whatever they were, to now. And if you combined all 3 budgets from Indiana Jones, Raiders of the Lost Ark, Temple of Doom, and Last Crusade, combined, they cost less than Dial of Destiny. Like, that's just how.
And Dial of Destiny is the most horrible looking one and horribly written.
Something happened with these budgets. I mean, we see it all the time with the movies and with games. It's making me wonder too, like, where is all this fucking money going? It's going somewhere because we are not seeing the quality. If you made a $200 million game and it felt like a $200 million game and you said $70, I'd be like, yeah, sure. Sure, if I can see the quality, if I'm getting my money's worth, yeah, I'll pay for quality. But where's it going?
And I guess just to put the to put a nail in the final nail in the coffin of the inflation argument. Here's your average inflation from 2018 to 2023. Here's the inflation in prices on Steam each year. Game prices have gone up faster than inflation has.
Well, that's where you're wrong.
There you go.
Oh, and then doesn't say anything else.
Tells me.
So even the "we must keep up with inflation" argument just doesn't make any sense.
Because it's kind of a fairly well-known, good indie game example, indie-ish game. I guess they call it AA game. But Deep Rock Galactic, the devs of it, Ghost Ship Games, they had a goal of Deep Rock Galactic selling 200,000 lifetime sales. In 2018, they sold 502,000. They sold 404,000 in 2019. And in 2020, they sold 1.18 million.
Yeah, great game. Love it game.
I think something you got to consider as well. This guy's nuts, so I don't think he cares. But if we had $1 to spend when a game was $1, and then game goes up with inflation to $1.10, and they're like, yeah, but your pay went up to $1.10. Let's just say that's true. It's like, yeah, but the game isn't the only thing that's gone up. Every single thing in my life that I buy semi-regularly has gone up, and I've not accounted for that in full with my fucking wage increase. Just like accounting for it all over. This is what I mean. There's so many gaps. You could kind of logic your way around just using whatever material is useful to you to make whatever narrative you want. But like, no wonder everybody was fucking linking this video, being like, "This is insane." It's like, yeah, because it's just cherry picking random shit, which is weird. Why does it want the narrative in this video? I wouldn't have thought Extra Credits would even want to say all of this shit, but I guess this is somewhat consistent.
There's not really a point because he hasn't really advocated for games should be more expensive to offset these costs. He's just kind of trying to actually prove everybody wrong, but he's not bringing the data to actually. So,
I mean, I've got a tinfoil hat theory. I have no evidence to back it up, though.
Let's go.
I think fair enough. I think, because this is going to be a political answer. I think because these guys are more progressive at Extra Credits, and because a lot of these AAA dev studios have definitely become more progressive, and now they are creators of progressive culture. This is them just kind of taking one for the team. But I have no proof for that. It's just a feeling I have.
But the team is the corporations, though. So how does that get
but the corporations hire a bunch of lefties in California.
Yeah, a bunch of lefties, yeah.
Whenever you see
reconcile it with like EA and Activision, like these massive companies, and particularly these companies have been laying off a lot of employees.
That's our viewpoint because we've seen what they're doing. But the way they frame it in the video all the time is the innocent devs, the innocent, well-meaning devs who are just trying to make ends meet.
I don't know what to make of that other than just like a weird tunnel vision. Do they not realize that like publishers are also part of the not only are they part of the conversation, they're the decision makers. They're the ones who make the decisions on all of these monetization schemes.
This image is the narrative of the video in full. It's the game isn't going to be completed unless you supply more money to the innocent dev who's just trying to get the job done.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, just
the way around that they need to present to you a pitch for why you should give them money. I don't know why the onus is being put on players. As if it's like, well, you need to generate the value for them. It's the opposite way around. You need to present something of value to people so that they pay for it. Because all of that inflation stuff, like really all of that comes secondary to if people don't want to pay that much, that's it. That's the end of the conversation. It's only worth what people are willing to pay for it. So you can't like present these arguments for how like, well, morally you should be paying more money for these games. Like it just doesn't change. If people don't want to, they don't want to. End of story.
Morally,
no, the willingness to pay is the hard line. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is now getting into the political conversation, right? Because I mean, I'm sure you guys saw that 2017 or something. There was this really obese black woman who was like, and she had like a big sign behind her, and it said, "All white people are racist," and it had her PayPal address on it.
Yeah.
It's like, send me reparations. But there is this view that like among very far left people who are nonetheless engaging in capitalism in this way, that there is a moral obligation on behalf of the people buying the products to buy their products because they're the good guys. You see that a lot. And I think that's probably what he's pulling on here. Even though he's not explicitly saying it, but it feels like that's what he's pulling on here.
But I mean,
whenever
it's so
there's
generic
backlash
to like Call of Duty and stuff, though, right? Like, it's not like he's directing you to any type of game, seemingly.
Well, so far there is no therefore ... There's no thesis or call to action.
There's an implication for sure of like, maybe
Stop
they should
bitching.
cost more. Definitely an implication along those lines.
Yeah, the implication is stop bitching. You have it better than ever. Stop being mean to the devs who make.
I guess
games.
I don't know. Like to me, I find it really bizarre, especially if this video came out in the last couple of weeks, right?
2 weeks ago.
Yeah. So this is like after. Or do you think that might be it? That like they've erroneously seen all of these developers get laid off, and they think, well, the solution to that would be if they charge like $80 for the games. That would fix the problem.
Yeah, if gamers paid more, then the companies would be happy, and the devs wouldn't lose their jobs.
Even though the problem was that themselves recorded like record profits.
Well, and the problem was Hi-Fi Rush was sold for it wasn't sold traditionally. It was put on Game Pass. So it wasn't even like we had the option.
That's something that's making things more. It's kind of already exists in film and television. Is that it's much more ambiguous the nature of what it means to succeed on Disney Plus or Netflix compared to the box office, where it's just straightforward. You make your money back. Well, if you made your money back, you succeeded. You didn't make your money back, you failed. And it's almost like that's starting to become a thing in the gaming industry as well, with stuff like Game Pass, where it's starting to kind of obfuscate the success or failure of any given game. It makes it less predictable what it means to succeed, and it's the priorities of Microsoft with Game Pass are not going to be the same priorities as I'm trying to sell a game, and I hope you buy enough copies of my game to turn a profit. There's going to be a big difference between what counts as succeeding for Game Pass. Main one being is it bringing in new subscribers, which is probably what they're hoping will happen with Call of Duty.
I mean, we saw the same thing happen with Epic Games exclusivity contracts. Like they'd get about like $10-12 million some of these games to go Epic exclusive, but that would severely hurt their initial sales and their hype. So they wouldn't really see sales until they finally were able to, after that sort of exclusivity period passed, to come on Steam, and then they'd actually see like okay sales because people actually want to buy it onto that platform. But going back to the whole $70, if only we would charge more money, we wouldn't have all these bad things. The video kind of already defeats its own argument, because as it's demonstrated, once games started being charged $70, we saw the same bullshit. So if we were to calculate down to the dollar, how much do we have to charge to line up with the exact not that there is an exact, but according to the inflationcalculator.com, how much should we be charging for games now? If we did that, if we bumped it up to 100, 120, or whatever it needs to be at this point to be fair, it would just become the new baseline. There would be DLC packs, there would be expansions, there would be the premium edition, there would be
this image, right? If he said in his next video, that box needs to say 100, that will solve it. That's the correct amount. You'll have enough material to be able to make the game fully. Excellent. But you could just remake this image with 100 on that box, and the AAA game, man, is just bigger.
Yeah, because the budget's gotten higher. They'll just keep pushing it.
And you keep pushing it until Extra Credits goes, well, that's an absurd amount for a game to cost. It's like, aha! Interesting.
I don't know. They probably thought it was bad for a game that cost $200 million 20 years ago.
That's what I'm saying.
Like, holy shit.
Where the fuck is the line? When do we say, like, yo, why are you spending so much fucking money on the game? What are you doing?
I'll decide how much that game's worth. Thank you very much.
So here's the thing, Mahler. What you just said actually segues into the final bit of evidence that I want to show you during my 20-minute all-nighter pulling all this stuff up. Okay.
Oh my
goodness. This is the last time I'll torture you with a graph. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
So
look at this graph.
This is a graph that shows the average price of a game made by AAA developers and also indie developers per complexity of the game. Right. So you have it's divided 10%, 20%, 30%. Those are all the various levels of complexity. And it says at the bottom there is measured by how big the game is, how much CPU it uses, how much RAM it uses. So a basic metric of how complex the game is. And you can see for the same relative amount of complexity, indie games are cheaper than AAA games. So so let's say you have a game that is 60% complex, so that means that it uses around 60% of what the most complex games use for CPU and GPU and storage. And yet it costs $18 as an indie game and $40 as a AAA game. So where is that? What's the gap there? Why is it that these indie studios can make a game of that size and that quality, but AAA company has more. It has to charge more to get the same thing.
Guarantee you extra credits is enough of an anus that you would say, that's actually the result of poor optimization on part of the indie games. They don't know how to make games that run more efficiently.
I was if you want a real complexity is a strange metric.
Yeah, I agree. It's a weird metric. I don't know.
Well, I assume it's a metric.
There's not much data on this.
Yeah, this is how to create a metric for this. This definitive.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, all the aspects of complexity here, like CPU, RAM, VRAM, that can all be chalked up to like bad programming.
Yeah, but that can also be in AAA and AA games. That's why, all things equal, this is something. It shows us something. I guess you just. What's funny is you'd be like, well, surely AAA and AA games will have better efficiency for use of, compression or whatever you have to increase the game's performance. But the irony, of course, is that what are most known for the broken games releasing is like, well, AAA. It ain't indie.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Right. And here, if you want the final dick punch, I pulled this graph from an article.
Please.
I pulled this graph from an article that is using this data to say that indie games should cost more. Not AAA games should cost less.
Right in the dick.
And it's like indie games cost too little, and they're actually hurting AAA developers because they're undercutting them.
Oh, that's their angle. I thought their angle was maybe that like indie devs could make more money, but if it's that the poor AAA publishers are being devalued by low price indie games, fuck off.
It's not really getting punched in the dick that's the problem. It's getting punched in the balls. The dick can take it, no problem. The dick's got nothing to worry about. It's the soft boys underneath.
I would rather be punched in the shaft than the balls, personally.
Yeah.
What? That's madness. There's no way.
Don't at me. There's no way that $70 price alone is going to cover most of the budgets of a modern AAA game, for better or worse. But
I don't even know what you wanted to say with that. That's all my conclusion is. I guess we'll have to wait for that video.
But again, man, does it feel bad when they ask you to pay for the car. And
look at this guy's hair.
Okay, so he has which guy? They both look bizarre.
One of them is clearly wearing a fucking wig or a.
It's one of them killed a Pikachu and then skinned it, dehydrated it, and then slapped it over his head.
It is weird, like these layered hairstyles. You've got these people that look like they have hair with ice cream smashed on top of it. I don't get it.
Yeah, it's like he has like a shaved side head with the top intact. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. What is this giant spike in front of your face, though?
Oh, we've all got those.
Yeah,
I guess. Yeah.
Nose?
No. I mean the okay,
the single
on the blonde guy on the left. Yeah, there's that triangle of hair coming down, but I thought you shaved the entire side of your head.
That's the ear thing.
Yeah, it's to denote that there's an ear. Presumably behind it, which is really weird, but
just draw the ear. It's just
just
a C, basically. Just draw a C.
But again, man, does it feel bad when they ask you to pay for the car and then they tell you that you have to buy the keys separately. So maybe there's some...
Yeah, it's fucking criminal.
Why would you say it
unacceptable.
feels bad? Does that not...
It just is bad.
You should be saying it's unacceptable. You should be saying that is absolutely unacceptable and it should be stopped and there has to be another way.
Yeah, he's pitching it like, boy, I sure feel weird that I feel
golly gosh.
mad about this. Why am I mad about this?
Yeah. Well, yeah, he should be pissed off. He should be saying it's just not, this can't happen.
That you have to buy the keys separately. So maybe there's some messaging to work on there.
It's not messaging, you fuck.
It's not messaging.
Oh, it's bad PR.
Oh, I'm sorry you misinterpreted what we told you.
Oh my god.
Also, I do want to point out, I predicted this exact image. You know, Mr. Moneybags rubbing his hands with money. This is the greedy capitalist. Here he is.
Yeah, right.
Oh, he doesn't have a top hat, right? No, he's Trump instead. Got it.
Ah, of course.
Third, indie game pricing structure. Because indie games tend to do their own thing when it comes to price point. They remind consumers that games could cost less. Now, there's a lot of reasons for this, of course, with most of these games costing far less to build, but it serves as a...
Why is that?
Oh god, I hate how much he's like avoiding.
If only that was in this video instead of next
What is it
time.
about? Because indie games and like AA games seem to be willing, happy, and some of them fucking grateful to make a profit, period, or to be happy with less profit potentially than these massive companies with these huge bloated budgets that can sell millions and millions of copies and still not be satisfied. So, maybe there's some philosophy when it comes to, you know, satisfaction and things of that nature that go into it. Just interesting.
Also, from chat, which I think is very true, he's placing all arguments against price increase as feelings and all for the increase as research. Like,
true, yeah.
Whole categorization there.
Well, it's all into
research
the like entitled
wherever,
gamer complex.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, who would win? A whole night's worth of research or a bunch of people's feelings? I don't know, man. Like, I'm just saying.
Well, I thought feelings were over facts.
Yeah.
I don't what facts?
I hate facts too.
I don't know what the facts are.
He did a whole night of
research.
research.
Facts. I've heard of this mythological night of research. This legendary night of research in the Sky Castle with the happy coffee. But I haven't seen any fruits of that labor.
Why would you need facts when we have these colorful illustrations?
That's true.
Yeah, where's Sonic the Hedgehog? I need my keys.
I don't get this.
You need the keys jingling?
I do.
Please jangle the keys, extra credits.
Can you guys explain the image? Because, like, what is this?
Oh, I guess if we roll it back, we might know what he's going to say. I'm sure it has context, don't you worry.
Now, there's a lot of reasons for this, of course, with most of these
Why
games.
does the game have arms?
Why not?
Those are ears. What do you mean?
No, it's got legs and arms, but they're connected to the body.
Yeah, that's normal.
Ears connected to the face.
Legs connected to the face, as per usual.
Far less to build, but it serves as an anchor point in our minds, you know? Plus, it sort of rankles when you go, I spent 78 hours on Vampire Survivors and paid $1 for it, while I played something like, say, Redfall for an hour and a half, paid $70, and didn't...
are we finally getting to the quality of the game argument now as well?
Do you think that there might be a link between what I'm willing to pay?
No, it's entitled gamer
quality
feelings.
I'm expecting. Oh, okay.
It's so funny because like the big elephant in the room is that a lot of games are shit. Like even when
the
they're
only
completed...
difference between those two games is price point. Okay, don't think of any other differences between those two games.
It's simple. If I pay $70, I expect at least a $30 quality game.
It should be 70 times better than the other game.
Enjoy it nearly as much, because even though your whole rational brain knows that Vampire Survivors cost way less to make, it is still true.
Well, that doesn't mean shit.
That doesn't... Yeah.
Why would I worry about
Arcane?
Why would Arcane? Why would I give a shit about Arcane if they don't give me a good game in the first place?
It's just not relevant. Like how much money? It's not a pitch that's going to make you go, oh, well, shit. I mean, now that you tell me that, then yeah, I'll give you more money for something I perceive of being of lower quality regardless.
If I go to a restaurant and I order some food and the food tastes like shit, you can't say, Well, I mean, the chef worked really hard on
Really
it, and it
hard.
was expensive.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
you
And
know,
Well, so here's the thing, right? This logic works, but it has to be voluntary because there's tons of people who say, "Yeah, I know my local mom and pop shop charges a little bit more for a little bit less, but I like the people. I'm going to go support small
Sure, yeah.
businesses." You can have that
Yeah.
feeling,
yeah,
but
potentially.
this person is shaming you for not having that feeling. But it has to be a voluntary thing.
Well, yeah, he's doing the
multi-billion-dollar corporation.
It's like you're more
Yeah.
concerned
Have
with
the
having
feeling there's a
fun.
corporation.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this is like
Finn,
if
you're
mom
right.
and pop were assholes and they hated you
Yeah.
and they were ruining everything
Well,
you
it's like
liked
your
and they
mom
were
and pop
mega
is,
billionaires
is
already.
Walmart. It's like it's Walmart.
It's the meme. It's the meme bringing. You're right.
Come on.
Right.
Go
Well,
out of
what
the
did-
way to
Let-
help
well,
you out.
What is with the
Let me
insane
get
narrative
the
in this
meme.
video to shame us for being like, you're focused on fun when paying for an experience as opposed to worrying about arcade? You're like, what the fuck are you talking about? What? I came here to buy fun.
You don't have a moral obligation to worry about the health of a studio, like if they've delivered a game that you don't like.
I
Yeah,
think
it's
where
like the
his
studio
where-
mismanaged the shit out of them, and I'm supposed to pay for that? Like, come on.
That picture's really good.
I think where the
Leave the
fuck up is
multi-billion-dollar
happening-
company alone.
Now I am starting to wonder,
Yeah.
right?
It's the
Now
meme.
I
Yeah,
am
it's the
starting to
meme.
wonder because Redfall was made by the studio that got shut down, right? Arcane Austin.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So maybe that was what's wait. Oh well, maybe this is out of date, right? Because that was less than 2 weeks ago. So in the time that the video came out,
I think
they
2 weeks
got shut
ago
down.
Arcane has been in some, some
I mean the specific
questionable-
studio,
Yeah.
the Arcane Austin. When did that was that in the last 2 weeks? When I'm just thinking about like the timing and how it
I'll look it
lines
up real
up.
quick.
I can't
So
remember.
is
I think what the-
Arcane the name of the developer of League of Legends
Yes.
as well as the name
No.
of the TV
No,
show?
you're thinking of the
no.
show.
No. The
Oh,
show.
okay.
Arcane is the developer of. They made Redfall, but they made
Redfall.
Dishonored, Prey, and it's Riot makes League of Legends.
Oh, okay.
It looks
Yeah,
like
you're
this
thinking of
was
the
in.
show,
Yeah,
which will be getting
Microsoft
its
closed a
recent
number of
season.
Bethesda studios, including Arcane Austin.
Well, dates. That's what I want to know.
Well, this is May 7th is when this
Yep.
came out. So
Okay.
Yeah, May 7th, May 9th. I'm seeing articles around that time. Lost
Okay,
96
and-
jobs.
This came out in the second. Oh, so this came out before. Well, the Worrying was founded. In the case
You
of
see,
in the case
you
of
entitled
Redfall.
gamers, you should have been worried. You should have
Yeah.
bought all the Redfall DLC so that they stayed in business.
Oh,
so
Yeah,
funny,
we would get more
'cause-
red falls until they got shut
Well-
down eventually anyway.
one of
The
the
funny-
this
Oh my god, this is such
this
shit.
conversation has me wondering about like Dishonored, Dishonored 2, Prey. Like these are games that are really good and they're super fun and I really like them. And yet apparently they weren't selling enough or doing well enough or whatever, and so people got shuffled around and games got changed and whatnot. And I'm wondering, did they just not make enough for you? Or were they actually not profitable? Because now I'm super second guessing everything when it comes to viability of studios and franchises.
It's
I believe
there's a long
Dishonored-
story
Oh,
behind
sorry.
Arcane. How they got acquired by Bethesda and then switching over to Microsoft and Microsoft's change in expectations and why that just didn't work out. It's a decently long story.
I
Yeah.
believe Dishonored did sell pretty well, but all their games get reviewed well, but they underperform compared to what they should perform. Like especially, probably the best example was probably Deathloop, which you could argue whether that was their best game or not. There's actually a lot of flaws in that game, but that game got an obscene amount of like 10s out of 10s. Like it got rated incredibly well, but it did not sell very well. So there's a weird disconnect between how the games were rated versus how they sold. But it did come a point where Redfall wasn't really Arcane's baby. It was basically like, okay, you've got to make a live service multiplayer
a
game
thing
that
where
sells and makes money.
There was a thing where I think it was like 70% of the devs who worked on Redfall didn't want to make that game.
Yeah,
So
something crazy
basically
like
they
that.
were
It didn't seem
mandated
like
to make it.
was.
I'm not
yeah,
surprised. It was a terrible fucking game.
It didn't seem like it was the kind of game that Arcane would make.
Yeah, all the other games
So-
have been story-driven, single-player, immersive RPGs, basically, or immersive kind of
Those games
FPS
have not
hybrids.
sold well. That's the
Yeah.
thing. Dishonored 1 sold well, but I remember Dishonored 2, Prey were
Well,
notably underperformed.
Isn't that the core of the issue, actually? It has nothing to do with the price of the game. It's actually the sales. As in, there'd be no problems for something like, well, any of the games that are getting referenced at AAA level if enough people were buying them. And why aren't they? It's
Grand
like,
Theft
well...
Auto, right? Like, Yeah.
Yeah, like you know, these games could be charged at fucking $30 as long as they got like triple the amount of people buying it that was expected at the $70 mark. Like that's actually the important part. It's so weird to compare these two games, being Vampire Survivors and what will be this will be what the why
Redfall.
Redfall, yeah. So and it's just like you see, Redfall needs to be $70. Like no, Redfall needs to sell enough that it makes back what it costs. In the same vein, Vampire Survivors need to do that. Turns out Vampire Survivors doesn't need to price too high. And what's funny about that is Vampire Survivors probably could have cost $10 and it would have been fine. As in, like people would have paid that much.
You know, like some pretty basic sort of you know, business thinking, right? You might be able to sell a lot more copies of your game if you sell it for less money, like a point of sale.
Well, and also make it good.
$40,
right?
Yeah, that would help. But it's the case, you know, like if there's how much does Stardew Valley cost? Is like $15. Yeah, 15. And that game sold. Hasn't that game sold like 10 million copies or something like that?
I don't know how much it sold. It's got 600,000 reviews on Steam.
Yeah, the point being that if it was selling for $100, it probably would have sold fewer copies.
Well, just imagine it just takes us just a second for you to think about all the things you'd buy if they were a bit cheaper.
Yeah, exactly.
I just
and
wish
how that extends to fucking microtransactions,
like groceries.
This video just makes me angry because, like,
the last thing I need to do is buy more. Buy more groceries.
Because he like says, "Oh, guys, we're gonna talk about inflation, how these factor into the cost of making the game," and then he boils it down to think about the devs and basic economics. It's retarded. It's so fucking annoying.
Why is
I really don't
like he's not bringing up like the publishers enough. It should be the devs and gamers versus the publishers, but instead it's the devs versus the gamers and their entitlement.
I was about to get into that.
A bit of the. I think we can put a little bit of the blame on the devs as well, though.
So I don't like devs. I don't like devs at all. Yeah, no. I was about to say like
someone was asking about the Stardew Valley sales. 2 months ago, it hit 30 million sales.
Yeah.
Holy
nice.
Shit.
Yeah, I don't like how this. I don't like how this video just kind of paints it black and white. Like, okay, like whenever it shows like charging more money, it always shows like some faceless person with a business suit on. But they don't like name names. But whenever they show like, oh, we got to increase the prices because the poor little devs who are shoveling the coal into the mines or out of the mines or whatever need to make more money. It's just very, very one-dimensional where there's some shitty devs. There's some devs who absolutely do the minimum amount they can in order to make the biggest profit, especially self-published devs who flip assets and whatever just to ride on the popularity of other franchises. But really, I think what a lot of this argument really should boil down to is the publisher bloat. Like, for example, the next game that Blizzard releases, they're not expecting to just meet the demands of the budget of the game that they just released. They're also needing to meet the demands of the last 3 games they canceled too. Like, there's so much bloat, especially from the publisher side, of like just how many games have failed, how many risks they took that didn't pay off. Like they're trying to make enough money to make the whole ship go, even though that game, they're putting so much weight onto each individual game's shoulders that it's so hard for one game to live up to that standard. That's what we're running into with Square Enix, for example. Every single game has to be a crazy success, and when it's not, they release disappointing. 4 million sales, disappointing.
Yeah.
I just realized another thing that triggers me about this picture. Redfall was not fun. Fun should not even be in this fucking image at all.
Yeah, it's a superfluous addition to it, and I think it's only there because he's taking this developer-sided perspective. He doesn't want to say that the game had zero fun value to it, and he doesn't want to pitch it as solely being that his $70 experience was worrying about Arcane. So he wants there to be a little bit of fun, just so he can be nice to his fellow devs, but not necessarily like a lot of fun.
It wasn't fun enough. It's not that it was miserable and everyone hated it.
If you want to support Arcane, just buy their other games. There are other games that were good. Don't buy Redfall.
Yeah.
Buy Prey right now.
Buy Prey, buy Dishonored.
No, don't buy Prey. The money doesn't go to them anymore.
Fuck.
Yeah. Pirate Prey. Prey.
Buy their milk.
Buy their milk.
I think a bit earlier they were comparing Redfall to Hollow Knight. I think it was like, I think I saw a picture of Hollow Knight in the video like a few frames back, and I was like, okay, so I decided to look this up because it's real quick and easy, and I know I've seen these pictures before. Here's your Hollow Knight development team. It's 3 guys. I think there's a 4th guy now. It's a small team. Now, to be fair, Hollow Knight's a smaller game, right, than a lot of these AAA games. So you don't need a ton of people.
A small game. Hollow Knight is a huge game.
Big, yeah.
Oh no, listen. I love Hollow Knight. I love Hollow Knight a lot. It's probably my favorite Metroidvania of all time. But it's like it's a big game.
We know how you feel about those.
Yeah. But like just to compare, like here's the development photo for Suicide Squad, right? Now Suicide Squad probably has just
That's
in
not even
total.
Yeah. It's not even the whole team. I think
they have
by like 4,000 people.
Yeah, they have all these other studios working for them. They also have marketing and localization, ancillary support studios and stuff too. But that's probably the core team.
And right now there are fewer people playing the game than in this photo.
Oh my god!
Not a great exchange rate.
So basically,
one. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. What I'm thinking is like, Hollow Knight is a great game, but I mean, it's hard to compare because they're very different games. Suicide Squad's probably a bigger game, which is a much more empty game, but it's also a much shittier game. Yeah, it's a way worse game. It is not nearly as fun. It has so many other things that are just work. But like, what did it cost to develop these 2 games?
I think Suicide Squad, we now know, lost $200 million.
Yeah, compared to Hollow Knight, and like some of that's going to be
with what, like a probably 10,000% return on investment.
Yeah, exactly, right, exactly. So you have like a small team versus a big team. Well, do you really need this many people? The counter argument is, well, is Suicide Squad a bigger game? I mean, kinda, but it's a shittier game. So what if you cut the fat and made a better game instead? So some of this will be on the shoulders of the developers, not just the publishers, right?
Oh yeah, they make the game. They're the ones who make the game.
And then if you look at, this is Rocksteady's development team for Arkham Asylum. This was actually in the Arkham Asylum game. This picture, it's like about the same size crowd, maybe a little bit smaller. So it's still like a big crowd.
Asylum was made by, wasn't it like 60 or 70 people? So actually, like for the time, it was it's like decently sized team.
Sure, yeah.
But did you say the previous photo is Suicide Squad? So it's the same company, right?
Yes.
Or okay,
same company. Yeah. I guess what I'm saying is every single face that you see is a salary, and like that eats up a lot of your money, right? And I mean, how many of these people really need to be here? Is the question that you want to ask, and that's, for some people, that's a really uncomfortable question because they don't want to fire their friends. But it's like, hey, listen, you're burning money, you're making shitty games, no one's playing these things, everyone hates them. Something has to give, and it's not the consumer's fault. So like what's going on here? Like, why is the game suck when you have this many people? Like, do some of these people actually need to be fired?
To clarify though, would be that if you were looking at a game. Like if you're looking at Spider-Man 2, which I think that I can't remember how much, real expensive game. And like, oh well, how many people would you have needed to like create all of the assets and to build all of these areas and everything like that? It's like, okay, let's say that you make a game and it ends up costing like $200 million. You accept the risk of making a game that costs that much money, which is, if it's going to cost that much money, I better sell a lot of copies. It's the reason why, Grand Theft Auto 5 cost like $250 million when it came out. I mean, that's a lot of money, but it's going to make that money back because it's Grand Theft Auto. Like, it's just kind of the nature of you spending a lot of money, you're taking a big gamble, it needs to sell well, and you're competing not only against other games that are a comparable budget, you're competing against like Hollow Knight, you're competing against Stardew Valley, you're competing against all of these indie games that are selling for like $10-15, and middle market games as well that are maybe selling for $30 or $40 that are going to be competing with you, regardless of whether you say, well, but look at our graphics, look at how high fidelity they are. It's like, yeah, but at the end of the day, you're competing on content. You're competing on what people are interested in. You're competing on what's fun. Like, that's just it. You accept it. That's part of the deal if you're going to spend that much money.
Yeah, and it's not just the strength of the IP that saved Grand Theft Auto. It plays well as well. Like, it's just a well done game.
Dollar for dollar, Redfall didn't give you anything like the entertainment value that Survivors did, and that's how our brains want to compare them.
Because that's normal.
Because that's a fucking game.
Also, to be clear, if Vampire Survivors cost 70, it would still dollar for dollar outplay Redfall excessively. You know what I mean? Like the idea that's like, yeah, but that was cheaper. It's like, shut the fuck up.
Do we have to remind him that like people make a limited amount of money and they have to like spend it on food and shelter?
Yeah, they can't infinitely spend money on video games. They need to make choices about which games they want.
This is the thing
I don't like the way he's saying it's like, oh, it's your brain doing it. Because when you say it like that, it's implied that it's like something that's not it's like it's like something's gone wrong. It's your brain tricking you. It's like you're not by ascribing it to the brain. It's almost like paradoxically describing it as being like not fully rational, but it's totally rational. You're just making a choice about which thing you think offers more value, more bang for your buck. Or if you just don't have enough money.
Yeah, I mean that fucking part of your brain kept all of your ancestors alive.
No, this is happening
right. My granddad didn't pay $70 for a video game.
Well, to me, this feels like we were explaining how like dopamine, right? Like how all of that is kind of making your brain react in a certain way, and how it's kind of like a glitch in the system of your brain. This is normal, but it's being presented as abnormal. I don't get it.
Well, you just gotta remember that this is coming from a bit of an infantilizing perspective. It's like, hey, we're talking inflation, but here's your favorite video game characters. You can't help it. You're just too dumb and naive.
Yeah, I like how you phrased it. It's like he's using the brain, but it's really an emotional argument. It comes across, right?
Well, let's put it this way: this video is telling me that I should be more comfortable paying more money, that the onus is on me as a consumer to spend more of my money. The onus should not be on these massive corporations making record insane profits, that they should be satisfied making less money. It's up to me to change, not them. And for that, I say, fuck you.
I mean, it just seems like an incredibly naive attitude to take into it, when really, ideally, the way that it should be working is that the companies will aggressively pursue their own interests. So you should aggressively pursue your own interests, which is getting a better deal for yourself and for fellow players, right?
Yep, instead of being a lot of people are going to see that as piracy. That's just how it's going to be.
I was curious about the like to dislike ratio on this video. It's like 3.8 dislikes versus 2.8.
Still likes. Too high, but
not surprised. Not surprised. Well,
I wish more developers.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. No, you go ahead.
I wish developers and publishers would consider more the benefits of giving the consumer a good deal and lowering their price point, because I feel like they just look at it as like, oh, like we could charge 70, but we're gonna, like, if we charge like $5, like we're not gonna make that much money at all. But like Vampire Survivors, for instance, it's just like when I saw the reviews for that game and the amount of buzz it was getting, and I saw it on Steam, and it was like like $5 on Steam. I was like, hell yeah, I'll grab that. And then like the most recent DLC, they just released like a Contra DLC for it, and it was like $2. I haven't even played it yet, but as soon as I saw it, I was just like, fuck yeah, I'll grab that.
Well,
yeah,
a lot
$2,
of the time you
whatever.
feel good supporting a game that you like. When I buy a Deep Rock Galactic, this, that, the other thing, or something like that, I'll be like, oh, when I buy RimWorld DLC, I'll be like, I don't even know when I'll get around to it, but like, I love this game. I've sunk all of these hours into it. I feel good knowing that I have supported an indie or a AA level team that has made this experience that I really, really enjoy. And
yeah,
I can't even imagine all those fucking people who spend $100 on Fortnite all the time, or Apex Legends, or Call of Duty, or all these games where they fleece you with these insane prices. It's like, man, what if you use that money on, like these other games that are really, really trying hard and make really cool experiences and are okay, not feeling like they have to make these insane profits.
Yeah, I think you're going to see a lot of long-term success if you charge stuff fairly. And I think in the case of Vampire Survivors, they're erring on the side of like being generous, where it's just like,
yeah,
$5, here you go, here's the game. $2, you get this awesome DLC, and it's just like, fuck, that's nothing compared to what I would pay for like a quote-unquote AAA video game. So like, of course, here's my money, dude. And then it's like you gain that huge audience, right? And then whatever your next big release is, like, you know, your whole audience is going to be like, oh yeah, this is the new game they're putting out. Sure, I'm on board because
these are the
your
guys I
last game was
trust.
fucking awesome.
But
yeah,
but John, what about Halo Infinite? It's free. Why don't you feel that excitement for buying shaders in Halo Infinite?
Yeah, buy white.
Oh yeah. Oops.
There's someone else I was just thinking about
Don't
too.
you want to pay $20 for
he's-
the Halo 1 skin?
With this comparison here, he's trying to like get through to us. Like, don't let your sort of substanceless, surface level feelings distract you from the truth. Like, this is just something that feels intuitive to you. Meanwhile, at the beginning of the video, I'm gonna be flashing pictures of your favorite characters to keep you attentive while I talk to you about boring economics. It's like, oh, what? Like you don't even trust my brain power at all. you think that it's such a manipulative little video.
Yeah,
Also,
I don't get the art.
If you didn't, he probably would like to call us retards if he could.
Oh yeah. I think Dev was going to say something as well, but he's muted now. Little bitch.
What is it? The
it's, you know, it's not a big deal. It was a bunch of gay communist philosophy. Let's keep going.
Ooh.
Okay. Right. Fair enough. That's all communist philosophy.
So as individuals, maybe it's worthwhile to look at that specific value prop and vote with our wallets towards things we enjoy accordingly. Then, of course, you got things like...
That's what people are doing!
That is
what
they're
doing. That's why we said fuck Redfall.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. Can we go back like 10 minutes? I want to hear that whole sentence in one.
No, sorry,
10 seconds. 10 seconds.
Don't comment, right? Anybody, you've got to let him finish his whole flism.
Yeah.
All right.
Knows that Vampire Survivors cost way less to make, it is still true that dollar for dollar, Redfall didn't give you anything like the entertainment value that Survivors did, and that's how our brains want to compare them. So as individuals, maybe it's worthwhile to look at that specific value prop and vote with our wallets towards things we enjoy accordingly. Then, of course...
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
That's what people do. Yeah, they're buying indie games.
What people doing?
Well, I think what he's trying to put a big focus on your brain making direct connections between the ratio of fun to money instead of just, oh, I bought this game, it's a lot of fun. This other game, which also is a lot more expensive, is not fun at all. It's actually quite miserable. When I can just weigh up fun versus fun, not think about, oh, well, if Redfall, it needs to be 70 times more fun than Vampire Survivors is. So if it was just more fun, no, it's like, don't overcomplicate it. It's like one thing is very expensive and not fun. One thing is cheap and very fun. Like don't overcomplicate it.
If you walk up to a little 12-year-old Jimothy and say, hey, little Jimothy, play this game Redfall and play this game Vampire Survivors, and almost certainly Jimothy will play more Vampire Survivor without any concept of the economy or price or whatever, just because he enjoys that game more. Like, people will gravitate toward whatever they want or whatever they enjoy more, regardless of...
Yeah, and arguably that is,
mostly regardless.
Despite all the information we do actually have access to, that is still the fundamental thing that's happening.
Yeah, and that's kind of like the market, as bad as it might be, people enjoy mobile games, people enjoy these kinds of games, people enjoy Fortnite, and that's why it's so successful. Like, we're trying to dissuade people from, like, you know, these really, really predatory games, but the unfortunate fact is they are very popular, and that's why they are continue to be made. So
I thought that was Captain Marvel in the middle for a second.
This drawing bothers me. Because the Githyanki has the pointy ears, but these are both elves, and their ears are not drawn with the pointy ears. What is the
Githyanki?
The green skin wasn't enough of an indicator.
It's so funny.
Well, he didn't want you to confuse the green skin with a black person.
Yeah.
Well, what is
good
the
point?
fucking,
That's good point.
What are the metrics of this fucking? How do they draw shit?
Well,
like you have the game box with arms, cats with limbs.
You can tell the difference. You can tell the difference between an orc and a black person because black people don't have pointy ears. So that's the real giveaway you see with extra credits. That's how they make sure you know.
Don't they have like face patterns, like spots and stuff?
Yeah.
Like, wouldn't that be the way you communicate it?
Hold on a second. Why do they have shoulder plates and they don't have shoulders?
to protect their shoulder holes.
Yeah, the shoulder holes are weak spots.
You know what they say? The quickest
they're
way
erogenous zones. She's covering.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because
right.
without
the middle
plate
one's
there,
a slut. Yeah.
There'd just be a big hole in there, like the vest, so you could stab a sword right through there, and,
Yeah,
like,
or
puncture their
something
lungs
else.
and their heart. Yeah.
You got things like Baldur's Gate 3. That beast feels AAA. Heck, it feels a lot more AAA than a lot of traditional AAA games.
But it is.
And yet, how come the AAA can't do that when they have all of this insane money and backing and finances?
Why do people think that Larian is a small company?
Yeah, it's not an indie game. It costs $100 million to make. Baldur's Gate 3 had a $100 million budget.
A lot of traditional.
Like they have 470 employees. They're not. They're a AAA company. I feel like people get very confused about what AAA means.
They're an independent company, right? But like when people think
like CD
indie,
Projekt Red, yeah.
Also, like $100 million in Belgium goes a long way. I knew
a lot of waffles.
The creator, the original creator of XCOM, actually, he's from the UK. He actually went to Belgium, moved his wife and his whole thing to Belgium in order to start a studio there because he knew that pound for pound, he could get more bang for his buck in Belgium over UK.
93% success rate.
So definitely things to consider. But yeah, that's is a AAA game in all respects, budget and everything.
AAA games, but it came out on Steam at a $60 price point. So why can't these other games that look worse and have nowhere near the content do the same? Again, that's what my
Wait, what?
Why'd you pause him? I wanted to see what he was going to say.
Don't cut him off.
That's actually a really good question.
No,
he's about to give the punchline.
Rags, you did that, and you interrupted.
I was confused by what he had said because I was.
He's asking a question, and he's about to answer it.
So I can be confused by the phrasing.
It's pretty straightforward. Why are the games that are worse costing more? That was pretty much the straight version of it.
I want him to get to the part where it's our retarded brains that just aren't.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I'm very interested.
Yeah. I think he's preempting it because it's like the next picture was like there's a snake behind him. It's that their primitive lizard brain probably.
We'll see. Let's see what it is.
Do the same. Again, that's what my lizard brain is always asking.
Oh my god, you predicted it!
It's a snake.
Finally,
it's a snake.
Let us hear it all again.
You actually said lizard brain, and he said it. Oh my fucking god!
Snakes aren't lizards.
Reptile brain. Okay,
reptile.
That was what I was thinking.
Serpent. It's more general term.
Why can't these other games that look worse and have nowhere near the content do the same? Again, that's what my lizard brain is always asking before I look at pricing models, early access, etc. Finally,
but he doesn't answer that. He just leaves it open.
Wait.
No, the answer is that you're a retard.
Pricing models and early access.
That is not a fucking answer at all. Pricing models
he just
and
asked
early
the question
access.
and went on to something else.
Right, so was he not actually providing an answer to that question? Because that's that's the
point of the
I guess they could just do that. Who knows?
If you boil it down, the question is, why is it that Redfall costs $70 and Baldur's Gate 3 costs $60? And the answer is pricing models and early access.
Which is not an answer at all. In fact, you could argue those two answers are the answer to why Baldur's Gate would be cheaper as opposed. Why Redfall should be cheaper. Because if it like pricing models, is he referring to like deluxe packages and all that shit, right?
He's maybe saying that in order to pay for the continuous development over the course of years, they took advantage of the early access and getting money from that to pay for their budget. But again, this is all just a budgeting thing. Like you can plan a budget for a 7-year development.
I feel like you could say early access is a reason the game was cheaper, not more expensive.
Yeah, but it's how they were able to fund it and without just raising the price to 70.
Especially if they sold a bunch, they wouldn't have to because of that's just how it works. If you have a lot of people buying into it, you don't have to raise the price.
So wait, did Baldur's Gate have early access? Baldur's Gate 3?
Yeah, it was early access for a long time.
Yeah.
3 years.
I bought it because I love Larian. I bought it.
Oh, so the argument is that that's why Baldur's Gate 3 is cheaper because it was supported during its early access.
Yes. Maybe.
That's the counter to that, of course. It's like, well, that could mean that. That doesn't necessarily mean that, and that doesn't answer the question across the rest of the fucking industry. It's really weird for him to.
He moved on from it way too quick.
Yeah, that's arguably the most important question of the whole video, and he said pricing models and early access.
Yeah, that could be all
and your
sorts of
retarded
things.
lizard brain.
This is like saying, how do we fly to the moon and land on it? It's like, oh, math and physics. Moving
or is
on.
he like, or is he about to answer it? Because I am like genuinely baffled as to whether or not he is actually going to like answer that question.
Well, I don't think that he knows.
Did he just ask the question though? Like he's about to answer it, right?
Yeah,
You're like, that's
he
what I'm
doesn't know, so
hearing.
he's asking the question.
And I feel
he's
like
posing
why
it
I'm
to
here,
us.
as a viewer.
It doesn't
Tell me
account
the
for why the
secrets.
games are so much worse either.
Did he leave the answer like as blocks, building blocks for the audience, and figure it out? Figure out what I'm trying to say, guys.
No,
I'm not like the next 10 seconds. Can we like to see if he's about to answer it?
I doubt it.
Okay.
It
Let him
sounded
cook,
like the
let
end,
him
but we'll
cook.
give it to him.
Before I look at pricing models, early access, etc. Finally, it's tiny.
No.
Coming out of COVID, the whole world.
Whoa.
Okay,
No, he just
he's
moved
not
on.
going to answer the question then. All right, he's just moved
Yeah,
on.
it's-
Okay.
no,
Why the
it's
fuck
that-
are we here?
So what's contained in that etc.? Like what's in there?
Well, he's
Well,
got
that's
a
what-
lot of
he
things
couldn't
in
think-
there.
He couldn't think of anything else.
That'll
He
be
couldn't
his
think of
next
anything else.
video. That's the next video.
His
It's not for
phrasing
this one.
was, that sure is something I ask myself before I think about these other things.
Moving on to the next point.
Man. I mean, the
Like,
answer is
this
probably that
fucker,
they
tell
have.
me.
The answer is probably that all these development teams have like hugely bloated HR departments, and the director has 3 hot Asian secretaries. Like that's what it is, really. That's where the money's fucking going.
That's fair. That's
fair,
fair
actually,
costing. Yeah.
There is something to be
see.
said though. Like the bigger the team, the more the diminishing returns. Though, like you get a team of like 10, you know exactly what everybody in that team does. But you get a team of 100, you're going to be getting some redundancies. You're going to be getting some. Jerry doesn't quite pull his weight. Samantha kind of is like new. She doesn't really know what she's doing, etc. But then you get to like 400, or you get like 5 ancillary studios. Like some of these games, I think it was like Cyberpunk and GTA. They were in like the thousands of people that actually worked on the game. It's like you're going to get a lot of wasted money when you get that many people involved. And you get a nice small focused team that kind of does a slow burn on a project. You're going to get a lot more bang for your buck.
There's just so much to consider, and the fact that this whole video is dependent on it is insane. That he gave those 2 words to essentially move on from the whole subject, when that's like the whole reason we're all here. Also,
a second, yeah.
Extra Credits has taken their first victim. Patrician TV needs to head out, but we appreciate all the time you gave us.
I'm on the edge of my seat. I want to know where this is going, but I do have to depart.
Very well said. We'll tell you about it all. We'll say at the end if it goes.
I wish you guys the best of luck in the
We'll
years
DM
to
you
come.
the answer
Before
when we find out.
Before you go, do you want to let chat know what you're up to, where they can find you, in case any of them are new to you?
Yeah, you can find me here on YouTube. I'm still working on the WoW thing. I'll be wrapping up the script soon, so.
Oh, sweet. There's a link in the description to the channel, and we always appreciate you, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Great hearing from you, man.
See you guys later.
See you, man.
See you, dude.
Take care.
Bye.
One down. And to be honest with you, I'm amazed that it took near 6 hours to kill one of us.
God, it's been that long. My God.
Near the content, do the same. Again, that's what my lizard brain is always asking before I look at pricing models, early access, etc. Finally,
I see. So he's saying, like, yeah, I asked that question until I educate myself, which then I know.
That's like the whole outrage is that those two things don't necessarily account as an answer, and then the etc. is doing fucking amazing lifting for that whole sentence. Because, like, what is in there? Like Dev said, it's like, what is the magical chest that is the etc.? Can we open it up and see what answers flow out?
Yeah, it's like one thing led to another. It's like, no.
Also, don't besmirch that snake. He's probably an intelligent, thoughtful snake.
Just hanging out, and yet he's blaming everything on him.
Other games that look worse and have nowhere near the content do the same. Again, that's what my lizard brain is always asking before I look at pricing models, early access, etc. Finally, it's timing. Coming out of COVID, the whole world experienced massive inflation.
Oh my
now,
God.
even though we in the US have had it lighter than most, it did bite into everyone's pocketbook. So this is all happening at a time when our entertainment being more expensive, justified or no, seems like a little bit of a slap in the face.
What a stupid fucking argument.
Wow.
Holy
COVID? Really? We did all this to blame COVID?
Well, they tried it with movies for a while, Rags. Why not try it with games?
Yeah. I was gonna say, Muller, like the argument, like Captain Marvel 2 didn't make money. In the same year, Barbie and Oppenheimer broke records. It's just a stupid excuse.
It was all the way back to No Way Home destroyed the notion that COVID was affecting superheroes significantly. It's like, no. If people want to see the movie, they'll go see it.
COVID.
Yeah, exactly.
How come we had the same problem before COVID even happened with all the microtransactions?
Well, remember, he said, no, but see, it's all tying together, Rags. He made the case that, back in 2019, games were cheaper than they've ever been. Now, the last few years, I have no data, but I presume it's cheaper. But the inflation, it still makes you feel like it costs more money. You see? You're irrational. That's what's happening.
This whole thing truly has felt like it pats you on the head and says, it's okay you feel that way, but you're wrong. Like, okay.
Allow me to explain to you. Also, why does the hand detach from the game console now?
It's gonna fall
cartridge,
off.
The box. See, his arm.
Right.
Yeah. What happened? Yeah. And also, it's got fingers now. When
this is definitive proof they're not ears anymore.
So when these characters. When these characters aren't moving their limbs, they like slowly reattach to the body to refuel. And then when they have to move them, they detach and then like go off and do their thing.
And then when they detach,
re-energize my fingers.
Oh my god, I just realized.
That's how it works.
Friggy, what Dev just said describes the Angel Monster of the Week. It's the guy who can detach his limbs, but they have to return after a certain amount of time to refuel.
Oh yeah.
So here's the thing. Even if what he's saying is completely correct, it's still not really a reply to what's going on. Let's say it actually is all just feelings. It's like, oh, it's numbers on the sheet, it's inflation, things aren't actually changing, and you just feel like they are. Even if that's true, you're still not addressing why they feel that way. You're still like, okay, you feel this way, and you're factually incorrect, but you still feel this way. And the reply to that is going to be, yeah, but I still feel it, so what are we going to do about it? Should I just ignore? Should I just ignore my own experience? Like, what do you want me to do here?
And it's not going to change just the dearth of quality in AAA games and how I'm not getting my bang, for my buck out of those. Like, COVID or not, inflation or not, that's actually kind of irrelevant to the quality differential that I'm seeing fairly consistently.
Also, the quality is part of the feeling, and it's actually the most important part of the feeling, right? It's like, I feel like this game sucks, so I'm not going to buy it. It's like, well, your feelings are kind of irrelevant. It's like, well, hold on, no, they aren't.
Don't you understand that they
spent the most important part
on this game? Don't you understand inflation?
Have fun, damn you! Have fun.
Yeah, like fun is a feeling, and if you're not having fun with the game, it's your feelings, but it's still also why you bought the game in the first place.
People will pay a lot
of. If I was spending $70 and loving every experience, you'd get no complaints from me.
I better feel good when I spend $70. Yeah, it is my feelings.
People will cough up a lot of money if they want a certain experience. I mean, people would buy a PlayStation to play Final Fantasy VII because people had to play Final Fantasy VII. Like that.
Someone out there bought all that train simulator.
Oh yeah,
they were out there.
A lot of PS4s.
Yeah,
no way.
A meth addict.
No way there'd be that many DLCs for Train Simulator if they weren't fucking selling. They know someone out there is doing
Imagine they just keep making them, hoping one hits.
Like one guy in Germany in his apartment who's keeping the whole game afloat by himself.
Like I mentioned before about Tears of the Kingdom, like paying $10 more than I normally would for a game. Like I paid it and I had a blast with that game, and like I don't regret it. Like it's just so much fun. So I felt like I got
put
my
like 300 hours into it.
Yeah,
it's a great game.
So yeah, those are just some thoughts, some musings, if you will.
I mean, random, disparate musings without any connecting thread.
Well, there was a connecting thread.
To a particular location.
Leave alone the billion-dollar corporation.
Yeah. What is going on with the cat? He looks like he's really startled.
Cat's a fucker. No, actually, that's their mascot. That's like their mascot cat. He's shown up in other videos.
I was about to say, was that a scarf? But it's just a collar that's purple, like all the way around, and on the tag.
That's an odd. Yeah,
the cat is bottle top.
That's weird.
The cat is drawn as if like the guy just cut across in front of him.
Yeah, he's like, hey, I'm walking here.
Well, so I'm willing to bet the fucking artwork may have been done in the same night the research was. You know what I mean? Like they think they rushed it a little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
You know what it was? He was like, I spent all night researching, working on this video, and just mostly artwork.
20 minutes. That's why the cat's got no nose. How does it smell? Awful.
But like, do you think I'm crazy? Am I
Yes.
the only one that
Yes.
feels like video
Yes.
games are more expensive today, despite all the data to the contrary?
No.
It wasn't data. Oh,
Hey,
fuck
what
off.
data? You didn't show the data.
Fuck off.
He's got the papers. Show me the papers.
I'm
You
the
back
only one
there
who
with the papers.
feels that they cost
You with
more
the
money,
arms
despite
holes
the
in your
evidence to the
vest.
contrary. I like how we just haven't talked at all about the nature of microtransactions and DLC and
He mentioned them
and
for
wow,
year counts.
all of that
He
factors
mentioned
in.
them.
content.
You know,
Yeah.
when it came down to the evidence, he was like, "We'll have that in a future video." I was like, well, then you can't have this conclusion. Then
This is
No.
this is like showing up to court saying my client is innocent.
I know he feels guilty,
my
but he's
case.
innocent.
Despite all the evidence.
Do you have any evidence to prove he's not guilty?
Yeah, look at all my
That will be
papers over there.
presented at a later time.
I got loads of papers. There's just a guy running around in circles,
Yeah.
dropping all the
Look-
papers everywhere.
This is Jimmy. He has the information.
Look
It
at this
proves
fictional
everything.
illustration of all the stack of data that I have. Like, oh wow, that's such a
Look, a
large
representation
illustrated
of the concept.
stack.
You're not allowed to
information.
see any of it.
Ooh.
Contrary.
Boy, it sure
Also,
is
I'd
good.
really just like to know what reasons for that you all think we
What-
missed. So please
what
let
happened
us
to
know
the
what you
cat?
think.
Oh, we just,
You
kind
didn't
of created
even-
like a 6-hour
Didn't
podcast
show
with
anything.
informative information for you.
Yeah, you didn't
What-
show
what do you
anything.
mean?
Maybe he'll
That's
watch
all.
it.
Yeah. Like, why are you
Yeah.
assuming you owned us with data and show us what we
show
missed,
me.
guys? We didn't show shit.
Oh, this is
my
just
God.
Just ramble.
This is
You just
engagement farming.
rambled.
That's how it works. Every video should do this, right?
Yeah.
It's like comment below, and I'll be very interested in checking out what
Comment
you have to
below.
say.
I want to know what you think. And remember to hit the notification bell.
Hit the
And make sure to
subscribe button if you want
subscribe
some more
for extra
insightful
new
videos.
extra credits. This
Did
video was
anyone-
brought. Oh, right. We have an ad
just-
read, so that's probably
Oh,
what the
Oh
last
yeah,
minute is.
true.
Oh,
That's
it's
big.
Factor, right?
Support the devs.
Oh my God.
No, the
like,
devs
Yeah.
need to start making not shitty games. When
Support the
devs
devs
make
that make good shit.
games,
Yeah,
they'll-
simple as
yeah.
that.
Yes.
Yes.
That's what the cat
Yes.
is thinking rather than I want to eat some food and go for a little run.
You know the cat is
It's a
also
cat
thinking,
and
I don't
dog.
necessarily support the words behind me. He's forced me into this position.
Don't
know.
rest.
See,
I'm blinking twice.
I don't know what
See,
your
this is why I
background
have
would
that.
be.
I had that tinfoil position earlier, right? Because I know that the political alignment of the devs is all a certain way. I know that the political alignment of these guys is a certain way. A bunch of them just got laid off. They're all talking on Twitter about how terrible it is. The big evil corporation laid them off. They can't afford to hire us anymore. It must be those evil gamers' fault.
Well, it
'Cause
can't
we all
be
know
that we
gamers
make
are right
shitty
wing.
It's not
products.
anyone blaming the
Yeah.
gamers.
Well, yeah, whenever the gamers are getting yelled at, 9 times out of 10, it's lefty-leaning people doing it.
But why doesn't it? Why
Yeah.
does it say support the devs instead of support the multi-billion-dollar corporations?
I am
which are-
supporting
Yeah.
the devs that are making
Which are
indie
gonna be a
games
big-
and AA games. I am
Which is going to
supporting
be a
them.
big beneficiary of this push for like, yes, Ubisoft, charge $80 for the video game,
Well,
please.
The moral
Push it.
imperative, the implication is like I should spend all my money on every single dev that's currently working just to make sure they
As if,
are
as if
supported.
any product that you ever buy ever in your life isn't going to be funding somebody's life somewhere in some way,
Exactly.
shape, or form.
Every industry.
Every
Where's
single
the
thing you
support the
buy-
writers, support the directors, support the every
Or just
fucking
like, I
person
don't
in
know,
every
support
industry.
the retail workers by going to like Walmart. You know, support
See-
them by spending lots of money in a Walmart store.
I actually did hear a bunch of that, Mahler. Not what you said, Frank. I don't think anyone gave a shit about the retail workers, but in terms of like support the writers, I've seen a lot of that when it
Oh,
came to
yeah,
those writer strikes.
With the writer strike.
that
yeah.
was all over the place.
That's the
Yeah.
thing. Well, and the same
I-
thing was said on these streams. I'm going to support the writers that do good work.
Yeah, it's never their obligation. It's never
You don't get
there's never an
support just-
obligation to them to make better stuff. It's our fault because we're not just throwing money.
Yeah, you don't have access to all of our money
Yeah.
just because you chose a particular career. That's not how that works. You need to be good
Yeah,
at
it's
it.
my money, not yours.
So
Yeah.
whenever I've gotten into like a debate with some lefty, usually on Twitter, but sometimes on stream, like on someone's channel or something, and I've kind of done this sort of thing. And the few times this topic has come up, the logic they've always given me has been something like, well, they are the creators of culture right now, and they do have the correct politics, so they're going to push the correct politics. So we have an obligation to support them, whether or not the products they make are actually good or fun or interesting because they're
Boring.
politically correct. And I'm just like, I don't want to give you my money for your fucking propaganda. I don't care if you think I'm immoral for doing so. Fuck you.
Well, I wouldn't want to
your
do that with
opinion is
anything I agree with anyway. It's got to be like just because if someone said like you have every position I have, now support everything I do, I'd be like no.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, wasn't there? There was the what was it? Who's that guy that was talking about God of War?
Jeffy?
Synthetic Man.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
people were like saying like, but he's on your team, guys. Like, what?
What the fuck?
I am changing teams.
Oh man, I saw someone sent me a stream clip of him, and he's like, man, that SFO guy, like he's pretty smart and he gets some things right, but he just doesn't talk about the Jews enough. And I'm like, what the fuck?
He said the same thing about Critical Drinker. It's so funny.
You know, Dev, you can hang out with us anyway, Dev.
We'll allow it. We'll support you.
We'll look past it for now.
Well, see, when they say support the devs, they're talking about Dev himself. That's what this means.
That's right. Support me. That's all it means.
The ad? We gotta see the ad read.
Let's do it.
We just came in here to remind me that maybe I should just start shopping on itch.io. But my mama did teach me, you never go shopping on an empty stomach.
There you go.
And that goes double for video games,
nice
okay?
And
Good
Support your sponsorships.
Get a great tasting meal ready super quick thanks to Factor. Factor, of course, being my favorite.
He has more effort here than in the whole fucking video.
Yeah, have you noticed? Yeah, there's more effort in the animation.
His talking here. Yeah, like in the other parts, he was just still images. Now, hey guys, time to show my sponsor. And
have you ever felt that Factor is now cheaper than it's ever been?
You know, it's just like shut the fuck up the second he starts with a word of any kind.
Eat meal delivery service that I've been using for a year and a half.
Whoa, what is this?
Oh my gosh, that's so much.
My God,
their meals is ready in just 2 minutes with no mess, no prep.
Yeah, it's clearly a different artist.
It's an old ad if they use this.
It might be, yeah, it could be that.
Yeah.
It's just funny how much more effort there is for the ad. It's just...
Mess, no prep, and my absolute favorite, no cleanup. Just really great food ready when I have time to eat it. It's seriously the least stressful part of my day, and I'm actually super thankful for it.
We've talked about it a little bit, but seriously, like the line delivery is so grating. Like, can you stop doing it?
His
like
voice
this?
sucks.
He said eating, like making Factor is the least stressful part of your day. Like, the least stressful part of your day is waiting for a microwave to heat up your food. How would you? You wouldn't survive in another century.
Regular cooking for you. How stressful is it when you regularly cook food?
You know what was so stressful? A whole night of animating and researching. Okay, that was stressful. Yeah. He needed
if
food.
Making food is. I never cooking.
Well, making food would be stressful in like a Michelin star restaurant
I
or
guess
any restaurant.
Or if you have guests coming over.
Yeah, like if you're making food for a lot of people, or you bought like a really expensive piece of steak or something, and you're a little nervous that you didn't want to mess it up. But like this what is it? Is this goop in a tray that you throw in a microwave?
That's what I was about to mention. It like I feel bad for the artist like trying to animate this. It's like, this is some great green schloop. It's like trying to make that appetizing.
Has anyone here had Factor?
Nope.
I've never heard of them up till now.
I think I've seen an ad for them once somewhere.
I get to review Factor's rotating menu and pick what I'm feeling from their tons of seasonal meals and add-on options. Things like cold-pressed juices, protein shakes, wellness shots, and smoothies, which continue to smash my expectations. They have so many options to choose.
Wow, he looks exactly like I imagined he would.
Dude, how
I can
long
always
is this
be sure
ad?
that everyone in my household gets the food that they love fast. And with spring in full swing, I went with their spicy sweet potatoes and peanut sauce, which is now
that doesn't
wow, that looks
kidding me.
become one of my
Look at that. It's beautiful.
Man,
let's put it this way: it looks healthy.
It looks So it does look like your average, TV dinner or whatever, right? Or just you heat up a meal from Frozen.
How much is Factor?
It's the slot.
Yeah, I looked it up. It's $12 a meal.
What?
Wait, whoa! Like $12 like a month, and you get meals, or what do you mean?
No. Ready-made meals starting at $12 per meal.
I don't understand.
Off. $12.
That was $12 you're looking at, boys.
Dude,
that's gotta be wrong. I don't believe it.
No way.
Dev is lying.
If true, that is particularly
a liar.
Funny about the cost of games and everything. And it's like, what's going to help you with all of that inflation and all of these costs? $12.
$12 for a meal you could probably get out of a fucking vending machine.
Plans.
Here, just give me a second, okay, guys? I'm gonna.
Well, wait.
Mauler, if you don't mind,
You carry on.
This is going to take all day.
Fetch your data. I want to get to the end of his ad to see what his prices are.
Okay, go ahead.
Absolute new faves. I'm going to be reordering that one. And since I didn't have to cook a whole meal from scratch, I was actually able to camp the PlayStation Direct site and finally snag a PlayStation Portal at cost. Haha, take that.
Oh my god.
Fuck. Get on with it.
Dude.
No, it's the worst PlayStation product. The PlayStation Portal, the Wi-Fi doesn't even work sometimes. This is like
the Portal? The PlayStation Portal? What is that? Is that like a...
It's like a
stream gameplay from your PlayStation 5 to your handheld, basically, if you're on a Wi-Fi connection. That's all.
That sounds like something I'll never do.
Factor75.com or click the link below and use our code EXTRA.
50% off your first Factor. Please tell me he's going to include the actual prices and he's not just going to say
they never do.
Credits 50 to get 50% off your first Factor box and 20% off your next 4 boxes. Wait, for real? Heck yeah. So now it's Tasty Test time. Get fast and flavorful meals at a deep discount right here. And then once dinner is done, check out our next sweet...
No.
Oh.
Okay, so I did put in the meal plans link if you want to take a look at them real quick. For 18 meals, it comes out as $225.
What?
6 meals is $81 before tax. So price per serving, $13.50 per.
And that ain't cheap.
Forget $10 delivery.
Guys, look, you guys, everyone, y'all need to get into for those of you who aren't, and thank God my parents sort of like instilled this into me at an early age, but you need to like make it a regular thing to go to the grocery store and like buy some food and make it yourself, because it's going to be better for you and it's going to be so much cheaper.
Yep.
I can't imagine $14 a meal as like, that can't be normal.
The efficiency at which you could create your own meals with the money spending on this shit is insane. I know that that's the whole appeal. Oh, you don't have any dishes and you don't have to do any cooking time.
But
we're
talking about
you can have
inflation and the
pan.
cost of video games, everything like that. You know,
all you need is you have a bowl to mix stuff in. You have a pan to grill it, and then you have a plate to eat it on. And it's like you can't fuck it up. You just chop up a bunch of veggies, grill
stressful.
them, season them.
Rags,
I might touch the stove with my face.
So listen, just because your wallet is currently being raped by game prices and inflation doesn't mean you can't spend $12 fucking per meal. As long as I get some of it, I guess.
Well, this is per week. So
how much is in one box? So if you get this discount, does that mean you get 50% off like one meal and then 20% off 4 meals, or are there multiple meals per box?
How much is in a box? Hold on.
Yeah, how many
the cheapest? Yeah, it looks like the cheapest you can get a meal is if you buy 18 meals per week.
Have to get.
That's 11%.
Right. That makes sense.
So the minimum you can get is 6.
And that's the most expensive, which is what I clicked just because I'd be like, okay, I'd want like 6 meals a week. Sounds probably good, especially if you're kind of watching, especially if you're you're not really moving around, you don't want to eat too much and everything. All right, 6 meals a week. And then I'll just do something else on the 7th day, or I'll have leftovers or whatever. And that's the most expensive. If you want to have... How come these fuckers, these fuckers, don't have... No, fuck them. How come they don't have an option for 7 meals per week?
It feels weird, doesn't it?
Right? Yeah,
you can have 6 or 8.
Don't eat on weekends for some reason.
There are 7 days in a week, last time I checked. And there is not a 7 meals per week option.
You're in luck. They have a 14 package. There you go.
Boy, that's like 2 weeks.
That you said that. That was making me think about how with microtransactions, you know how it's never a clean number?
Yeah,
it's
always it's just under what you need.
Proxy currency, proxy.
Oh, dude, the amount of times there'll be a store that sells like, let's say there's standard skins and legendary skins. Standard skins are all $5, and then legendary are all 10. And you're like, all right, I need to buy some gems for in-game currency, and it's like, yeah, sure, $5 for 4, like just under the actual skin price for standard. You're like, okay, so I have to buy. Like, fuck off.
It's always a little bit less or more than the price of any given item.
We'll sell you 2 weeks of food, but you can't buy a week.
Can they just install a hose that shoots the slop out instead? Like it feels like it'd be more efficient.
So you don't understand, guys. You don't understand, guys. The pricing for this is because of COVID just hit, so that's why we have to have these prices. $150.
It was put in my email to get started.
You have to understand it's because Disney is failing that this is happening, and the video game industry is about to crash. That's why this is happening.
If only COVID didn't happen, and I could get my my factor meals at under what was the cheapest? $11 per serving if I buy 18 meals per week. The last thing I need is eat 18 meals per week. You'd have to be like, I guess if you're buying for multiple people and none of you can cook your own food or will go to the grocery store or
it would
be like
never
an adult.
not be cheaper than just going to the store, getting stuff on sale, like getting
Chicken
meats
and
on
pork
sale
is like cheap.
and cooking
Vegetables are cheap.
Well, especially if you're looking for sales. If you're just looking for, it might not be the cut that you want, but those sales can just add
I
up.
never go to the grocery store knowing what dead animal I'll walk out with, but there's always something they're trying to get rid of. There's always a sale. There's always stuff they're trying to move around, and that's what I get.
Yeah, if you buy in bulk, go to a big bulk store.
Normally it's chicken or pork, and there's a lot you could do with both of those, and you could always get something else. There's always cheap fish that you can get. There's always, a steak here and there. I don't know, man. I don't want to fall into the... You don't want to make it a normal thing that a meal is, $12, $13, $14.
Well, yeah, that adds up.
Yeah. If you're cooking for yourself, dishes are not a big deal either. You can get that all that done in like 10 minutes at most.
Wash all your dishes while your food's cooling down.
Yep.
I want to play that video that Dev linked us, and then I want to see Nintendo Shit Cube Man. Right?
Do it. Okay. All right.
Oh wait, this is gonna be copyrighted music.
This might be copyrighted music.
Yeah, that's
just mute it.
M83. Yes, it is.
Just mute it. It's okay.
I'm muted, so you guys can keep it on. Don't worry.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
So that he's winning on skins or something, isn't it?
FIFA?
Yep.
This is loot box in FIFA.
What game is this?
FIFA, yeah.
FIFA 2017.
Yeah. Yeah.
Look at
and he's selling out about it.
Became famous. Yeah.
Hope it was worth it.
That was performative. He meant to do that.
He meant to throw the chair. I don't know if he meant to destroy the monitor though, or TV.
Yeah,
he's throwing a chair
agree.
around.
Yeah.
I
don't think he meant to hit the TV.
People are very good at fucking around and not so good when it comes to the finding out. So
don't buy it.
He's right,
Listen, Rags, it's still real to me, damn it.
This is reminding me of all those montages of people playing Nintendo Wii.
Yeah, they're flinging their fucking controller into their TVs.
Oh,
and
man.
Shit.
Oh yeah. Oh,
so many TVs.
I remember one of them where I don't know what was going on, but there was this one kid who was like a steel baseball bat, and I guess he was like, "Yeah, I'll hold my Wii remote there with the baseball bat," and that flew with the TV. That was
we are about to delve into a past that has not only been long forgotten, it's been long forgotten by those who long forgot the long forgetting of. This is so early, it's hard to it was re-uploaded 11 years ago. So it's old,
Some
all right?
deep lore.
And there was a time where AVGN was like the king of influence on media review, along with The Critic being Nostalgia Critic. Those two are titans. They led to so much of industry growth in so many ways. But they had a lot of copycats. One of the most famous would be Irate Gamer copying AVGN, but lots of other people were inspired. And one of those people is called the Pissed Off Video Gamer, which is a great name, I think. It really captures what he's going for. And this...
As opposed to angry, this guy's pissed off.
He's pissed off.
Yes.
He's ready to fucking get in. And you know what? I way prefer this compared to... I don't know when it happened, but the video essayist sort of craze.
All high and mighty and hoity-toity.
And they reference one person with one quote from a book they said is amazing and that everyone should read, and then they cry about how blah, blah, blah. And it's 10 minutes and then there's a BetterHelp ad. Like, they're all the fucking same. This was from a time where, as much as they're kind of ripping off AVGN, they bring their own personality, okay? And there is... Look at this.
We had this his age in this video.
Oh my god.
We're already in for a fucking treat. You don't know what's gonna happen. I think this is his intro, which, by the way,
sugar he's drinking.
Back then, that was another element of this that was always so fucking wonderful. You can see remnants of me making fun of the whole intro craze that totally died out, by the way. Everyone's got, like, artistic intros or none at all these days. But back then, oh, dubstep, yes. All of it.
Oh,
Put
yeah.
Dubstep intros, yeah. I find that still a thing, yeah.
Is it playing? Does it need to be playing? Hello?
Wait, is it not playing for you?
No, it's playing. What the fuck's happening?
Oh, it wasn't. It wasn't playing for me. Let me reload my page.
Okay,
it worked for
me.
Yeah,
I just
saw
Mario for
I
some
saw
reason.
that.
Yeah, this is. I think this is his intro, which is expertly.
This is the
intro.
So
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, Mario giving in. All right. Well.
Giving up.
How'd you fuck that up?
I think this is prompter for being mega angry. Shit.
Oh God.
Am I time traveling?
Wow.
Yes, you are.
We're going. We're
going back before the back before the back before.
Yeah, man. These were the preset little text, things.
I don't know if this would be copyrighted.
This is
Windows
definitely 2000s, mid 2000s.
Assume that it is. Many songs that used to be royalty free aren't anymore, so just assume it is.
Oh, the stop again.
This is my PlayStation 2. This is my Xbox One. This is my Xbox 360.
Has he got a broom? Is that a broom handle? Does he use like a broom handle to point to?
Rags, he can't point to it.
Zigzag.
This is my Xbox 360.
Why is he talking Russian?
He said Xbox One, and I was like,
have some
what?
fucking respect. This is the pissed off video gamer.
Right here is my PlayStation 3.
He's my PlayStation 3.
This is PlayStation 3.
This is, by the way,
PlayStation.
This is how you know he's an expert. You understand. He knows his shit.
And this is what I like to call the Nintendo shit cube.
Shit cube. What I like to call.
Oh, it's perfect.
And the reason I call it the Nintendo shit cube because it's a piece of fucking shit.
Well,
it does follow logically. Yeah.
The original Nintendo Entertainment System
like he already showed
sucked because he had to perform a certain amount of blowjobs on the cartridges in order for the games to work.
Why are you pausing?
I can't stop. It won't stop on my end. It just kept going.
I'm not pausing.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, yeah, it's being floopy for me.
Watch together. Hold yourself together for just another, I don't know, 10 minutes. All right, that's all we need, and then you can go crazy.
No, it means I can
Nintendo shit cube.
Nintendo shit cube.
All right.
Oh my God! I saw the guy.
The guy is very handsome, I would say.
Your mother. Oh my God!
Wow!
Oh my God! He's like Baron Harkonnen.
He looks like the he looks like the character from Smiling Friends, the guy who wanted to kill himself in the very first episode. That's what he looks like.
I shoot myself to watch.
10 out of 10 audio.
Also, yeah, the audio is just so horrifically bad.
Glorious.
I love the mythological grandiosity he gets from being obscured by the fucking garbage quality. Like, who is the man behind the
You cannot gaze upon his true visage.
I'm scared of the voids in both of his eyes.
This man can only be described as landscape oriented.
You can't see his eyes. He's a Darkest Dungeon character.
That darkness in his eyes was created by the Nintendo shit cube. So many years having to play it.
He looks like a character from Corpse Bride.
Yes, the darkened eyes. That's like I said, he's been through so much.
It's not just the darkened eyes; it's just the inhuman, bizarre shape of him as a person.
I mean, there's a couple people that would match in Corpse Bride, sure. Need some long people now as well.
Original Nintendo Entertainment System sucked because he had to perform a certain amount of blowjobs on the cartridges in order for the games to work.
What?
Why don't you just wait there while I get comfortable?
And then
I'm so happy I'm not this fat.
Yeah, I think most people feel that way.
He got tired of yelling, which was the only exercise he had all week.
We'll see
and then he decided to lay back in his chair with a big cup of sugar.
Yeah, I wonder if that's intentional. Because making blowjobs on the cartridges, that's fucking brilliant to get them to work.
He's got a style.
Nintendo, they released their second console, the Super Nintendo. Now that was a very good. Now that was a good system. That was a very good system.
It feels tiring to watch him. It's like he's running out of breath every time he talks.
Well, yeah, when you're that size, like just speaking.
Well, he wants you to know that he's fair. He's saying there's other consoles released that were pretty good, but he's not just a Nintendo hater. He's trying to make this clear.
The fires of industry and his background noise as well. Like it's sending me back, dude. I love it so much.
The games did not freeze, and the games did not stop while you were playing.
Yeah.
And
he fell asleep for a second there. You saw that.
He might have.
He has apnea while he's still. He has sleep apnea while he's awake. Like he just falls asleep and then. Oh my god!
He just suddenly wakes up. He's like, "Oh shit! I'm making a video. Fuck!
I will cut this out in post."
To be clear, the dark eyes actually make him look really creepy. Unironically.
Yeah, I'm telling you, he's like
actually quite terrifying.
He's a creepy pasta.
He's played so many shit games on the Nintendo shit cube. His eyes have become
My
sullen.
eyes are but shadows
of my prior life.
I peer only into the darkness of Nintendo shit cube.
And then Nintendo, they released their third video game console, the Nintendo 64. Now that also was a very good system. They didn't have full motion video.
What?
It wasn't bad for a 90s system.
It wasn't bad for a 90s
system. Good to know. Good to know. I'll think about picking one up.
Explain to me why this man wasn't funded completely back to front. Why did he get a TV show?
I know, right?
Instead?
You just send like pilgrims up into the mountains to go and hear his wisdom and bring it back to the rest of us.
What do you have to say about
climb him?
Zarathustra comes down from the mountain.
Please provide your wisdom on the Microsoft shitbox.
Listen, YouTube had no monetization back then. It was tough. Okay.
Exactly. This poor guy. YouTube made money off him. That's how it worked.
This guy was just wasting away.
He came down and they laughed at him. They laughed at him.
Yeah.
They laughed.
Nintendo shit cube, he said, and they laughed.
And he fell and rolled.
And then Nintendo releases their fourth video game console.
Oh, they've invoked his wrath.
He's angry. Oh,
he had to cut. Oh shit! He's faster than he looks.
He couldn't do it. He reached for it. He's like, no, I can't reach.
He had to swivel his chair. He couldn't lean forward. He had to swivel the chair around.
No. He knew how to edit the videos to cut out the parts where he's having trouble, but not the parts where he's thinking about what he's trying to say
he took so long to sit up. He had to cut it out.
Video game console.
He couldn't reach it from the. That's amazing.
Oh my god.
The Nintendo shit cube.
That's another one. Oh, is that the same one or a different one?
Like a different one, yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I think it's different.
Yeah, they're both silver.
Okay.
By the way, what a wonderful
fucking
result of people trying to make things work by copying other people. You know what I mean? Like today it's boring and like sludgy, but to like back then, oh, this is fucking hilarious.
This is fearless euphoria.
Cinema.
Now the reason I call it the Nintendo Shit Cube.
Because it's shit.
You already said that. Yeah, you said it earlier. Because it's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's because it's
piece of shit.
There can be there are layers to this, I guess.
Yeah.
Because take a look at the fucking game.
Look at the size of this disc.
Behold,
the pathetic size.
I like that he thinks it's self-explanatory. Like
donuts.
It's just bad.
Holy shit!
Is the shit cube?
This is a Nintendo GameCube game.
What's wrong with it?
Yeah.
He's thinking about why it's bad.
He's trying to come up with a reason.
That would make sense that it was in the GameCube. The fact that it's a GameCube game that does check out.
It's obviously bad, Rags. Obviously.
No, I'm following. I'm picking up what he's putting down.
Behold.
I'm with him.
This looks like a fucking chocolate chip cookie.
It's
so
all that I could think about.
See, that for me is a core memory. I saw this when it released. The chocolate chip cookie line just sent me into fucking stitches.
The diameter does check out. It has the diameter of a chocolate chip cookie.
It is round. Sure. So, I mean, what else do you need?
Oh, what a legend. He's so right.
And plus...
He's still thinking about
really hard about this. Like, damn.
Plus.
Words of wisdom
staring into the abyss right now.
Yeah, and staring back.
Yeah. The shit cube is staring back at me. I gave it to the shit cube.
Shit cube.
Staring back at me.
The weight of the reevaluation of all values is not like a light burden to carry, okay? So
no burden he carries is light.
He carries it for us all.
You can hear him like breathing.
Yeah.
Like, of how
what are you doing?
It's such a thoughtful fellow.
Like, all you have to do is
fuck this.
Put it back the way you got it.
It makes it feel like his thoughts had to literally walk from his brain to his mouth in slow motion.
No,
like, we're getting there.
You can't cut this, Dev. This is good stuff.
What the fuck? Graphics by ATI.
Graphics by ATI.
Graphics, I don't even know what that means.
ATI was the company that AMD bought, and they're the predecessor to the AMD Radeon, whatever.
Yeah, they contributed to the chipset for the console.
You have to understand what happened. He didn't know about graphics by ATI. He just spotted it.
I'm surprised he could spell ATI.
I just love how much it shocks him. He's like, wait a minute.
What?
Something's written in here.
Something
what
is right.
Fuck you, Ati.
Yeah?
Alright, yeah,
what the fuck is ATI?
The way he says, what the fuck?
ATI. ATI, my ass.
So it was. ATI was dissolved in an instant.
ATI,
liquidated.
ATI, my ass.
They're all just blown away by
distress.
This is what we call facts and logic.
Explosive diarrhea.
You just knocked a Manhattan
ATI. The Nintendo GameCube, it has good graphics.
But I thought you just
wait. Shit by
wait, you said my ass.
So
you said my ass.
Also, why is he rubbing it on his mouth?
He's hungry.
He's hungry, Devin. He wants to eat it. He wants to eat it.
It's been moments since he's eaten. He's hungry. He's thinking about that cookie now.
Wait, the way it's paused is it looks like he's licking the GameCube.
Yeah.
I mean,
I am going to eat Nintendo shit cube.
I think we all lick our GameCubes. I know I do. I know you do.
No.
Yeah, you do.
Nice hardware.
No.
All that graphics, all that hardware. They made the fucking system so small that you cannot even play DVDs on it.
You can't play
DVDs. It's true. It's not wrong.
Wait, well, I guess you'll have to. I guess you'll have to play the DVD in one of the 7 other devices that you have.
Yeah, well, where exactly was the lie? That was objective. What he just said.
The man.
Oh, wait.
I guess the man technically. Yeah.
Guys,
Okay.
Did you see the mirror behind him?
Yeah.
So
Look behind him. Look behind him in the mirror. There's that tiny little chair he's sitting on.
Yeah.
I fucking love giving us the reverse shot, you know.
No, dude, that's
I'm telling you, the shot composition.
And we can't tell if he's wearing anything below the waist.
He's probably wearing some tent or awning or something.
Now, the PlayStation 2 they sold more than the GameCube because it had a DVD.
And that's true, I guess.
It's a good point.
DVD.
The thing is, we're like 4.5 minutes into this video, and I feel like he said about 12 words.
He's getting there, Rex. Give him time. Genius
That's
takes
true. He doesn't look like a speed demon.
I just love, by the way, it's like the PS2 won because it had the DVD aspect. It's like, it's not insignificant. It's an element, sure.
No, yeah. So here's the thing.
One of the selling points.
I'm pretty sure this video has more factual information so far than the previous one.
Yeah,
It's true.
And a less annoying voice.
It has a CD the size of a chocolate chip.
I mean, like, you literally pulled the thing open to show
I certainly disagree with the shit cube thing, but look, all right, at least he's arguing with.
That's what we call flavor, okay? What he said is absolutely true.
Your opinion. And another similarity this has to the extra credits video is that I also cannot imagine a skeleton inside of him.
Well, it's wriggling in there.
And I like this guy feels more sincere than anything extra credits has said at any point.
Well, and we can see the core primary data, the research happening in real time. He's looking down and he's spotting what's written on it. That's excellent. That's. I think if more people were like this man, the world would be a better place.
This thing is a chocolate chip cookie, not a DVD. This thing can't play DVDs.
Well, one thing I know for sure, there would be no wars if we were all like them.
Mm-hmm.
One thing I know for sure, this guy's ordering the 18 factor meals.
Per day
Best
or
deal,
what?
most food.
Drive.
I love these cuts. You have no idea how much time has passed. He's like, I have an additional point.
I need the
17
lighting
minutes later, he's
completely
caught his
changed.
breath. He's ready to make his 2 sentences.
Wait,
Looks like a new day.
it's dark
Hold on a
outside.
Can you go back 5 seconds?
Yes.
Now, the PlayStation 2 they sold more
Oh, no, wait,
than
a
the
little bit more, a little more.
GameCube.
A little bit more.
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah. Yeah. Here. Okay, let's play it now.
So small that you cannot even play DVDs on it. Now, the PlayStation 2 they sold more than the GameCube because it had a DVD.
True.
Drive.
I don't want this longer in there. Perfect. Because it had the DVD. Drive.
When that cut happened, there was like a significant change in the light in the room.
Yeah.
So I think he actually needed like a half an hour, just like
He needed
To
a
catch his
nap,
breath.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god! I think the sun actually shifted.
You know when he did his I don't know if you caught
Kinda
it.
shifted, yeah.
When he did when he said it was a fucking piece of shit near the beginning of the video, he actually repeated that line in slow motion. I don't know if we actually caught that because I was going to say as a stylistic choice, it's brilliant.
Yeah, it's like repetitious information. Like I said, we're 4.5 minutes
Well,
in.
it's like Zack
we spent,
Snyder's
like,
work.
2
It lets you
words.
capture the emotion in case you missed it.
Oh yeah, no syllable goes to waste.
I just need for random selections of the cuts for it to just be nighttime, unexplainably. But he hasn't moved from his position, you know? So you wonder how many.
In the middle of a sentence, cutting to nighttime and then back to daytime. Like that's what it took.
This is a multiple day project. It took him all weekend to shoot this.
I was gonna say maybe it was a new day, but I'm like, oh no, he's wearing the same shirt. But I'm not so sure that was a problem. Maybe he just
He's been wearing that shirt for weeks now.
Like I said, the Nintendo GameCube, it has good graphics, good hardware, but the PlayStation 2 is way much more better.
Yo, way much more better.
Way much more better. Argument
way
there.
much more better.
It is way much more better, guys. In case you're confused.
He's looking at that GameCube like a homeless man looks at a pizza.
God awful piece of shit.
Hey,
good hardware,
nice.
but it's a god awful piece of shit.
It's good hardware.
So it won't play DVDs.
Good
Tiny disc, not DVD.
Not play DVD. That's why I hate the wife. She not play DVD.
Did he want to play a DVD on GameCube? This hatred is like, where is this coming from?
That's the thing.
Brain have no thought.
Usually we can get a good idea of why someone's mad at a thing. You can find a motivation, but like he hasn't even talked about a game he hated or anything. He's just the shit cube.
No, Mahler, it's more
hardware.
confusing because he's like saying good graphics, good system, but no DVD.
No DVD, damn you.
No DVD and
No
ATI
DVD,
my
so
ass.
it is shit. Nintendo shit cube. It no play DVD.
Like I feel like he's really angry about it, but the way he's telling us his point, I'm just it's just funny.
That's just raw passion.
Yeah. It's just
he is angry. He is upset. He has thoughts, feelings, and emotions. He's a person.
That's what this is. It's art. He's expressing himself, and it is, let's be honest, a better fucking time on YouTube.
Yeah. This is
pure fuck
evil. This is definitely.
I mean,
it was
the deep dev lore is that I actually started as one of these guys, 13 years ago. And I have like a fondness for just being someone's ripoff, or no, being a ripoff of someone, because I was a ripoff of someone. But hey, you get started somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
You're either
usually
someone,
how it does start for a lot of people.
Someone's ripoff.
Inspired, and then you carve out your own little personality, your own little niche. Like this guy's clearly carved out his own thing. This isn't AVGN anymore. He's got his own thing.
My father is Danny DeVito Penguin.
My mother, I don't know.
You leave me with GameCube, which is shit.
If you look underneath your GameCube,
as we all
you
do,
see that.
Yeah. Is there a cookie in there? Some nerds, maybe.
It has a separate modem. The modem is sold separately.
What? The what?
The modem is so separately.
But in the PlayStation 2, it had a built-in modem.
Oh, that's
modem?
Is he saying modem?
Yeah.
He's saying modem, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there was a number of things you could plug into the base of the GameCube. One of them was a network adapter. One of them was like a Game Boy Advance player. Like there's a few things.
Yep.
Oh, DLC and season passes.
Yeah, I know.
Excellent.
Terrible. He's off again. He's falling asleep.
He's asleep.
Your
Sorry, orange juice make me very...
The shirt is bursting. Like,
yeah, it's
are like trying to pop out of the shirt.
That shirt is a trooper.
It's doing a lot of work.
Yeah. The chair, the shirt, everyone's
Holding up this whole production.
He's truly
he might have just put buttons in his bed sheets.
This is all
Like,
Can I just say, because Rags brought it up, and I can't unsee it. This man is actually terrifying. That screenshot with the right amount of blur. Look at that face.
I know. He's about to raise his eyes up, and they'll be like,
I know it really is crazy, but like, see, there is a skeleton in there.
There's potentially a demon in there. I don't know what's going on. You know, you see that in the dark corner.
Might be. He might be like the Oogie Boogie Man, where it's all just bugs. He's just bugs.
What if he looks up?
Oh my God!
Whoa! I didn't get to see it. Watch the guy lagged. Let's go. We gotta go back. We gotta go back.
I apologize. the simmering rage.
No.
Why the fuck would Nintendo make a modem for Nintendo GameCube if you cannot play online multiplayer games?
Oh, see, that's a good point. If
yeah,
he's
over there now.
There's like two games, so fair enough.
How did that happen? How did this happen?
That's kind of a good point, because I thought there were some games for GameCube you could actually play online, like Mario Kart Double Dash, but then I heard from somebody that there were actually only online leaderboards for that game. There wasn't actually an online multiplayer mode. So I wonder if, like, besides Phantasy Star Online, if there were any games that were actually multiplayer for the GameCube online.
What you're saying is
Double Dash is fastest ever moved.
This review is very good, is what you're saying. This is pretty top notch right now.
Yeah.
Why not GameCube 2 online? It is shit cube. It is piece of shit.
I actually I did all this stuff back in the day, because I actually had like all the online stuff for this. No. I don't mean the movie. I don't mean the fucking video. I mean the GameCube stuff. Okay. So I had.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, the only online game for the GameCube was Phantasy Star Online. That was it. Everything else was local LAN. So like there was like Mario Kart, and there was like a Kirby game that was local, and there was like a snowboarding game, but you had to just get like several people with several GameCubes and several adapters that plug into the bottom, and just run Ethernet cables between them. Right. There was only one online game. So. Oh well.
And now I would like to show you the Nintendo shit cubes.
He's waddling.
I love shuffling. Fat guy shuffling on a chair. It's just the best.
Controller.
I need another day.
Was that? It sounded like he was asleep again, or someone else in the room sleeping. I don't know. But GameCube controller was legendary. Okay, I love it. It's great. It's not as good as future controllers, sure, but it's really good.
Someone might have fallen, and they're just there now.
Oh, that really was. That did take a lot out of him.
He did.
Did you see that?
I think he moved several inches.
Simmering with rage.
Yeah, it was a rare action sequence.
He had to get his stump double.
I think it was just the emotional toll of the unleashed rage.
This is the controller's wireless receiver. You just put it on the GameCube.
Shit cube.
Like this, as you would like a regular GameCube controller.
Mm-hmm.
And
battery don't work.
Sausage fingers.
Controller is piece of shit.
Is he reading the instructions?
Yeah, I
just remember the C-stick reminded me of cheese.
You have to put in
batteries
on the back.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? Yeah.
Okay.
And press on.
And press on.
Oh no, you don't. No, wait, not press on.
Oh no.
That doesn't even look like a Wavebird. The Wavebirds were gray, weren't they? I thought all the regular
they were.
controllers were.
Wavebird edible.
Were there blue Wavebirds?
Like
I don't think so.
Like
I think all the wireless controllers were gray.
You Wavebird.
I think so too, yeah.
You mean Pelican?
But
yeah.
even when you have fresh batteries inside,
it's a third party. Yeah.
Guess what?
It's a Mad Cats.
The game, the shit cube.
You remember?
You get
the GameCube.
We are getting 100% of his brain power in verbal form. Like, it's perfect.
Like he took a beat there. Like, let me get the name right. The shit cube. As opposed to GameCube, the shit cube. Yes.
Wireless controller. It's not good.
I have a nickname for him. I think
it's a
because
Mad Catz
of his
controller. That's why.
Because on account of his impressive lexicon, I think we should call him Milk Shakespeare.
Milk Shakespeare. Well, I mean, I do love Pissed Off Video Gamer. It's such a great name. But
yeah, I mean, it's accurate.
I think it's
also.
Pissed Off Angry Video Gamer.
Oh, of course. Sorry, I wouldn't want to fuck that up.
It doesn't even work.
It's a third party.
Oh no!
Oh my goodness!
Look at this CGI budget.
Is this the part where he like infiltrates your computer and then beats you to death with a shit cube?
Oh no, yeah. This is the part of the movie where he manages to.
Oh, it's like The Ring.
Yeah.
It's like The Ring. He just can't get through your fucking screen because he's too big.
You have now been infected with angry video gamer virus.
If you do not show my channel, subscribe to my channel in the next 7 days, you will die.
Someone said his English is probably better than your Russian, to be fair. What do you mean, to be fair? Like, what was... None of us are going to be like, oh yes, we're good with Russian. His voice is wonderful.
I'll give it to him.
I love his English. I would never wanted to change a fucking
English
beat.
is beautiful.
Oh my god, what's happening?
What's this?
Oh my god.
Are we on the floor
This
now?
could be anything. I don't know what's happening.
What is? Are you
destroying us at the hammer? I think he's smashing it.
He's destroying it.
I think this is what it looks like to gain insight.
Oh,
Careful! You don't want to hit your hand.
Oh,
right?
he's destroying the controller.
Destroying the ship
controller. That little bit there kind of reminded me of Movie Bob doing a green screen.
Yeah. He slowed himself down.
He's becoming a demon. His true form is coming out.
Yeah.
He's expended enough calories.
It's 5 calories for the day, and it's time to go rage mode.
I don't think that'll fix it.
Yes.
Hey, maybe.
That's Snarl, wow.
He just starts to eat it. Take
I like
pieces of plastic and put it in his mouth.
My wrath
Man,
is
for all those hammer hits, we'll say the controller managed to maintain its form somewhat.
Yeah, it's not that impressive.
Shit, controller.
He's on his windowsill as well.
Okay. I thought he was like on a bench or something.
The world must say what I do.
Someone walks by, is like, what the fuck?
It looks kind of like it always does.
The long shot controller, you know.
This is autistic.
That really did take a lot out of
breathing.
He is an autistic.
Oh yeah, he's tired from the smash. This is Kino.
Yeah. This should be in Cannes Film Festival.
Yeah.
This is peak 2000s, people.
This deserves a 7-minute standing ovation.
He's so winded right now. He burned so many calories just now.
Back to
guys, yeah, it's dark. Do you see?
It's like 5 p.m. now.
I need to know. Lore Masters, we need to know, is that window behind him the same windowsill in which that event took place? Because wow, the lore.
Voyage to the windowsill.
The legendary sill.
And he's so tired. He's like leaning back on the chair now, as opposed to
windowsill.
The shit cube will be good for a pillow.
Gamer Mecca.
So wait a second, hold on. If he's doing an AVGN thing and this is about the Nintendo shit cube, why didn't he actually break the shit cube?
Maybe he doesn't want to break it. He'll break the shitty controller. He don't want to break the cube.
Yeah. You won't break the system. You'll still
Besides,
play
it has good graphics and good hardware. Why would you?
ATI my ass.
Maybe it was too heavy and he wouldn't have survived the journey through like the fucking pass of
The Nintendo shit cube. It costs around $120. Do not buy it. There are a lot of other things you can buy with that kind of money.
All right.
Fair. All right, yeah, we can buy something else.
And who would want to buy the Nintendo shit cube? Nobody likes it.
You bought it.
Wow.
Oh no! Is he gonna destroy it?
Oh
no!
Don't do it. No.
Not the GameCube.
That's a really bad
He's gonna
idea.
microwave it.
Pissed off angry gamer, don't do it.
Oh, this is cinema. His house is gonna explode.
It's not even on the plate. No, it's not on a
tired.
plate.
I'm tired.
Got it.
Him struggle.
12 minutes.
Wait, is it in there for
clearly not in there?
That's what it takes.
Obviously not in there.
Oh yeah, he shot it out of angle, so
yeah, it's not in there.
He's lying shit cube.
Just leaving it up to your interpretation.
Oh, it exploded. I hope he's okay.
That's wonderful.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so I remember back in the day, because I was also an AVGN fan, we would make fun of people like this. It's like, you're clearly a ripoff. But like, thinking back on it, this is so much better than the slot we have now on the internet.
Oh yeah, not even close.
Like fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take over some FIFA guy fishing his next rare soccer player.
Yeah. Or like some like ethot or some terrible fucking streamer or some like oh my, there's so many terrible internet archetypes that exist right now. But this guy
easily, I would
pure.
easily take terrible production value over somebody like bullshitting me.
Yeah, manipulating the audience and just doing all the things from the playbook. You know.
What if now this guy is an OnlyFans guy?
It's hard to believe that he's fighting to the death in Ukraine right now.
Yeah, what do you mean?
This guy is right now just like, he's just like.
I actually did a quick look up.
He
moved to. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, man.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
He moved to New York at some point. He lives in America. He posted his COVID vaccination card online for some reason. There's like a bunch of internet archive pictures of him just like living a normal life now. He's just like a guy.
No one looking like that lives a normal life.
So he's not talking about the poop Piet or something. The place poop station Piet.
Nope.
Okay.
No, he talk about the Xbox.
Nintendo Switch is piece of shit.
You should switch it to some place not here.
They should switch it to a console that is not shit, like GameCube.
We gotta, because we'll probably check it out another time, but he's got the Shitbox 360 review as well.
Oh wow.
Oh man.
But for now, we are probably going to say goodbye, reaching the end of the stream, but not yet. I'm gonna first see what everybody's. What? Were you expecting to go for 12 hours, Dev? Is that it?
Well, you guys always go for like 18,000 hours, so why not?
No, not every time.
72-hour episode. Let's go. Let's go.
We'll see.
I mean, we did it with Arcane.
I thought there was actually like another extra credits video queued up, but I mean that's fine, I guess.
Yeah,
well, we spent a little while on that first one.
Yeah.
A little longer than. Also, you've never been here for this long. I didn't know that you would be willing to do that.
What?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Sure, I have.
Literally never.
Cube.
Literally no other time you have done this.
I gotta go back and look up. I gotta go back and look it up.
Well, in any case, Dev, why don't you go first? Tell people where they can find you and what you're up to.
Before I do that, I have one quick question, Mahler.
All right.
What was the video we were supposed to watch? I'm kind of curious now.
What
was
it?
What
well,
even
we watched the one we were supposed to watch. We had potential.
What was the other one?
We had potential backup ones in case we went through that one too fast. So there was the one that I spotted randomly that I have no idea is even worth touching. It's called "Why I'm Lonely Gaming," which is pretty funny.
Oh my god.
A skill issue.
And then there's a "How hard should quests be," which sounds like it could be interesting.
What does that even mean?
Like how difficult quests should be.
Should a quest be difficult or not very?
Or somewhere in
difficult?
between.
That's just your reptile brain talking. Like
quest be quite difficult.
The lizard brain, and by lizard I mean snake.
Well, Dev, go ahead.
Oh, my name's Dev.
Mm-hmm.
Nice to meet everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, Dev.
I think I've spoken to every single one of you in here except for Ixon.
Yes. What's up, man?
You've never encountered the bullshit man on here before? That's crazy.
Not yet. Not in Poison.
Wow.
No. I've seen you comment on a few of my videos, but I haven't actually talked to you before, so it's nice to meet you.
Yeah, man.
Wow, wait, you're the Das bullshit of the Short Fat Otaku comment section?
Wow.
I don't think I've commented on a video. I stop by a stream every now and again, though.
Oh.
There was like 1 or 2 comments, I think like 3 years ago or something.
Wow, you have a really good fucking memory.
I remember every comment.
Oh, you're that guy who commented on my stream 3 years ago.
I love that dude.
Yo, your comments were so good.
But yeah, I'm Dev. I'm sure most of the chat knows who I am at this point. But the channel's called Short Fat Otaku, though. I think I'm probably gonna finally name change it. It's probably time. I've been talking about name change for like 5 years now. I've just been too lazy to do it.
You're just gonna be Dev now?
Yeah, I'll just be Dev. Why not?
Oh.
In terms of what I have coming up, I'm making the big hold on. There's always politics videos coming up, but this is not a politics channel. In terms of content that you guys might like, I'm still working on that big Suicide Squad video that will probably be a lot of fun once it finally drops. I'm thinking maybe next week. So yeah.
And if if the missus gets out of line, you could always tell her that you need more footage when you don't really need more footage.
That'll show her.
Oh god, so she's currently grinding out just to see how long it takes to grind out the Joker unlock in the new DLC, right?
Oh my god, bro!
You can pay $10. You can pay $10 to unlock the Joker, or you can grind out 35 levels. And it's like, well, how long does that really take? How does it really take?
That sounds very unpleasant.
It's gonna be a long fucking.
Bro, what did you do to your waifu, bro? You're punishing.
That sounds
her.
like torture, man.
I mean, she said she's okay with it, so
I'm gonna call.
Yeah,
her.
is it torture if you're okay with
it? She said no.
Probably no. It's fine.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't have forced her to do it if she said no.
Of course not.
Oh my god.
I suppose we'll never find out.
Yeah, we'll never. Yeah, who knows? Strange.
Well, link to channel in the description. Hey, well, I was going to say, since it was not really going left to right at this point, Weekend Warrior, what are you up to? Where can people find you?
Hey guys, it's me, Weekend Warrior, and it's been a hot minute since I released anything, and I'm actually also making a video on Suicide Squad, which is funny. Yeah.
I'm also making a video on ShitCube.
Yeah.
ShitCube
Very
game.
bad.
It's the funniest thing about Suicide Squad is that even while it's dying, there is a season 1, episode 2 that just came out. So the ride never
Plenty
ends.
of fun to be had, is what you're saying.
Mediocre.
I had plenty of people saying you should stream it, and I was like, no.
No.
You stream it. Stream it more.
Let it die. Let it die.
It needs to be forgotten now. Bye-bye, Suicide Squad.
I mean, they've already made a bunch of content for 8 fucking episodes to release over the course of the next year. There's no fucking way that's coming out.
Oshino on the chat, maybe I will make a video on Stellar Blade because I'm playing it also.
Are
It's
you liking
significantly funner. Yeah. I like the unlockable costumes.
Does it play
that
DVD?
makes sense.
It plays DVD and
It plays
Blu-ray.
DVD, Blu-ray, and HD DVD.
Very good. I like it. It plays DVDs.
So, yeah, thanks for having me, guys. Yeah.
Oh, it was a pleasure, sir.
Yeah.
Theo, what are you up to? You make videos now. What's in the pipeline?
Yeah, I've been stuck in development on a thing for a while because of personal circumstances. Suffice to say, I'm working on it.
Sweet.
We'll be there at some point.
Have you got any clues as to what it's about? Any bait? Any teasing?
Variants. You know when like you roll a die and it comes up 1 when you wanted a 6, and how that makes you mad? It's about that.
Ooh. Sweet. And what can you bait people in with the things that you have done? What's out right now?
Couple of videos on the action video games. I think one of them's pretty good. One of them's okay. They're on a channel that's mine.
I'm gonna tell Theo you said that.
Hey, come on, you can't tell him I'm talking shit. Come on. I thought this was a safe space.
It's a shit cube space.
But yeah, we'll be back to it soon,
Beautiful. John, what are you up to, sir? I can think of something you could talk about, but I'll leave it to you.
Yeah. I'm John Graham on YouTube. People know me for making RB and the Chief. And I make cringe machinima, because we all know machinima is unwatchable garbage. But I do it anyway.
Yeah.
And I'm making a new show now called Hard Justice, which is a hard-boiled cop show done with Halo Reach on original Xbox 360 hardware. And I made the first episode of it. I put it out. It's an hour long, and I have an amazing voice cast. And you might just recognize a few voices in it. So check it out, subscribe, all that bullshit. You know how it is.
Do it.
And
do it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, links in the description. Indigo Gaming, are you here? I wouldn't want to... Oh, yes, you are.
Yeah, I'm here.
Beautiful. Where can people find you? What are you up to?
Still working on the stuff I mentioned last week. Basically, yeah, working on a shorter Fallout video, just kind of a little bit on the figuring out the scope of my video, but it'll be about the business end of what kind of killed the initial Fallout series before it was bought by Bethesda and why. And then long term, going to be probably like a 3-hour video that may or may not come out this year, which will be my hopefully continuation and finale of my cyberpunk genre series that's gone over basically all cyberpunk media from like the 60s to now, basically. So the fourth and final part's going to come out at some point.
Cool.
Those are my big things that are on the horizon now.
Awesome possum. Reference. Also, we just had a meme hot off the presses. Here she is.
Made in real
my
time.
My games, my consoles, my shit.
My shit cube.
Dude, it's too good.
Look at him. If you zoom in, he's got his little pointing stick. Look at his shit. It's not fitting right.
Is that his orange juice on the other hand? Yeah. Orange juice, right?
The little plugs behind him.
That was brilliant.
Cube. Very good.
Wonderful.
Yes.
So great.
Das, is there anything you wanted to maybe mention, maybe talk about in any way, shape, or form?
Nope, I got nothing. Sorry.
Fair enough. Ringy Rags, anything you guys wanted to mention in any way?
Nothing I'm ready to mention yet. I'll just leave that there for now.
You know the deal. Just working.
Very
That's the update.
well. All I'll say is that the update for now is that next week the plan is to finally do the thing that we wanted to do for a while, has been alluded to here and there, and that thing is having probably what's going to be a pretty long stream, doing a huge tournament of loads of characters from all different IPs, having a series of 1v1 battles, and running the whole thing based on votes given by the cast we will have, and points, and probably some influence from you at chat, figure out who will be the winner of the, I guess the ultimate showdown. That's how it would be called. That's what would we say. There's going to be a whole explanation before we start up to make sure you understand what is being called the rules. We'll do our best to make it somewhat consistent. There's going to be 3 weight classes so that we don't end up having Homer Simpson fight Magneto. I feel like that might be unfair. But at the same time, there's probably going to be unfair fights anyway. But it's all going to be characters from fiction. Should be rather fun. And so, get yourselves excited for that next week. And until then, who knows what things will come out. People are like, how is that unfair? It's like, what? I don't know. I guess Homer could pull it off. He has his gun. No, the gun wouldn't work. Plastic gun, right? From, what was it? X-Men 3, they have plastic guns.
That's
I think.
right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and they have them in, what's it called? X-Men Days of Future Past, I think they have plastic guns as well.
Maybe.
In any case...
Yeah, I only remember them in the prison cell scene.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Right. Wooden gun, yeah. That's unfair to Magneto. In any case, that's about it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to head out now. Super chats will be answered in their own little section. We've got plenty of them coming out week by week, and possibly more surprises as time goes on. Who knows? But for now, bye-bye.
Goodbye, everybody. See you later. Toodaloo. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Terrifying.
That's Vidania, comrades. So
Cube.
So
I suppose that was a sneak peek at the